and only 9% of this group still says they have no friends at all. Uh, this is a concern, especially because loneliness is correlated with a strong increased likelihood of mortality, up to 32%. In fact, there is between the deleterious health effects of loneliness are comparable with smoking, right? So we have a whole bunch more loneliness. We know loneliness is super bad, and what do we do about it, right? Well, I don't. This is going to be an interesting discussion because how to address this is a problem. Um, there are some like indicators of what's causing loneliness. Church attendance has dropped dramatically. Church used to be a great place for people to meet each other. People spend less time socializing with their neighbors. They spend less time doing face-to-face socialization. I know plenty of people who are millennials who can't make a phone call because they have too much social anxiety because all the communication is based off text-based platforms or social media. I do think social media is a problem and technology is a problem, but there's all this benefit that comes with that. So we have to find some way of weighing the benefits against the detractions. But it is a problem. I don't think it significantly has to do with the economy. Basically, the three big indicators that I was able to find was church attendance, marriage, and if you lived in the same place for a long time. Those three things are significantly, by far, the most determinative factors if you're going to be lonely or not. So I think that's kind of be like we have to figure out how to address human interaction. That's what needs to happen first and foremost.
Okay, thank you. Next up we have Miss Honeywine, please.
Well, thank you, Wick, and thank you for inviting me today. I'm going to go against the grain here. I was researching between clients today, pulling from my source at ourworldindata.org/loneliness epidemic. They declare that loneliness actually is not increasing. Um, Whenever you're comparing for like same ages and from like the 1920s until today. Um, the reason, I don't want to get too much into it, but quickly, the reason why they cite why older people like boomers actually do have more friends than young people these days is because as you age, you are more specific about who it is that you let into your life. And as those people get past your requirements for being part of your life, it's easier to consider them a friend. So you have at least one friend usually as you get older, but you're more specific about it. Um, Other than that, I don't want to go off of on too much of this. I'm going to try to be a foil a little bit here. What is important is that in this space here, there is a perception of increased loneliness, which makes sense because in this space, I'm sure that ourselves, as well as the people that are watching us, tend to be a little bit terminally online. But that's an individual problem, and I don't think that that's necessarily extrapolating to the rest of society right now. You can find me at Miss Honeywing. Anyways, I'm gonna
Awesome.
let it go.
Thanks for being here. And next up, first time guest on our show, but hopefully not last time. Hopefully they enjoyed it. Nina, is that how you say your name?
Yes.
Nina, what are your thoughts here?
Um, I have a lot of thoughts, but I just got off first. I'm a little frazzled, so forgive me if I take a little bit to catch up. But I think loneliness has a lot to do with. This is gonna sound maybe silly. I'm sorry if anyone ever covered this before, but like infrastructure wise, the fact that like I think the suburbs cause a really really big issue that causes loneliness because you're so isolated. Like I grew up with like in a more affluent area, which meant that there was like mostly older people who didn't have kids. So it was really difficult to casually hang out, like, because you couldn't walk to anything. You know, like you're not like around people all the time. Like we don't have like in America, we don't have like public transportation that is good to the point where you can just walk and go to your friend's house if they don't live like within a block of you. And like the isolating nature of just like the suburbs in general, I think is why a lot of people do tend to be terminally online. Like that is exactly why I lived alone by myself in like the suburbs for a very long time, and it was mostly families, and I was like 22, so it was like I'm not really gonna get along with any of them. So what I did do now I have a lot of friends, but I met all of those friends from Twitch actually, which is why I live in Austin now because there's a great streaming community here. So I think again, like if there's more of an infrastructure way to just naturally meet people the same way that we are able to meet people on the internet, like on Twitch having these discussions. Like, imagine like being able to walk down to like a bar and just like having like a conversation like we're having right now, or like a night where like they may have like karaoke or something like that, and it's just like you could just walk there. That means everyone that's there is all local. So then there's probably a high chance that you're gonna see them again. And I think that really helps to create connections that you don't necessarily think about when you're going through your average day. Is like the person that you see every day, even if you don't even talk to them, I think can be incredibly important in ways that, again, we don't think about, but are important.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm gonna open it up for discussion. If you have troubles getting in, please just let me see your hand, and I'll try to make space for you. Other than that, yeah, let's figure this out, gang. What do we think?
Yeah, Miss Honeywine, you mentioned that loneliness actually hasn't increased. Could you elaborate on that? Because that seems to be
Okay.
blatantly wrong.
Yeah, so I mean, like, this is reality, perception of reality, and again, I am using data and statistics. Statistics
Well, I've
are,
got statistics as well, which say
lies, damn lies, and
opposite of that.
statistics and interpretation of statistics, right? So the limitation on the data that I found was that it was 2017 England is, and I think it was, and then they also did one in Germany that was like 2018. Each one of them had about 3,000 to 4,000 self-reporting participants. So
What was the
I
age
think we need to
range?
determine, like, yeah, it was all ages, all ages.
Oh, okay.
The
Thanks.
thing that I think that this is such a complex and complicated topic, because we all know that just because you're around other people doesn't mean that you're not lonely. Loneliness is not about being around other people, it's being around people that you can relate to and that you can interact with, and you feel like they can understand your journey and you can understand their journey. As far as, and I'm not wanting to like poo poo on anyone here, but like the idea of just going to the bar and finding people, there's a reason I don't go out. I come to the internet to get my social time, because this is where I can find
Can
people
I ask,
about the
if I
things that we
may?
talk
Can
about.
I ask, do we think that the social interaction benefits that we get online, do they map on to this in the same way that the social interaction benefits that we get on
No,
offline are?
No.
100% no.
Not at
Wow.
all.
Huh?
I think that they can transform into them, but I would agree that
They
it's
can.
not just the exact same, like having online friends and having like, people that you
They
hang out
aren't a
with.
suitable replacement for them.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I mean, I
Okay,
have
carry
some
on.
hot takes as well. I'm going to like throw them out there, but I don't want to like monopolize the panel or anything. Hot take number one: everybody nowadays is way too entitled and way too selfish to not be lonely. Number two, um, what was number two?
Well, can you explain the first one a little bit more in
Okay,
depth?
so um, again, complications. Everybody, like most everyone that I meet, they're waiting for somebody else to start something, to do something, to set
Okay.
something else, something up. Oh, I'm never invited out.
Mhm.
Oh, there's no places to go. Oh, there's nothing to do. You can do things,
Mhm.
but you don't want to. And that's where all this loneliness and isolation comes from, is that people are not willing to sacrifice and be a leader for their group and their community and take on the responsibility of setting up a space for people to meet each other.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying there. Like my boyfriend is that person, so I kind of get like the benefits for free a little bit. But it is so much stress, because then you have to manage like the friends. Like, yeah, if it gets too big, like then you have to manage the friends that don't like the other friends, and who to invite when, and if
Yeah.
somebody doesn't get invited, people are gonna get pissed off. So I definitely agree that
So,
it's a lot of work.
Yeah, with like Whick and Parallax, maybe
Mhm.
when I was young, and just as the internet was starting up, because I grew up with the internet when I was around like middle school is when the internet started becoming a household thing. In my late teens, I had a friend group of like 20 to 25 people, and we would just go hang out at this dude's apartment, at whoever's apartment,
Mhm.
whoever had space and time and was able. Like, you didn't even have to call first; you just showed up,
Yeah.
right? And you just hung out. And I don't think any of the younger generation really has this experience. And it's because we would rather, and I've fallen into this myself, I would rather do what I know is going to give me at least a little bit of satisfaction, which would be coming home, turning in, either looking at the internet, looking at stuff, instead of going out and risking being disappointed.
Just real quick, Miss Honeywine, you opened up with, you think that loneliness isn't increasing. That was your kind of
Right.
message that you're putting out there. I don't know if the statistics back you up or not. to be honest with you. But the second thing I would say here is what you're saying after that seems to kind of contradict what you're saying here, because you're saying that you have admitted that online interactions does not have the same benefits as offline interactions, and you are saying as well that most kids these days choose online instead. So there's some sort of disconnect here. Can you help
Yeah, but
me
I mean,
figure
well,
it
that's
out?
easy. That's super easy. So, like,
Okay, please.
just because you choose to be alone does not mean that you're lonely.
What do the rest of you think of that, gang?
That's true. I mean, we have to remember that loneliness is technically it's a state of distress in reaction to perceived detachment and isolation, whether that's objective or not. Whether you are objectively detached from other people and isolated doesn't matter. Loneliness is totally subjective. And
Yeah,
so someone who chooses to be alone doesn't isn't necessarily lonely.
I
But
think
when
that's
you say chooses to be alone, I'm not sure that's really like the fair framing here. People are incentivized to be alone, and we've created an environment that allows people to stay in comfortable bubbles and not make hard choices. Like you said, it used to be the case that that you were in these big friend groups because spaces like the internet
Morgie.
didn't exist in the way that they do now. The incentives didn't exist to move that experience online, so you were forced to go and make these connections with people and spend time with them in the real world.
Right.
And
This is
now
why I
that
say people are too entitled and selfish to not be lonely because you're taking advantage of these incentives, which mean you don't have to go anywhere to
the
get the things
the
that you need.
incentives are
You don't
taking
have to
advantage of
interact with
you.
other people.
These services are created to be addictive
I
and
mean, it's
extremely
kind of,
convenient.
well, I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I haven't been addicted to like Uber. I haven't been addicted to DoorDash. I haven't been addicted to having my groceries delivered to me.
People have been addicted to OnlyFans and to Twitter and
Well, I
Instagram
can
and all
understand
these
only
social
fans and
media
Okay,
Twitter
one at
accounts.
a
being.
time. One at a time, please.
My
Parallax.
mother is quite literally addicted to DoorDash. She's quite literally addicted to it. She has spent over $700 in a given month on DoorDash, and she is disabled.
I don't know. Okay, like
We
that's a
already
very
know that
complicated thing. I
social
don't know
media
if I would
is
call that
fun.
like addicted.
I don't know.
We
Yeah.
literally
No,
have
she has other sources. Trust me.
So okay, I want to give space to
I wouldn't throw her under the bus like that and then
got you.
leave it on the distance. Like it's my mom, right? I love her so much, but like at the end of the day, that's just the reality of it. Like she has other resources.
I want to give space to Kimmy here for a minute.
I just wanted to say that we literally have so much data on social media addiction and problematic social media usage. So I mean, I don't see why we would debate whether it's a thing or not. It just seems a waste of time.
Yeah, I'm not debating addiction, but what I am saying is that every time that you decide to do this, it is a choice that you're making. Every time an addicted person who's addicted to cigarettes lights up a cigarette, they're making a choice to light up that cigarette.
So we can agree that people are making a choice sometimes. The question is why. I guess depending on the prescription. I'm not necessarily making a prescription here, but we should honestly evaluate the problem and its causes. I did find that one study you were talking about. I mean, the longitudinal meta-analyses that take that into consideration seem to indicate that loneliness is growing. Um, I wanted to respond to something that I think was interesting as to one of the causes here. It was brought up infrastructure suburbanization, which is an interesting point, and it would seem intuitive. But I think there's some empirical realities that point to it maybe being more along the technological lines than maybe even the physical proximity. So old people, for example, consistently report lower levels of loneliness and participate in these of social events and having friends and all that uh, jazz that we want people to do, yet are much less likely to live in urban areas. Right? It's the people who are living in the urban areas, the younger people, millennials and Generation Z, that consistently report the highest levels of loneliness. And I don't think it's because they live close to each other. That wouldn't make any sense. But I do think it's probably a more likely culprit is that young people are more likely to spend a significant amount of their time on the internet, right? And we see this in Japan, an incredibly urbanized culture or society that has an incredible problem with loneliness and social isolation to the point where now people can pay for other people to pretend that they're their family, right? I mean, it's really the removal of social structures and the removal of the importance of the family, declining declining birth rates, just being around people less in the familial setting and then also the friend setting clearly is the problem, right? I mean, that's clearly the issue of not having enough socialization.
I mean, those are many contributing factors for sure. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I would
completely
agree with
that.
that.
The one thing that I won't agree with, sorry, real quick, is
Good.
the demonization of the suburbs. I grew up in the suburbs. I rode my bike to my friends.
Mm,
Like that did not prevent me from having a friend group at all.
I love the suburbs.
it
We
was very
played on
hard.
the suburbs all the time. We went like under the sewers, like those storm drains on the side of the road. We went down there and we would go explore down in the sewers. Like that
Hell
was what
yeah.
we did. Like you just have to go do things instead of being comfortable in your own home. Like
Speed of
that's
bicycle.
Well, I don't think that like
So-
you should be attracted to the sewers as a social place to be. You know?
I think
We all float
It's kind of a proof of how boring the suburbs are.
the destination is adventure.
I think all
okay?
you've
That's
told
the
us with that
destination.
one is that you love the original Stephen King's It too much. The you're,
Yeah.
Give it to Turtles.
What was it about?
Okay, fair
90s
enough.
were where it was
No,
at.
so obviously I wasn't here for the start. I didn't get to make an opening statement. I am a bit of a last minute fill in. I would just like to say, broadly speaking, I think the biggest contributing factor is the disillusionment of community, which has only been exacerbated by technology and social media. We, broadly speaking, do not have community. And we also do not have, more importantly, community leaders. We don't have as many youth pastors. These things like this, we're seeing rates of like youth pastors and things like that decline. Parents are less likely to be coaching their children's baseball team, things like that. And when you don't see these community leaders as active, you don't have as much community.
So
And this was all
Parallax,
exacerbated by technology.
just
Uh,
real quick. Why? Why is this happening? Because I think we've all kind of touched on this. We've
Okay.
all kind of observed this, and that's fine.
Okay.
You weren't here, right? But we
Yep.
all kind of observed this. My curiosity, right, and indulge me if you will, is why is this happening? What is causing this to occur? One of the things that has been put forward is social media addiction. That is a factor that is driving people away from these types of things. But is it just that? Can we also point to maybe the
Technology in
increased
general.
technology in general? Fair enough. And maybe can we also point to the increased polarization that we're
yes, so
seeing?
that is exactly what I was
And
going
less
to say.
Go
religiosity.
ahead.
That's exactly
Go
what. Yes. So I think there's a number of factors, and I think technology does contribute to all of them, but I still think they bear notice in terms of like being separate categories. So obviously technology, as noted, and the broad availability of information and misinformation has also created more division, and so we're creating more differences. We're pointing out more differences between myself and the person next to me, right? Instead of more similarities. And then as much as like I'm not necessarily personally a religious person, I still think that religion brings value. I've made this argument on your panels before, Wick. On the first one I was ever on, I made this argument. I think that the disillusionment of religion is just another a community space where people can learn things, people can learn values, people can learn to socialize. This is just another community space that's been destroyed. My dad was part of the Moose Club when I was growing up. Where are the Moose Clubs, the Eagles Lodges? Where are these places? They're all gone.
What is that?
And I think the why. What is that? It's basically where old white dudes go drink shitty alcohol.
Okay.
I don't know.
Sorry to derail you a little bit.
No, it's fine. It's like a gentleman's, like not like a stripper club, but like the old school gentleman's club with cigars and shit.
Gotcha.
But like I think it has to do. I think division's a really big part of it. And that's definitely been since kind of like the turn of the century. I've noticed that. I'm old enough. God, I cannot believe I describe it like that. Anyway, I've
The
definitely
turn
seen
of the
like
millennium parallax.
fucking A, man. That
Back in the
hurts.
aughts, right,
That
when we
hurts.
had
Oh.
the moose lodges and the men were men, right?
Yeah, fuck. No, I've noticed like a real like with the availability of information, an increase in us pointing out our differences and our similarities, and I really think that that's the biggest thing is that we have found more ways to divide ourselves in modernity than we ever have in the
Micro
past.
otherizing. What do we think about that, gang? Micro otherizing. Is that a contributing factor or is that bullshit?
Define what you mean by that exactly. I've never heard that term
As he
before.
said, finding more and more ways to create us versus them groups. So more using more granular identity markers. So instead of just saying we're American or we're part of I'm from Pennsylvania or I'm a part of this town, where it says, well, I'm an American who happens to be cis, het, white, older, etc., etc., etc.
Brown-haired, blue-eyed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a problem or is that actually
Well,
yeah,
It's a
what do we
problem.
think?
well, I think
I
that
think it's absolutely true.
Comes
Sorry,
from
you go.
no.
You
Well,
go.
I want
fine.
to get I want to give Nina a chance to because I think she disagrees with me. I think she has a
Well,
disagreement face, and I wanna explore this.
Well, like when we're talking about these moose clubs or whatever, which does sound like a strip club, but anyways, the idea of like when that was a thing, like you're saying that your dad went to one, right? So I assume your dad's an older man, obviously, and I think that at
My
that
mom
point,
went too. It's just where old white people went to
right?
to
Sure.
socialize.
But you kind of hit the nail on the head there, and kind of like also referencing the thing about Japan is fucking racist as shit. And I think that definitely contributes to their isolation because they're just kind of a culture of not having other people in their lives.
So you mean
And,
xenophobic?
and I think that we're relating it to the.
Real quick, Nina.
Sorry?
Uh, the xenophobic, I think Anna, I'm sorry, Kimmy was right in that. Xenophobic's probably the better term there. But also,
Yeah.
right? Also, there's
I was just trying to
I
be
don't know if
funny.
you've ever been to Japan
I
or
have.
anything.
I am actually half
It's all
Japanese.
oh, fair enough. It's mostly Japanese there. So I
Right.
mean, if they're xenophobic, right? Even if we grant
Why
them
why
that,
would that stop them from
yeah,
coming together
yeah.
and
Why
forming
would
Because
communities?
I
it's an
just don't
isolationist
understand
like
the
idea. Like you can extrapolate that concept into saying that like okay, everyone else outside of Japan is like not like
Well,
what like
okay,
it's not like
let
they're
me be
trying to
fair.
like have like a super welcoming space. You know what I mean? Like they're not super
I think you're
welcoming. And I mean,
conflating.
Sure,
I think
but
you're conflating two
not for
ideas.
each other. Yeah, I don't think that
Yeah,
follows at all.
you're
Sorry,
you're
Parallax, you go.
conflating. Yeah, you're conflating like political isolationism, like nationalism, which would create community,
well, if you
with
know the Japanese
individual
culture,
isolation.
though,
Hold
it's
on,
very
hold on, hold on,
all
hold
right.
on.
no.
You're
Let
you're
her
creating.
respond to you real
No, it's
quick.
fine. You
Well,
can finish.
I'm still saying what I was saying.
Okay,
It's all
You're
good.
finish
you're
your shit.
you're
Why not?
conflating political and cultural isolationism with personal isolationism. So political and cultural isolationism will actually take a group, a homogenous group, and make it stronger. So in theory, this would create more culture in Japan, more community in Japan
Well,
amongst the Japanese.
I think it'd be silly to think that your general politics do not influence the way that you act in interpersonal connections. I mean, like that seems to be really the case when it comes to a lot of things that like how conservatism. Oh shit! I didn't close that thing. Sorry, I have a work thing up, and I was really afraid it was going to show on screen.
No, you're okay.
I'm so sorry. I forgot what I was saying exactly. But what I wanted to extrapolate a little bit more on with that was the saying that I think that when we're talking like back in the day, like what has changed with like micro identities, or is that what you called it?
Micro otherizing.
Otherizing. Yeah, I think back then to get to the otherizing, it was just like, oh, white people and black people. And now we're so mixed and intertwined that I think that has changed that to be more of your identity isn't just like white, generally. I'm sure it is for some people, but like when we get into that micro otherizing,
I
it's hard to
understand.
say.
I agree with you. I agree with you on this part. Yeah, you're right.
I have a spicier take and direction that I want to
Ooh,
explore,
let's
but I don't
go.
want to
Well,
necessarily.
first of all, Nina, did you get your point out? Are you?
Well, I was hoping that was just adding to the conversation. I do think that does contribute to why we don't see those trends of like having like how you said the old white guys all hang in the same place. 'Cause I think there's a lot of there was like that was the space for people, and I think that now it's like more smaller spaces around, even in the internet. You obviously see those like very small niche communities that end up popping up.
Okay. Honeywine, you wanted to add something here, or?
Okay, I thought of this just because Erudite covers a lot of red pill stuff. Red pill incel stuff seems to be very popular right now. A name that constantly has been coming up when I look into these things is Briffault. Are y'all familiar with Briffaut's law?
I thought you were gonna say Andrew Tate, and I was about to lose my shit.
Oh, this is much older than Andrew Tate. This is somebody
Educate
from the
us.
1800s.
Yeah,
Educate us,
I am not
please.
familiar.
Okay, so Briffault's law is basically the incel red pill rallying cry because it basically says that in the animal kingdom, when here it is. Okay, the female, not the male, determines all the conditions of the animal family, where the female can derive no benefit from association with the male. No such association takes place. I'm wondering if Briffault was actually tapping into more human nature and not just women or female. Whereas if we have all of our needs taken care of, if we have everything that we want at our fingertips, we don't bother talking to each other.
Well, this
That's
would
my
play
spicy take.
into sure, but this would
An
play into
interesting point.
Jenny's point, right? This would play
Yeah.
into Jenny's point about technology making life so easier and things so convenient. I can literally press a button and talk to a friend, right? Halfway across the world. Um,
So
yeah,
I think
that
there's some.
seems to be that kind of draw. But I guess then, first of all, do we all agree with this? If this is something we all agree with, I have more questions if we are all going to be basing off this foundation. If we disagree, let's talk about it. What do you think?
Is
So
that the
I would
micro
go
otherizing
ahead,
point?
Jenny.
Sorry.
No, the point Honey Wine just made about
The
how
having our needs met by technology.
yes.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, I mean, I
Um,
mentioned that in my opening, so yeah.
yeah,
Is
I would
there
change the
research on
framing.
this?
I would change the
Hold on.
framing just a little bit from having all of our needs met to having like such a high level of like satisfaction and such a yearning for more because we're always getting more, right? Like the difference in the way that we perceive like a new thing, like a phone or a tablet or whatever it is we get, a new thing is like if you look at like tribal societies, they're much happier with just kicking a ball around than we are with our fucking iPad after a week of having it. And it's just the nature of like always having the next big thing and needing the next big
Yeah.
rush.
I wanna
So I don't know if it's about needs met so much as like high levels of very high levels of satisfaction.
I wanna get
Uh,
in the others too. I wanna just before you go. I see it, Jenny. Okay, fine. Jenny, go. Then I want to
all
hear
right.
from Kimmy. Then I want to hear from Lactoid. That's the
I
order we're gonna go in.
agree. I agree with what Parallax just said, but I would change one bit. I wouldn't call it satisfaction. I'd say it's like a very because satisfaction to me implies a kind of a long-term, more deep, more fulfilling kind of happiness. It's more of like
Serotonin
a
rush.
short, yeah, it's like short bursts of pleasure that it provides you with, just enough to keep you going. That's the addictive model that a lot of these technology platforms are built on. That's what they hook into. And also, wait, I just want to ask a quick question, Wick. You mentioned the micro otherizing thing a minute ago. I agree with that as well, but then I ask you, what has been the main driving force behind that? What's enabled it more than anything else? Social media. That's where these labels originate. Things like xenogenders and neopronouns, all of this stuff, it comes from there. That's where we get half our labels from these days.
Okay. Um, Kimmy, then Lactoid, please.
Oh, I'm good.
Oh,
I'm still listening.
you're just
Yeah.
cooking. You're just cooking. Cool.
Yeah. Yep.
Lactoid, are you
Yeah,
cooking
no,
too,
I'll
or
I know I'll talk. You give me the opportunity to talk, and we're going to turn it down. So I think what we all agree on is the main core issue, which is you know we're all boomers here. Technology, right? These fucking gizmos these kids are using are killing their social drives, and they're not getting laid. They're not talking to each other. They're just off in their corner with their iPads and their machines, doohickeys. That's all true, and I think that's irrefutable at this point. I think the more interesting question is the tangentials, right? What are like the little things around that are potentially contributing? They're not the main cause because we know the main cause, and we don't want to change the main cause because these doohickeys are fucking
why
awesome.
don't
Like
we?
because my phone folds in half, Wick, and it's
I
incredibly
want to change
awesome.
the main
And
Any
cause.
phone can
I
fold
can
in half if you try hard
okay,
enough.
well this phone can sure, but this phone can fold in half and still be usable, and I can play games on it, and I can message people, and I can look up any fact and prove somebody wrong in an argument at the bar. Right? There are incredible utilities that come with this device that I don't want to get rid of, and a lot of people don't want to get rid of, but it's causing a problem. It's causing a severe problem. Loneliness is such a problem. I actually saw this study and it blew me away because alcohol is not good for you, right? And I mentioned the bar, and some people have brought up like moose lodges or other places where really the purpose is you go and you sit and you drink booze, right? It's not good. That being said, people with moderate alcohol consumption actually have somewhat better mortality rates than people who don't drink alcohol at all. And the reason is because you go to the bar and you sit with people and you talk with people. That's like explains all the variance. This is one of the biggest problems with like vegetarians and vegans is that they have a tremendous amount of difficulty like adapting to the social climate. And so that leads to like some negative health ramifications. Now the diet itself is better for you and like it should be more socially accepted, but there is kind of a lack of social acceptance which causes issues. Um, so no, I think that kind of on one of the tangential points that I think is interesting to explore is everyone having their own little identity. I do think that does contribute to somewhat of like a lunchroom effect where people want to sit with the people, like their own people. They don't want to talk to white people. They don't want to talk to this group. They want to kind of sit with people who all identify with the same thing as whatever they are. And I personally, like when I go out in public, there are obviously people who I don't approach because they look like they hate me. and they look like if I go up to them and talk to them that I'd receive some lecture because I'd say something wrong. I mean, that affects.
Wait, looks like they hate you. What type of person looks like they hate you? How can you tell someone hates you just by looking at them?
I mean, there's indicators, Wick. All right,
What are
there's.
some of
Do
these
you mean like
indicators?
hating or like that they just don't want to talk to anybody? Like that they're like purposely trying to not look like they want to be
Yeah, well,
approached?
so that's part of it, right? Like if they got
Okay.
their earbuds in and they're looking down, they don't want to talk.
Right, right,
That's
right,
the
right.
easiest, right? But like, there's other indicators where, I mean, I'm pretty outspoken about my political beliefs. Where if I say the wrong thing, it's going to cause like an issue. There's not going to be a conversation that stems out of it. There's going to be a fight that stems out of it. Do I think this is the main cause? No. But is this some kind of peripheral cause that I've noticed? I think so. Like Wick, let's be honest here. Uh, let's say I'm at the bar and there's somebody sitting down the bar with colored hair and
God, you're doing the
spikes on their
meme.
armbands or something like that. Do you really think this person on average is gonna
Pronouns.
like me? Like if I go and talk to them, I'm a little
Well,
bit afraid.
maybe if you stay quiet.
I guess I have to. That's part of the problem. We're all sitting quiet in a bar now.
I
It's
don't
not
think
a
it's that
loud,
hard to
bustling.
not be like mean or even talk about politics if you're just gonna talk to somebody. If
I
that's what
don't
you're
agree with
concerned
that.
about. Wait, that you can't do that?
I mean, I think I could do it, but generally, but I think there's people who. I guess this is the question with every conversation: is the person talking the problem, or is the person listening the problem? Sometimes it can be one or the other, right? I'm sure, especially after a couple brewskis, I could be annoying. That's probably then that's on me. But
Why
there's
do you
also
think it
probably
requires the
people.
brewskis? Oh, got him! Just kidding.
Damn. All right. Hey, Wick
Sorry.
gave me an
That
Wick gave
scared
me an
me.
opening, and now I'm here.
Look,
Can I expand on Lactoy, what he just
please,
said?
please.
Okay, I think that you're starting to touch on something, but what I would say is that the issue that we're running into is that in those situations anyway, people aren't really valuing getting to know other people. Like we enter into these social arenas, we feel lonely, so we need to go fix that. So we go out and we're wanting to fix our loneliness, but we're still self-centered on this. Fixing the loneliness is taking it outside of yourself and focusing on somebody else. Because once you get to know somebody else, once you show that you have an interest in them and who they are, and you want to talk to them, it's a surprise they want to be around you more. And suddenly you're not as lonely anymore. If you value the things that they're telling you about themselves, their lived experience. This is why I'm saying that people are too entitled and selfish to not be alone because you're thinking about yourself too much instead of trying to find someone else
Are we too
and understand
selfish?
them.
And is that different than it? Like, so what changed, in your opinion? Because we're seeing spikes, we're seeing increases in these things. So obviously there had to be some catalyst. Is it once again technology that's making us more selfish, or is there another cause?
I don't think
Well,
we're getting
is
more
that even
selfish. I think it's
true?
just easier
I
to be
just wanna, I
selfish.
just wanna give Kimmy a space here. Go ahead.
Well, is that even true? Because this is her opinion that
Yeah, I don't.
people are more selfish and entitled, but is there data that backs this up? Is
Okay,
my
okay.
question.
I need to clarify. I'm not saying necessarily that people, and I may have misspoken. I don't think people are more than they were before. I think it's just easier for people to act in selfish and entitled ways than we could before. Because again, we don't need other people to do things as
Do
much
we agree
anymore.
with that, gang?
Okay.
Um, a good question. I would say obviously it is easier because then you don't need people as much because you can, like we're saying, get just DoorDash or isolate yourself in any way that you want. But and still like literally live. So I would say that that probably does play a role into it. I don't want to take up the whole floor here. If anyone
Well,
else
no,
wants to
I
jump
mean,
in.
like, I'll jump in with you. The problem also is that I think that we spend so much time online. We can choose the groups of people that we can put ourselves into our own
Right.
bubbles and stuff, and we're not willing to leave our bubble. So, like, if I wanted to have a really good friendship with Parallax, I would have to spend time with him outside of these specific spots. However, Parallax is a human, just like me.
Hmm.
So even though there are things about Parallax that I can like, I also have to accept that there's probably some things about Parallax that I'm not going to like, that I find irritating, annoying, frustrating. Maybe he smells weird. He probably doesn't.
Oh, I thought you
I'm
were gonna
just
say he
saying.
probably does. Damn, thank you.
Well, no, I'm just saying that we are in a culture where we can customize our experience so much that it feels like we are less willing to put up with any kind of negativity or friction or conflict, anything that may happen that might make this a little bit more difficult. But that's
So
what's frustrating
we
because
all
that's where the magic
have
happens. That's
we
where
all
the
have
adventures are.
thinner skins. Is that what you're trying to say? We all are more
Yes, in a
picky,
way. I
and we
think that
have thinner skins, less willing to
So,
deal with criticism, less willing
especially
to
the
but
deal
younger
hold on,
with.
generation. I think
Miss
with the
Honeywine.
younger generations,
Is this
y'all
true?
don't get
Like,
rejected
are
enough.
we just saying this, or is this
Well,
true?
I think I know what Miss Honeywine is trying to get at, if I may. I think what she's trying to say is that, and it's probably tied to online. I know you weren't necessarily going there with it, but it's probably tied very much to technology. Because we're not interacting physically with each other, we aren't having to deal with the idea that like a person you might enjoy might also have some shit about them that's irritating. So before we were able to kind of segment ourselves off online and just click a disconnect button to get away from our friends, you'd be sitting in a basement and your friend would do something fucking dumb. And you'd go, that was fucking dumb. And you guys would have it out about that fucking dumb thing that irritated you. And you might have it out about that thing once or twice a week until either your friend stops doing the fucking dumb thing or you get used to the fucking dumb thing about your friend and accept it about your friend. But because now we're in these online spaces, if Miss Honeywine calls me a fat, stinky piece of shit, I can just click disconnect from this call and not have to sit here for a moment longer and deal with it. I don't have to deal with the fact that every once in a while, Miss Honeywine in this scenario is an asshole, right? Where in reality, I would go, hey, you're a fucking asshole. Don't say that. I'm right here, right? But because we're not in the same room, it doesn't create the same problem. A really fun microcosm to look at this is Among Us. Look at the way people talk to each other when they play that fucking game. Somehow you can turn someone you love into Satan in moments playing Among Us. But that game, remember, was designed to be played in the same room as the people you were playing it with. And only during the pandemic did they come out with an online mode. And as such, people turned into Satan when playing it. I hate that fucking game.
Parallax, I'm sure you smell like roses and wine.
This is a good point, though. I think this is a very good point. The and this just doesn't apply to the topic that we are discussing when it comes to loneliness and things. This is with everything. We are less tolerant.
Working.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna go with. We are less tolerant now than we have been in a long, long time.
Yeah, I
Life's
just
really
want to give
fucking
like a
good,
little
isn't
bit of
it?
evidence on that. A
Is
little
that
bit of evidence on that is the fact that people are very unwilling to be friends with or date people of different political affiliations now than they were.
I
They're
mean,
far
that
less
makes
likely to do
sense.
that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course, but it's an example of exactly what Wick's talking about, right? It's about that propensity for people to not engage with people that are like them,
Do you think people
or
are
at
just
least have things
more?
with them amplified.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no? Don't apologize. You just cut them off because they
Oh.
cut you off. So, Mina, come on, let's go. Throw some elbows here. Go ahead.
I was saying, do you think that's maybe because like we are more honest with our personas because they're online? So maybe like if like you didn't know. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My fur baby is being really annoying. Hopefully it's not.
Don't talk about Wick like that.
Where I think
Roasted.
like you might have not known that maybe somebody you were talking to is hates like gay people or something, but if you're seeing them like reposting a lot of shit about it online, like you're gonna know that like do you think that might add to like the fact that we're just able to be more honest online, and then that we are I don't really know where you want to go with this exactly, but I just want to ask you the question.
By
Would
you
you
mean me?
or no, I'm sorry, Jenny. Would you agree, I guess, that it might be like an honesty element to the fact that we're able to isolate ourselves and not wanting to be interested in like, somebody who like doesn't like some of your values or stuff like that?
I'm not really sure. I think it's much more of like an ease of access thing, like Parallax was talking about. Like it's so easy to just leave a call or to block someone or like any of this. Whereas like before there were all these barriers in the way that would kind of create situations that would lead to other outcomes other than you cutting them off directly. I think if anything, like people are in some ways like are much less honest. Like 20, 30 years ago, if someone was like kind of racist, they'd probably be fine just kind of being like, yeah, not a fan, or homophobic or whatever. But like now people, because of like like the way that everyone's filming everything now. Everyone's like, you're constantly being recorded. There's this expectation that anything you say could get framed in a certain way and posted online in a way that makes you look really, really bad. So in that respect, people are less likely to be honest about their beliefs and like what they think about the world. So I think that might not even be the case, that people are more honest.
That's really interesting to think of it through that lens. I hadn't really thought of it that way before. So it is absolutely true, and I think Destiny is probably. I hate to go to Destiny on this, but he's probably a good example when he voiced his opinion on saying the N word in private. When he did so, had he kept that opinion to himself, no one would have given a shit because it would have been something that was happening inside of his home in privacy, right? But he would still express that maybe when he felt secure with someone, and then thereby expose them to that like nasty part of Destiny they didn't like, and they would either have to contend with liking or disliking that part of him, right? And that's something we've removed, is that contention. We no longer have to do that anymore. We just decide we don't deal with it anymore.
I want to nitpick the language that we're using a lot here, if I can. Um, the language that's being used, if it was typed out on a sheet, would suggest that people have changed. We haven't. We are not some evolutionary leap in the past generation. People have always been like this. It's just, it's become more accessible.
Oh,
There's
no, no,
So,
absolutely
no, no,
evidence to
Stabby,
counter
just
you.
real quick. Not Stabby. I'm sorry. My apologies, Miss
it's
Honeywine.
okay. I look like
Miss
that.
Honeywine, right? Miss Honeywine. I guess uh I would say that you're right in that people haven't changed, but absolutely the circumstances have
The
changed. The
circumstances have definitely
context which
changed,
we
but this is,
exist,
yeah.
systems and society in which we exist, the culture has changed, and thus our responses are going to change, right? Our behaviors are going to adapt and adjust because
Yes
that's
and
what
no.
humans do.
So this is actually
Yes and no.
patently false. This is all patently false. We are changing. So young children have synapses that fire at a faster rate than we do right now because of the fact that they're exposed to like iPads and technology at a very early rate. But similarly, they also are lacking in fine motor skills that allow them to do things like write their fucking name. My daughter is the only 3-year-old in her daycare room that can write her name, and she doesn't own a tablet. This is something we are seeing across the board, is that these kids' synapses are firing off more rapidly, and they're actually, in the long run, able to process more complex information a little bit faster than we were. And give it 50 years or the 3 or 4 generations down the road, and we're going to see our synapses have completely rewired themselves, and we're going to be way faster. We are absolutely changing, and the argument we are
No,
not is
no, no, no,
completely
no, no.
false.
Okay, I'm
We
going
are
to fight you on
biologically
this.
changing. You're wrong,
No,
though.
we are not. No,
I
we're
can show
not.
you the science.
Okay, I can show you a 1950s video of like these units of teenage boys, right? Like their environment made them that way. You can say, like, with us being schlubby and fat and lazy, looking at them like, wow, that's a human evolution. Look at them go. Like, no, it's their environment. We're capable of that. We just don't put ourselves in that
That has
environment.
nothing to do with our brain synapses. That's an actual change that's occurring. That's real.
Okay,
Okay,
I know.
we
Well,
need
I
to look at a
know.
study for that then.
I think we're gonna like this. This is just kind of
Well,
a
the only reason why I'm fighting on the
irreconcilable
yeah, okay,
difference here.
okay. So the only
Right?
reason why I'm fighting on this, I don't really care about the facts there. What I'm talking about is the language that we're using. Because if you put the fault of things out there, it's something that we can't do anything about because we don't understand it.
What?
What
You
we
don't think
can
we could
do,
change our
What?
circumstances?
no, we can, but not if you're
Yes.
putting the language as if it's something that's outside of your control.
Okay.
If you're saying that all of humanity is changing and evolving and we just don't know what to do with it, then we don't have solutions to this. This conversation isn't going to go anywhere.
Well, I am curious as to your solution, but I do want to give Lactoid some space. He so kindly, so politely raised his little hand, like a little polite
Little,
panelist, right?
little
And
hand.
I wanted to give him space, so go ahead.
Just wanted to emphasize that quickly before we move on, the discussion about what I think is essentially echo chambers. The idea of, well, not only can you disconnect from somebody if you don't want to deal with them, which I think is super easy, and move on to the next thing, yada yada yada. But you can also form organizations and kick people out if they don't belong, right? If they violate some kind of rule, or if they violate some kind of unspoken rule, you can just remove them. And to the extent that this contributes to loneliness is interesting, because church is essentially something of a echo chamber, right? Almost by definition. So back when we people were going to church every Sunday, like it was good. Like it was good in terms of lowering loneliness, right? Church is an effective tool against loneliness. But right, so if this is an echo chamber and this is an echo chamber that helps loneliness, like how does that kind of fit within the overall scheme of, do echo chambers increase or decrease loneliness? I think the question is whether or not you are always in an echo chamber, and that exclusion limits the amount of people that you're interacting with on a daily basis. having a few echo chambers and then generally being open to the public and generally being open to new ideas and engaging with them, engaging with people, I think is sort of the kind of the key, right? That's the best kind of medium to be in where you're interacting with most people possible, but you're also sort of interacting maybe to a greater extent with people that you agree with, as opposed to now, which is, if I make one Facebook post that's a little bit off or doesn't use the right word, 5 people are gone, right? And 5 people that I may have met like
That
in
sounds
real
like a
life who
you
really loved me,
problem.
right? Or loved me
I
in the
mean,
first
using
in the past,
Facebook
and
is
now they're
the
gone.
first problem.
Yeah, bro.
I'm a boomer.
Imagine.
Okay, we're ranting about
Imagine.
Gen Z. Of course I'm on
I'm
Facebook.
35. Get off of Facebook. That's an order. I'm your elder.
So
Well,
I want to
I'm,
I
I'm
want to
working on
explore
my
this though, just real
Farmville
quick.
village.
I know we're memeing a little bit. I know we're memeing a little bit, and it's always fun to meme on Lactoid. And I do it too. It's great. But so Kimmy, you mentioned that it's a him problem. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit, or
Yeah, I mean,
please?
that's not the experience that many other people have, so I don't know why you're bringing it up. That's a you problem.
I'm talking about my experience.
What are you posting that's getting
So,
people
so
really
yeah.
pissed
So
off?
I think
Yeah,
what he's
what are
saying
you
is
I'm a
posting?
little kind of worried what you're gonna say here.
It's not even that
problem.
offensive.
Like
Okay,
what? Give us an example. My dogs are offended by it.
If it's not that offensive,
Apparently,
if it's not that offensive, share with the class.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
shouldn't have
sharing
lost
my
friends. Tell us
fucking
more,
Facebook
Lactoid.
feed on Twitch.
Self-report. Come
It's not
on.
happening.
No, just tell us what you
You
posted.
just tell us
share
what you
the
said
news.
that got you in trouble.
Nice.
So, like, one of the things was like, some of you may know, like, my career is an attorney, right? And I think that lack of social adeptness is becoming a major problem in my field as well. People can't talk on the phone, they can only send emails. It's becoming kind of a major issue. And so, yeah, there are times in which I'm interested in using what I have a degree in to comment on contemporary issues that may have something to do with the law, such as, hey, like this is the procedural history of certain cases, legal cases, such as, the Rittenhouse case was one of them, where I pointed out like a couple legal factualities, and all of a sudden, like people get really upset by that. Um, and I don't mind people getting upset by that. It's the I'm going to get upset by that, and I don't want to see anything that you say, even though it is a informed, doctorate opinion. I don't want to see anything you say removed. Right? That's removed, and by removing me, am I going to stay awake at night? Not really.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
but this is like
yeah,
conducive
I
of a
get
bigger
what you're saying.
problem.
I get what you're
Yeah.
saying. Then I'd ask Kimmy here. Do you not think that that is maybe not an experience everyone has, but it is a growing commonality that is experienced by at least a sizable minority? Or would you take issue with that?
I think it's still like a minority, I would say.
Sure, but if something is being, if the minority is sizable enough, and if this minority, I would argue, is probably growing, and again, I don't have data on this, so this is just my inference, my intuition here.
Yeah.
So take that with a grain of salt. But let's entertain, let's entertain the idea that it is a sizable minority and it is growing. Should we not address it, or what do you think?
I mean, yeah, we should address it if it's a sizable minority that's growing. I just am not really sure if it is or not. I'm not, yeah.
I mean, anecdotally, you hear all these stories, right? But these are
Yeah.
just anecdotes, and I agree with that. Like
I
people
mean, it might
being more,
be more of like a vocal minority type of
it
thing.
could be. But I
Can
hear all
I
the time, right? People are scared to speak up, right? Scared to reach out. In the Friday show we did with Kidology, right? She mentioned, and I asked her directly, "Are you now, since she had all this backlash, are you now scared to just say what you feel, say what you think?" And she said, "Absolutely, I am." And I think that there are things that ideas and I have that I hesitate to express because I know that's going to affect my income, right? I know it's going to affect my income. I know it's going to affect my networking with people. There are ideas where I just hesitate to kind of be able to be honest, as back to the honesty thing. And yeah, thinking about it, it does seem to be kind of a problem. But I don't know. That's my intuition. That's all I'm saying.
can I so I mean maybe in terms of this being a problem. So this isn't directly related to whether or not it's the correlation between this and loneliness, but the public university system in my state recently had a survey done, and the survey indicated that somewhere over 70% of conservatives felt afraid to state their opinion due to action from the school or social
I
isolation.
wonder why.
And over 70% of left-wing students wanted the administration to remove students for expressing conservative opinions. We
Well,
are seeing
'cause-
a shift in like people, their mindsets of I don't want to even deal with these people. Get these people away from me. Like they don't let them talk. Don't let them be around us. Like that. I think that is again.
But
Do I
is
think it's
that
a
is
Is
that
that
major
the
a
most
shift?
good thing in a
conservative
way?
position?
Is that not a
Yeah,
good thing?
maybe.
Like, look, folks, seriously, Lactoid, is that not a good thing in a way? Do we want people to feel comfortable just being racist?
I don't think people should feel comfortable expressing bad ideas. I think the solution should be people arguing with them and explaining to them why they're wrong and like trying to shut down that opinion as opposed to get out of my sight. You are now a social outcast. You have to go with your group, which is all the racists over
What do the
there,
rest of you
or you're
think
going to
on
form
this?
a fucking terrorist cell. Yeah, like
Well,
that's what we have to avoid.
the
Go
point
ahead.
of that is it's punishment. It's like classical conditioning. Like the rejection is supposed to punish you and you're supposed to do better and be a better person, but not whine about it.
I
About how
don't
you're
think
being rejected
people
for being a bigot.
I don't think
Right.
people choose their beliefs. I think people are convinced of their beliefs. So if I deal with somebody that has a terrible opinion, my initial response is not to be like, "Oh, this person is choosing to have awful beliefs." My first reaction is, I wonder like what led this person to believe this terrible thing. How can I get them out of it? How can I
So,
bring this person back to the surface? That's how I
so can
approach
you,
every conversation.
in order to reply to it, can you give me an example of the type of belief we're talking about here? Because if it's some milk toast ass like conservative belief, then it's fucking dumb. But if you're gonna be like, well, professors are afraid to point out that there's like a lot of Jews in Hollywood. Well, that's kind of a take I don't really want professors pointing out. So what do you mean? Like there's a scale here, right?
So I guess the problem is like what immediately comes to mind is like the trans issue because that's like a newer issue that's very divisive and conservatives kind of have this sort of traditional understanding and then that traditional understanding is seen as well if you express this understanding we can't even fucking play the video games that are associated with the book that you wrote, right? We have to like remove you from our fucking point of view, right? I think
Look,
that's like an example.
I want to
There's
tie
other
this back.
examples,
What?
I
but
understand, but I want to tie this back a little bit to the original topic at hand. Do we think that this behavior is increasing loneliness?
Well, it's part of the
Okay,
micro otherizing,
so
I
right?
think it's part of it, yeah.
ish,
Part of
ish.
the micro otherizing, right?
I'm going to speak from an old person's point of view because I'm old.
Aren't you always?
Yeah.
Got her.
Only ever increasingly so too. Or I'm basically becoming an ancient. Eventually, I will transcend and
Be
subflow or
an
something.
wise elder.
There you go. So I was there when Facebook started.
And MySpace.
I don't. Well, yeah, I guess technically, I was a little bit late comer to MySpace. Tom was my friend, but in any case, Facebook specifically becoming open to the public. Um, the internet before social media was where all of us social rejects used to gather, and this is where normies comes from, right? I got in trouble on my Facebook account because the internet was a playground before social media. We shit posted all the time. We talked trash all the time. That's just what you did on the internet. It wasn't real. Okay. But then all of my real life friends, family, acquaintances, and all that sort of thing start getting on social media. And I'm still shit posting because I'm having fun on the internet. Right. But they
It
don't
was
get
a
it.
weird time, man.
Yeah, they don't get it. So I got in so much
So
trouble
weird.
all the time. And what I'm getting at with this is subcultures no longer being as subculture and are now visible to a larger group of people, being the entire world, because every subculture now convenes on the internet. So now everybody is seeing how all these other cultures interact and are judging them for it.
I totally see where you're coming from with that. Like I think that's actually a really good insight about the idea of like, yeah, you can have it like within your friend group back in the day, it's not going to get posted to potentially like hundreds of like maybe like thousands of people. Oh shit, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you were safe being vulnerable in your Finn group and in your community and culture because they understood where you were coming from.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that as much as like even if they were trying to be malicious and being like, oh, I'm going to share the the notes that we were writing back and forth to each other back in the day. It was only gonna be to like maybe like your school, I guess, but now it could go to like literally like anybody, when it's online. So I definitely think you have a point there with it.
And I can sympathize with what Lactoid was saying about like how he would respond to somebody who may not have like the best idea or the best opinion or something, right? To take a slower approach, to be like more compassionate, more patient, and all that sort of thing. And that's good that Lactoid is able to do that. But unfortunately, we cannot expect that of every person on the internet because, frankly, most people are below average intelligence. Well, I guess half people would be below average intelligence, right? So
It's
like they're not
average.
going to be able to keep up, right? Well, I mean, like that's why it's average, right? It's in the middle.
Right,
So
yeah.
like
I don't think
half of
them
everybody you
fractions
meet,
work like you think they do, ma'am.
right? So like the more structure it takes to interact with each other, the less people are going to do it, right? Because if you have to be able to have this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill to understand how they interrelate, to communicate with other people, you're going to be leaving people behind because they're not going to, one, they don't want to, waste their time on that. Two, they may not be able to comprehend it, why it's important. Like there's so many things that get in the way of keeping people from taking on these more complex forms of interacting with each other.
Yeah. Oh,
Go ahead, respond.
I feel like that's kind of growing pains when it comes to the internet. Like, I mean, I don't. You guys keep calling yourselves a boomer. I'm 30, so I don't know if I'm in that category. But
For Twitch, you are. To be clear,
So
for
you're like,
Twitch, anyone over 20.
Yeah, you're right.
for
You're right.
Twitch,
Am I
Yes.
the
yes,
youngest
but
one
you're
here?
not. You're still one generation below Hannah and I believe.
All right.
You're muted if you're trying to talk, Jenny. So if you've been trying to
Lactoid,
talk
how
to us,
old are you?
I'm
Because I
27.
think, oh, you are not the youngest in the room.
Okay, shit. All right.
carry on. Sorry.
Brag
I'm the
about
youngest
it.
boomer.
Go ahead.
Anyways,
Youngest boomer, sure.
I think it's growing pains of like the shift from being a very like this is kind of going on what sorry Parallax, is that what we say your name? Like the dragon, he's picking something
Yeah,
up.
it's paralyzed.
What he was saying a little bit where it comes to like how we're shifting the way that we're not thinking a lot more in a different like not physical sense. We're like thinking more online and like certain things like humanity's like big thing is that we can adapt, right? Like that's like why we took like fat W's all the time was because we're like really really good at adapting and stuff like that. And I think that's the same thing that we're kind of have growing pains right now with technology because we are adapting to it, but I think not everyone's adapting at the same rate because younger people are obviously going to pick up you know having different social like having socialization be with social media, and I think that a lot of us as our boomer asses sometimes do find a big disconnect when it comes to relationships having it in the same way. So I actually think it's kind of curious to think of your guys' opinion on do you think that, or if you guys have stats, I don't know, when we're talking about trending of loneliness, do you think it's just maybe the like kind of transitional like millennial people that are mostly hitting that, or do you think it's both, or not both, but like is it just the older people that are having that weren't like necessarily as comfortable with social media as like maybe Gen Z?
The older people, at least the statistics that I've seen, show older people aren't as susceptible to this as the younger people. But I could be wrong.
Well, they're probably not
Gen Z are the
online as
I,
much
I've
though,
seen
right?
the same, yeah.
Gen Z are the loneliest demographic.
Yeah,
Really?
that's what
Okay.
I've seen.
And
And
they are
also
the
the most
most
mentally unwell.
Yes, and they're the most technologically adept.
Well, let's talk about that too, because that was also part of the problem,
Okay.
right? Rise of depression, which we'll categorize other mental illness here. Now, one of the confounding variables here is that we have gotten better at identifying mental illness and depression and categorizing these things.
Mhm.
So it at least to me remains unclear whether or not it is simply a matter of this is increasing in numbers, or if we're simply identifying something that's always been a thing and now we're just able to see it more. More people have access to diagnoses, more people have access to be able to kind of get the help they need, and so they're more willing to come out as I'm depressed or I have ADHD or what have you.
I
So,
will say to that,
go
all
ahead.
of the data that I've seen shows a huge uptick starting right after 2009. and it's like especially into the 2010s, which suggests that it's something that happened specifically around then. Which, you know, I'm always going to come back to this point because I think it is the main point. Is that's when the internet started becoming more accessible to normal people. That's when social media really blew up. It's just after the release of the iPhone. The iPad, I think, was introduced around then as well, and that's when where all of this came from, was from there. So I would say that again, it all comes back to the internet and technology, and it's not
And
not
parents
really
throwing a
about.
pad at their kids instead of like
It
arranging
might.
play dates.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah,
So
100%, 110%.
Facebook's IPO was in 2012. So like this is exactly the time frame at which Facebook, Twitter, all of these social media companies were starting to grow. Facebook, if Facebook's IPO was in 2012, that means they were already worth what did they get estimated worth? 104 billion fucking dollars has been their peak, but their IPO, I don't know. Either way, it was 2012. It's
Gross.
an absurd amount of money to have to even do that. You have to be worth so much money that you're essentially saying, I don't want to own this alone. I don't want to be responsible for it alone. Either you and your board of directors, or you as a person, right? So like it absolutely correlates.
Okay, small intermission while I just say, hey, if you're following me on YouTube and you haven't hit that subscribe button or that like button, please do so now. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, because that's how we grow the algorithm, and that's how we decrease my loneliness. You feeding into me will make me less lonely, and I appreciate that. For those of you on
I just
Twitch,
want to add on to that, Wick. There's
I'm chilling. Let me chill.
I'm about to shill
Bits,
for you. I was
thanks.
gonna do a bit with the shilling. It was gonna be
Okay,
great.
do the bit, and if it's
All right.
bad, then there will
Another
be
huge
consequences.
contribution to the rise in loneliness, especially on this panel, is Wick not having enough money in his bank account. For just £3.99 a month, you can help end loneliness forever worldwide. Okay, so go ahead, buy some gift subs, and do it right now. Okay.
Adopt a Wick today.
Hey, from
Okay.
CTV to
That's
you,
up to
I
Wick.
say,
I'm
It's the
here
same
for
give,
it.
price
give
as a
the
coffee.
garden version of Gandalf some
Okay.
fucking money, okay? From CTV to you. You give
Okay.
Gandalf the
Enough
garden some
intermission.
money.
Apologize for the intermission. Okay. Thank you for the bits, Feder Methodist. You're a real one. But yeah. So back to the point at hand. So I guess, is the benefits of social media enough to outweigh these costs that we're seeing? Is there a way we can adjust social media or our consumption of social media in a way that will mitigate some of these costs that we're seeing? Or should we just scrap it altogether?
Ban it for
Well,
under 18s, blanket.
So I'm somewhat in favor of that, but maybe like limit the time period, like under 18, and then like
yeah,
increase the time period limits like as you go down, and then nobody under 14.
It's a
yeah,
I
question
disagree
of
a little
yeah,
bit.
It's
definitely.
a question of enforcement. The reason why I like, in principle, I might agree with all Lactoy just said, but for practical reasons, no way. The way that you would have to implement this, it couldn't be in a way that you could just mediate the amount of time. Because if you're not cutting off access completely for under 18s, they're going to use like VPNs to get around it. They're going to use duplicate accounts. It's got to be, if you have an internet connection with access to these services, you've got to have ID to age
So
verification.
I want to
Yeah,
That's
push
how
back.
you've got to do it.
I want to push back against that though. I mean, you could add that if you wanted to make it even more secure, but the reality is some people are going to use VPN. Some people are always going to use a fake ID to sneak into the bar. But the idea is if you make something more difficult and more inconvenient to do, you're going to shave off a lot of numbers of the people that do it, right? So
exactly.
are some people still going to like sneak in? Sure, I suppose, but it's going to be difficult because they're going to have to like figure out how to make a new account. It's going to be right now like with the social media, it's account based. So prove whatever, prove you're 18, and then you get limited access, right? Kind of like porn sites in the UK. We figure
Yeah,
some way out of doing it. I think that's would make the most sense to actually like help children not
I've
be
been a
mentally ill.
kid trying to get around those barriers, and they're rarely good enough.
Can I give
But
a
it
spicy
okay,
ass
well,
take?
Oh,
I
oh,
didn't try and get around those barriers. So, there were all
Here's a
different
really
types of
spicy
people.
take. I'm
okay.
all for
I
the
was a good
internet.
girl.
I'm all for the fucking internet license tied to your real life ID. I'm all fucking
I was
for
kind of
it.
gonna say that
Spicy
with like
take.
government, because I don't really want to
I don't like that
trust
actually.
like a private company with my like ID. You know, like if you're gonna have to talk about like social, like fucking with leaks that they do, because they're obviously just like so capitalistic driven. That I feel like I would feel, if it is tied to your like what you're saying, like your um government or whatever. I think that would be like
Okay.
way more safe than like having it just a
Wow.
private
I wanna-
company.
Nick, I actually
I
thought
want
of
to
a
push back
system.
against this. No, I want to push
No.
back against this. This is a
I knew this would be a
terrible.
spicy take.
Like,
would-
I don't know if you think they're not
because
gonna spying on you anyways. Like,
Okay,
whatever.
this is a
Yeah.
terrible idea,
Why?
What's your
right?
opinion?
The ability, right? Like, back to making it harder and making the government have to jump through hoops to do it, limits, right, its access. Yes, they're spying on us. Yes, they have access that we are fairly unaware of. Most people are fairly unaware of. But making it so that they can revoke your access if you don't have the proper social credit score or what have you. There
I'm
are
not
just
for
so
social
many.
credit.
I understand, but this is kind of a step along the road that I think is just too dangerous to take. I think there are other solutions that we should explore before we do this, because again, like, I think it's just it opens up uh problems that we could probably avoid. But anyway, a
I
lot
don't
of
do the
people want to.
slippery slope thing, you little content gnome. I
I
don't
am
believe in it.
absolutely going to do the slippery slope
I'm
because
gonna-
if the
I
slope
don't
is
believe in it, you
slippery,
little
it's
content
slip
gnome.
it. Okay,
You little
so-
content gnome.
I'm gonna jump in here. I agree with the sentiment, but not the methodology. So the sentiment
Ooh.
is we want kids not as much on the internet, spending more time in real life with other people. That I agree with. Taking access away from anybody under 18, I do not agree with, because LGBT people still exist in places that don't like LGBT people. And we need access to other people that can help us through the most trying times of our lives, which for many people is going to be the teenage years. If I didn't have internet access when I was going through my teenage years, I probably would have killed myself because I wouldn't have had anybody to talk to. I'm sorry, unalived myself.
in Minecraft,
No,
in
it's okay, it's
Minecraft
okay.
game.
Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
To be clear, this is why I like the license better, because the kid could still use the internet, and you can, as a parent, monitor what they're doing, make sure they
Yeah,
behave.
It's a
about
scary
access to certain
proposition,
sites.
especially given all the governmental pushback from all the conservatives right now. You probably don't want to be identified as LGBT by the.
I mean, it depends.
Oh.
Oh.
They got her.
They got her.
They got
They
her.
cut her off.
She
Oh
got
no. See,
Wait, did something happen?
Yeah, you lagged a little
It
bit.
was you the whole time.
The CIA got you.
Yeah. Tell me all your secrets. I'm
You got
I'm
canceled.
your friend.
Rick, I want to tell you how I actually figured out the perfect way to do this after
Oh, God.
a
Let's
long
hear it.
discussion. Okay,
This
so
is a deep fake of Hannah now.
here's how it's summed up, right? This is like my least libertarian, like, or I guess mainstream libertarian take, but I think it makes sense. So there, you legislate that certain websites, specifically pornography websites, gambling websites, and maybe to some extent social media, or any other like violent video content or harmful content to children, right? In order to access that, you have to use like one of those Google Authenticator codes. In order to get one of those codes, you have to log into your local DMV, and you have to like enter in your driver's license information and then get the temporary code in order to enter it into the website. And so, because it checks your age, if you're under the age of 18, it can set like a limit of, let's say, like 3 hours a day on social media or something along those lines.
That sounds
That's how you
so
do it.
authoritarian, dude.
Yeah, I'm kind of for like.
I like it.
The shit
know
that
how
I saw at 12
sometimes I
years
like
old,
middle-class
like
and
I'm
socialism,
definitely
and sometimes
damaged.
a little
I mean,
authoritarian.
Lactoid's right.
Ooh, work it in. I'm with him.
Yeah, just because something's authoritarian, that doesn't mean it's bad. That's not an
I want to.
argument
I want
in
to
and of
hear.
itself.
Sorry.
Yeah, I want to hear Kimmy explain why he's right, though.
I mean, it's basically what like psychology researchers are recommending at this point, because it's so bad, especially because which I wanted to bring up before, that like um yeah, it is proven that depression rates are on the rise, especially among American teenagers and especially teen girls, which has to do with, I don't know if anyone heard about like the Instagram research, that like Instagram was a causal factor in like body image issues and depression, suicidality, and eating disorders, particularly among girls, who are now almost 3 times as likely as teen boys to have depression, by the way. I don't know why. Well, I mean, I do kind of know why. Depression is far more prevalent among women than men, but yeah, it's kind of a really big issue that we need to address.
Sure. No, I don't disagree that we need to address it. I just worry that we're just so quick to run to these authoritarian measures when I think there might be other measures we could use and
That's the
explore.
question I want to ask.
Go ahead, ask.
And I may be going too far ahead here, but is this actually an issue that we feel requires government or societal intervention, or is this something that's on the individual?
But they're children. They can't like decide. I don't feel comfortable holding like a 15-year-old accountable for their behavior when they're 15 or 14
Well, I'm
or
talking about like the
12.
loneliness and isolation thing and depression.
Right, but like if a 12-year-old is spending all their time online and they're not going out and meeting friends, like how much of that
Okay,
is
well,
really
before it
their
was the
Hold on, hold
internet,
on.
the 12-year-old was reading books all day. Like
think there's a really
this is what I'm
obvious
saying.
answer
People
here.
Our
aren't
brains
changing that
react
much.
to
Just
Hold
the
on.
stuff
I
that
think
Statistically,
there's
they
calm
weren't.
down. I think there's a really obvious answer here, which is the answer is that it's both. We can both societally approach this and we can approach it on the individual level. So, for example, as a parent, my 3-year-old doesn't have a tablet. She's the only fucking kid in daycare that doesn't have tablet time because she doesn't have one. Okay. That's my personal approach to it. I absolutely don't think that means we can't look at the government and go, can you fuckers help us out a little bit? Because we've got a whole failure on a societal level going on here. Like, you want to fucking help out? I think we can
Yeah.
do both. I don't know.
We-
That's kind of a silly question.
So we've all agreed, I think, to some extent at least, that technology and the internet has been a major contributing factor to this, right? Like, can I just get a broad yeah, okay, sure.
Yep.
So Wick, I mean, and everyone who's saying, maybe we should try the individual approach. That's all we've been trying for the last like
No, we
15 years
haven't.
or so. Yeah, we have. Of course we have.
Nobody has been actually trying on an individual level. No,
Who
that's why
doesn't
we're
know?
here.
No. This has happened because people haven't stepped up as individuals. Who doesn't know that Instagram is bad for their kids? Everyone knows that, but everyone
Do
does
they?
it. Yes. Are
I
you
mean, that
kidding me?
information
They're
came
not
out
teaching it to their
recently.
kids.
The
I
idea
think
that
it's
social media
pretty
is
common
bad for you,
knowledge that social
that's
media is
very
bad.
common
Nowadays,
knowledge.
Okay,
yeah.
so I think yes, you're right. I think look, sometimes changes in behavior take a while to kind of manifest in the data and things
Right.
like that. When absolutely when social media first came out, very few people knew how to handle it. I think, in my opinion, we're still coming to grips as a society, as a people, of how to handle social media, how to deal with it, how to navigate it. Look, when Twitter first came out and things like that, people engaged with it in much different ways than they do now. Facebook, same with Facebook, same with streaming sites. Like our behaviors have changed because this is new to us in a way. It's something that as a species we haven't had before. All this ease of access, like we talked about earlier. So I wonder though, if if we can't just write it out to an extent, right? Like if the new generation coming up are going to be much more savvy about internet spaces
I want
and
to make an
social media
analogy
spaces. Go ahead.
since we're talking about health here. And to try to bolster my point that people haven't really changed that much. We're getting fatter and heavier because sugar and oil and salt is much more abundant and we like eating them a lot. I think the same similar phenomenon, maybe not the exact same, right, but a similar one is happening with internet use. We're getting constant dopamine hits on demand anytime we want to, just like fast food. Like we're in a glut, right? Now the fast food approach is it's still personal responsibility. Some states try to limit like how big your drink was, right? I think New York did that for a little bit, but I don't think it really caught on. Now the government is not monitoring our food. The government's not stepping in and say, "Hey, don't give your kids McDonald's every day." I would
Yeah,
say that
maybe they
that's
should
worse
be.
for. Yeah,
I
well,
mean, they do. To some extent, not enough, but go on.
like it's not enforceable, right? Like there's no program that has like a registry of how many times you've ordered McDonald's
They
this
are
week.
putting incentives out there like sugar tax, sin taxes, and things like that on these things
Okay,
that,
well
that are
maybe that's the
yes
approach that we should try
incentivized.
to take if we're going to do like a
Like a sin
government.
tax for the internet.
Maybe. I mean, if that's the direction that y'all
Mm.
want to go, if you want somebody
I don't
else
know.
to regulate your behavior for you.
And I just want to be clear, right? Like I don't know the answer here, right?
Well,
This
yeah,
is
we're exploring
I don't know
ideas,
the answer,
right?
and so
Limit it to kids.
We're
Mhm.
already having our behavior regulated by these companies through advertising and mass media.
I mean,
That's
is your argument that just because they're already doing it, we should just give in and let them do it more and
no,
dictate our lives to us?
no. I'm saying that the companies should be stopped from doing that.
from
From
advertising.
doing what?
Yeah, we should ban most advertising, like straight up. It's horrific for us.
Then the
It's
entire economy
psychological
will collapse
manipulation.
overnight.
You're not,
Yeah, I don't agree with banning advertising.
Advertising makes the world go
not
round.
Yeah,
literally
certain
all
types of
advertising.
advertising.
Advertising for
All
certain types of
advertising.
things. Yeah, we already have restrictions on things like advertising for alcohol and cigarettes.
I
Why not
just
for
want to
fast food and
know.
social
I just
media as
want to
well?
know. Can I still advertise my Twitch channel,
Yeah,
or are
there
you
you
gonna
go.
ban that?
No, never.
That's going to be the only form of advertising.
Oh
Rick,
yeah,
don't
it's the
worry
only
about
one.
it.
Fair
I
enough.
would regulate underage people from being able to donate on Twitch. Or
Yeah.
all, or
I
all
don't.
platforms.
Unironically true.
I
Unironically
agree.
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
Yep.
But if you're underage and you're here and you're not subbed, since it's not banned, and if you're
No, if you. Hey, no, real quick. No,
Evil.
serious talk. If you are under,
Steal your parents' credit
Not
if
even
you
card.
are
I'm
under
that
18,
evil.
don't steal your
turn
parents'
the
credit
stream
card
off. Turn the stream off. Go find your
after
mom
you
or
sub.
dad.
Yes,
Right? Go find a parent or guardian. This is
sub
not the
and
place for
then
you.
turn it off.
Now, if you are 18 and over, welcome. Let's hang out, right? And give me your money. But under 18, this may not be the stream for you.
Would
That's
you
all.
advertise watching it
But
with a
sub
parent, maybe?
now, so when you are 18, you can just count back to this many months of your sub and go, there it is. I remember him.
I think we're always okay with more regulation when it comes to dealing with children, obviously, because we have people who can't decide things for themselves. So if we want to put limitations on children eating sugar or
I
using the
disagree.
internet,
More
I,
sugar.
I mean, just with the statement that you said, because
that
we're
children
not.
can't decide things for themselves.
No, that's not what you said just now. What you said is that we're okay with more regulations on children. This has already been shown and experimented with, and is in current contention with library books being taken out of schools.
Wait, we
And a
have
lot of
more.
people are not
Wait,
okay with this.
no. We have more regulation on children, right? We don't let kids drink
Right.
or smoke
Right.
or gamble or
The kids aren't
sometimes
equal.
drive.
This is pretty.
No,
This is pretty.
that's
No,
fair.
kids aren't equal.
Is good, and then we just like extend that to social media, sugar, oils, right? I think that makes sense.
Are you going to look to the government to tell you how many sweets you can give your children every day?
Potentially, right? In the same way we don't let parents give their kids like like a bunch
Okay.
of alcohol.
I'm going
We
to come
have
out
we
as a
have we know
huge boomer right
we
now.
have these kids
The
that
new
are like
generation is a bunch of fucking cucks.
we have these kids. We have,
She's not wrong.
listen,
You're
we
looking
have
for
these we
simple
have
fucking
these
solutions for you all the
Dude,
fucking time.
yes.
It's irritating the shit out of me.
we have these fucking kids that are like giant. They're
you are these
obese. They
fucking
have
kids.
diabetes at fucking 13 years old. How do we look at that and not realize there's a problem? If
No,
I was
there is a
giving if
problem.
I was giving my kid crack, at some point you'd be like, yeah, the police have to stop me. And so if I'm giving my kid a McDonald's burger every day and he's gonna die at 30, yeah, we should get involved at that point, shouldn't we?
Well, I mean, like, this is
Great.
government lobbying, and we need like statistics and all that, because like any government policy probably is not going to happen without a study
How
that
am
backs it
I
up.
the one advocating for like government to
I don't
come in?
know. This
I
is
know,
weird.
I didn't want to get too spicy with my
advocating for
socialism
authoritarian
advocation.
Me and Lack
Again,
put
though,
together,
the,
brother.
the
Bang.
alternative to having government regulation is just letting the corporate world just dictate our lives for us, right?
No,
Correct.
no, that's not the
It
only
is.
two options.
Of course it is.
That sounds
There
pretty
is no
big.
other option.
No, embrace your own
kidding.
agency. Be your own person, for fuck's sake.
Okay, that's
Well,
great when
that's
you're an
not
adult.
working for most people.
Well, no, that's great when you're an adult, and I'm fine. I'm totally fine putting like personal moral responsibility and failings on adults. I'm with you on that. But when we're dealing with like a kid, which in terms of social media and these kind of regulations that we're talking about, that's who we are okay with regulating. We're saying, no, you're a kid, you can't do this. I think that's
Okay,
fine.
I'm going to tell you why this doesn't work. All right. So, the reason why the kids are in this position in the first place is because their parents are neglecting them. What that means is that they're already learning how to self isolate and be lonely for the rest of their lives. It still comes back to the parents. You can regulate it with the government, but that's not going to fix that problem.
So you can have parents, obviously parents have some level of regulation, but there's also like, again, if I'm giving my kid crack cocaine, the government, despite me as a parent who think, look, it helps him clean his room,
Crack
it
cocaine is
really
currently
gets him get his
illegal.
shit done.
McDonald's is not. If you
Okay,
want to,
fine.
Argument
Well,
for-
okay,
for
alcohol then.
regulation. What do
Yeah,
you mean?
alcohol then. If I'm giving my kid, a bottle of Jack Daniels every night and he's 14, I think it's reasonable for the government to say, hey, no. And
Yeah,
I think
but
is
it's
the
we are.
solution to say that fast food you have to be 21?
Look, at the end of the day,
I would limit fast food purchases to
stop,
18.
stop. At the end of the day, right? We all recognize that anything can be abusive almost, right? Like if you give children an excess of something, it can be abusive. But do we not already have laws around that? Do we not already have regulations around that?
Not
Why
when
do
it
we
comes
need
to social
more?
media.
We don't have
Not sufficient
regulations around
ones.
social media, though.
Okay, and which regulations do you think would be best? Age gating, how? Like by tying a child's identity to their online presence, or requiring you to have some sort of ID to log in to the internet? Like, how do we stop this? Because I can absolutely see if we do something like that, like kids, I guess, yeah, there'll be less of them doing it, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm just unconvinced, but I
I'm
remain
open to
convincible.
options. I'm open to options on this. The best like idea I've been able to kind of cook up, right, is that to have an internet connection with more than like a set of like whitelisted spaces, you should have to provide some kind of proof of age verification, which isn't then stored itself, but a marker of the fact that that connection has been verified, if you like, as being tied to someone who's over 18, and then saying that if you give that to someone, or if someone uses like a fake ID to bypass that, then that's an act of fraud, and that's like, we're talking big fines and prison time. You gotta put
For
harsh
For a
lines
kids?
on them.
15-year-old?
Yeah, for kids?
Huh? For the people who
All right.
provide them with those.
So can I ask Hannah? Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Do you believe the government should step in if parents are physically abusing their children?
Yes.
Do you believe the government should step in if parents are maliciously neglecting their children?
Yes, I think I know where you're going with this, and whatever
So
the solution or the end point of this is, if there is a study that backs it up and there's a group that lobbies the government to make the changes, then I'm behind you. But if there's not a study, then it's never going to get off the ground.
I'm just saying that regardless, I'm just saying if it bears out that it is demonstrative that it is a similar or greater level of damage to the children that parents are not monitoring this, would you then support the government stepping in?
Yeah, generally.
Okay, so I need.
Yeah, I
Can I
don't want to give parents like carte blanche to like chain their children down in the basement or anything like that.
I
But what
think
I
you
do,
just need literally any study on social media, and we're there then because there's it's just that's the case.
well, I mean, it's I would assume that it would have to have some kind of legitimacy behind it, behind besides just like a poll or something like that, right? We know that physically abusing children and emotionally abusing children and mentally abusing children is problematic and it causes problems later on in life. What hasn't been established in a longitudinal study, for whatever reason, maybe it probably has been, but the lobbying groups in the government have probably kept it from becoming anything. Is yeah, fast food's bad for you if you eat it in large quantities, right? Like we know this, but like
How's
there's no
personal
regulation on it.
responsibility working
or
out
we
for
let
childhood
kids?
obesity?
Yeah, we let kids
How do
do it.
we how do we even
Personal
track
And
that?
they're
responsibility is on
fucking
the parents.
dying.
Like, how do we even
And
track
what are the
this?
parents doing? They all know how bad obesity is for their children, and they're
No,
still feeding them
100%,
shit.
They're
Jenny.
fat themselves.
Unfortunately, there's not a solution to this unless everybody thinks and acts the exact same way, and the government is there at every step of the way.
Well, I think
Like,
a lot
you
of
can't
times.
stop this.
That's
You can't
not
make
true.
people love their children and to
I
take care of
wanna
them.
I want to give space to Nina real quick.
Well, I
Yeah,
just think a
give
lot of
space to
the whole
Alan.
fast
Sorry.
food debacle is it's affordable like for a lot of people. So I mean, I feel like there's a lot of economic influence that comes to contributing to obesity and stuff like that. Um, so I'm unsure of how everyone go using that because obviously social media is free. So I'm kind of having a problem with like relating social media to fast food in the way that we're doing it so far.
I don't think it is affordable. Like what bananas are like what 59 cents a pound in my state. Um and fucking and these every time I go if I go to McDonald's I'm spending 20 bucks, right? I mean this shit
What are
is
you ordering that you're spending $20?
I'd like literally like
Nuggies,
two
20-piece
burgers,
chicken
two
nuggies
burgers and
with
a
a
fries.
milkshake and some
No, I don't get
fries.
no, I don't consume sugar. I'm just saying like well I guess I get
There
indirectly I
are
do.
there
I
are
know.
literal food deserts. I mean, in like in like impoverished areas, there are literal food
Yeah.
I
So
hear this all
how
the
does
time.
how does
This
No,
is
this
maybe it's
so
'cause it's
contribute to
correct.
loneliness?
there's like a weird definition of food deserts. Like there's never been like a definitive like connection between the so-called alleged like food deserts and like not having access to anything other than fast food. The reality is fast food's addictive, and people in these areas are more susceptible to addiction.
I
And
just
then
want to
when you give your kids the fast food, they're more likely to be addicted later on in life. That's the
Wait,
problem. That's why you
they're
shouldn't give your
more
kids addictive
susceptible to
substances.
addiction?
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
right.
So, how does this contribute to
Statistically.
loneliness? And fuck you for being able to order 2 burgers and all that shit and live like that. I ate an apple and it goes straight to my ass. You're a dick.
Yeah, how dare you, Lactoid? But
Sorry.
no, I guess yeah, I mean I don't know if you guys want to continue on the food desert debate
Well,
or
I
if you
mean,
want to
I
get
can
back
I
to the
can link
topic at
this back to
hand.
loneliness. I can
Oh,
easily do
can
that.
you? Can please
Yeah,
help.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, what did we used to do before we would go out and get food all the time at a fast food place? You would be in the kitchen cooking it, and you would eat around the kitchen table with your family. People don't do that anymore. It's all about convenience, selfishness, and entitlement. It always comes down to
Exactly.
this.
It's so easy.
I feel like that's just like
And
people
that's a
not having
personal issue.
time.
How do we incentivize people to
Jealous.
be less selfish?
Well, this was what church and
Socialism.
religion was for.
Oh, but that's assuming that mm,
Go.
that selfishness is a causal variable, though.
Well, so
What's
okay.
made us more selfish, Honeywine?
We haven't gotten more selfish. We just have more access or ease
Okay,
of access
sorry.
to the things that we already
Sorry.
want.
What's made things more convenient? What's been the main driving force behind that?
Well, increased production lines, increased connectivity through internet, like all kinds of things. Yeah.
It's technological advancement, right?
Well,
And
yeah. So was the
and
fucking
these outcomes
was a technological
and these
advancement. We
outcomes.
managed
Just
to,
some housekeeping. Just some housekeeping,
Oh,
gang. I got someone malding in my DMs, and I'm going to ask you if he pays me enough money. Would you be okay with me adding tuna chip? Only if he pays me money, though.
yeah, bring tuna chip on, please.
Who's
No,
tuna
he's got to
chip?
pay me. Is
Okay,
is
fine.
anyone not okay with that? If you're
I'm
not
not going
okay,
to
I
tell
just
you
won't.
not to take
Guys,
money,
please,
Wick.
I'm
You were
just
just
saying.
talking about
I
how
don't
much
know
money
who
you
it
needed.
is,
Like,
so
let's
I'll
do
just
it.
say, yeah, I don't want to
Money.
talk.
Irrespective of money, I think tuna chip will contribute greatly here to getting us back on track.
Tuna chip's first contribution is going to be calling Honeywine a retard, by the way. Just letting
No,
you
that's
guys know.
fine. I'll fight with Tuna Chip because I have
Okay.
the trump. At the end of the
If
day,
we
it's
can
always
get
your
if we can
And to
get
responsibility.
if we can
clarify,
get
you
like
will
at least
deserve it.
if we get at least 3 subs in chat from anyone, I don't care. I'll do that. But until then, I'll just leave them out. Let's
I'm
continue.
curious
Go
what
ahead.
the
Bro,
story is.
Was
you're
it the
so
food desert's
cheap.
point?
Be a more expensive. Be like a congressional hoe, Wick. Ask for 5 or 10 subs. What is with this corner shit?
Okay, 3 subs to get Gibbs on. Okay, give me 3 subs and we'll get Gibbs on too. Fuck it. Fuck it. Give me money.
It'll
Capitalism,
make us
baby. I love
all
that
less
system.
lonely.
Yeah.
And so far, we've only been talking about like friendships and acquaintances kind of loneliness. We haven't even dipped our toes into romantic
I
loneliness
don't
yet.
know.
Speaking
One
of
go ahead.
no,
But
sorry,
I'm
proceed.
watching chat, so I'm not gonna let anyone in until I get those subs. Go ahead.
Do you think there's a significant difference with romantic and friendship loneliness? Because I feel like they're very closely tied, like correlated
No,
or
there's a
tied to
lot
each
of
other.
overlap. There's
Yeah.
loads of overlap.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just one of those things whenever like I'm just imagining somebody answering a questionnaire and it says, "Are you lonely?"
Hmm.
And what are they thinking of? Well, I don't have anybody to share my bed with, so yeah, I'm lonely. But I have lots of friends, so I don't feel lonely. Right? And it's just which one are they more focused on at the time whenever they answer that question. So, I mean, are you really lonely if you have lots of friends? Not really. You have lots of people that you can talk with and relate to and all that sort of thing, but you are still going to bed alone every night.
Right. Do you think maybe the commodification of like social interactions, like even for like us being all online, like I assume you guys are all streamers or whatever, like the fact that we're providing kind of a service in some way by talking to people, like it is kind of like a Ouroboros status where it helps, but then it kind of like feeds in.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
it
It's a
depends on the
self-fulfilling
other side
prophecy,
of it.
right? So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So if we are theoretically the online content creators and we are the thing that people are consuming, right? And we are sitting here trying to tell them how to like better themselves, right? Like how to stop otherizing and micro otherizing and start interacting in your community. But then we're also going, but come back tomorrow night. So yeah, we are the problem trying to solve the problem. It's the same thing with Instagram influencers or anybody that's just a Twitter warrior. Like any of these people going out and making prescriptive suggestions about society and telling them to get off the internet is a hypocrite because they're doing it through the hypocrite. And I understand we still like you can't. out groups can't in group themselves. You've got to use the tools at your disposal. It's like people bitching at Hassan for being rich while promoting socialism. He lives in capitalism, so we got to live in the world we live in. We got to use the tools at our hands. But yes, it does feed itself. And Tuna Chip, please get us back on track to loneliness.
Okay. We've got a million things on loneliness. Before we get through this, though,
Your camera
everybody's
seems
been
a
talking
little...
about this fucking personal responsibility. Am I coming through?
I'm
Yes,
everybody, by
and
the
it
way.
has
Okay.
failed.
This
Tell
personal
us how it failed. Tell us.
responsibility shit. Anybody talking about this personal responsibility has failed. And what about the
Failed
fucking
what?
responsibility we have for the kids that are being beaten, abused, neglected, not fed things?
Yeah, it
We
was
have
their
public
fault.
schools where they're not being fed. You're fucking insane if you think that that's the libertarian argument. The libertarian
Okay,
argument is no, let me finish my fucking point. Take care of the kids while they're kids so that we don't have to spend millions of dollars on insulin subsidies. All of these problems, you're not being financially responsible by putting it onto the parent. You're going to fucking just let these kids die and become a tax burden for the rest of their fucking life. They're going to be poor. They're going to be working terrible jobs. The state is going to have to pick up the mess later. So fucking fix it in the beginning. Why are we
Okay,
doing these
okay.
things?
Can I respond to that now?
Yeah,
Can
please.
I just add
Alright.
something to that before you respond? I just want to
No,
add this.
Gibbs,
Okay.
let her respond, and then you can go in. Cool? Cool.
So yes, I completely agree. I'm the first Lovejoy out there that says somebody think about the kids. I get that. But who makes the kids? Whose responsibility is the one that makes the kid? Like at the end of the day,
people who are neglecting kids who we need to make
yes.
not neglect kids.
No, here's the problem with your solution. If you take responsibility out of the hands of the people who have this problem,
Oh my God,
they'll
you have to
never
expel
figure
for
out how
shit.
to solve the problem. So
They're
the problem
already
is
never going to figure it out.
No,
They're
no,
already never going to figure it out. People
no,
are
fuck you,
stupid.
Tuna. That is
People
a black
are
people
poor.
sort of
Poor
thing.
people
No.
make so many fucking kids. Just
You're very
fucking
black
turn
pill.
those workers into competent people.
I gotta
Okay.
be honest.
They're
I
not
think the
getting away with anything.
Listen,
You're getting away with
I
not
should have
paying
asked
for
for more subs.
dead
I
workers.
should have asked for more money. I should have
House-
absolutely asked for more money.
There is no
I
getting
just
away with.
hold on. There's just the irony of a guy like Tuna Chip advocating for children is not lost on me. Look at that fucking face.
They
don't
need
know
to
what you're
not be
implying.
predated on. They need to be
Gibbs,
smart enough.
I don't know the
Gibbs,
inside memes enough
Wait,
yet.
wait, stop. Let's let Gibbs in. Go ahead.
So I think y'all are kind of, when y'all talk about the personal responsibility, are kind of hitting like around the topic that's a bigger topic that's tied directly to the loneliness, right? And I think it's that social media has enabled a certain society and certain culture to develop, and that's the complete lack of personal accountability as a value that's valued in society as a whole, right? I mean, you look at our celebrities, look at Logan Paul, you look at like other people like this, Amaranth, you look at people like all sorts of, they have these controversies, and then like Eric Bischoff said in his book, controversy creates cash. It's almost like it's lauded not to be accountable. And then that kind of ties into all the different things y'all touched on, which is the social media, which is lactoid at the bar, all these different things are all, tied into this concept of accountability as a value that's not a value anymore. And we go, so say if you have your viewership challenged, you've been told your whole life you're special. So why would you want to sit here and have that reality that you have in your head challenged? And then to sit here and go, oh, we're going to regulate, all this stuff out. Well, regulation is bad, in my opinion, in the first place, especially into something that we're just going to throw money at and we're not even be able to enforce it in any like meaningful capacity. So I just think that y'all are really like not focusing on this accountability issue that I think society as a whole has really developed and continues to develop and enable. And I think that's a bigger issue that's causing more people to be lonely, because if nobody's accountable, you can just treat people like shit and then go, well, I was right. And then when they match your energy, you go, well, I'm going to cut them off. And then now y'all are both lonely.
Okay. Open it up to the rest of the panel now. You guys have gotten your 3 subs worth in, so continue.
Does anybody feel strongly about either of those?
Oh no, Hannah, I feel like you should just go ahead.
Just go ahead.
I feel like you have some things to unload on your chest, Hannah.
Okay, so I'm going to go back and I'm going to invoke the topic of the stream, right? I mean, yeah, we can just talk about things. We can say, oh yeah, we're all feeling lonely. Yeah, it's probably social media. Yeah, it's probably this. Yeah, it's probably that. Do we have goals? Are we going to investigate solutions? What, like, for us here and the people watching, yeah, you can like write a letter to your congressman, I guess, but what can you do right now to change your situation if you're feeling lonely? That's what I care about. Because if you keep passing the buck to somebody else, oh, it's society, oh, it's this, oh, it's that, you're never going to be able to make the change. You're never not going to be lonely because you're always waiting for somebody else to fix the problem for you.
So
Go to
by that,
church.
Isn't that what you
Go
do
to
when you
bar.
legislate
time
things,
out,
though? You're
time out,
passing
time
the
out,
buck?
time out, time out. Just to be clear, that framework is you're literally you're putting it back to the individual. You're literally
Yes.
eliminating the possibility
At
that,
the
that
end of
there's
the
any.
day, the individual is what it is.
Hold on.
But everybody's lonely. But
But
everybody's lonely.
yeah,
And
so
it seems to be from the same causes.
yeah,
Why would we
with
all
that
address this
framework,
individually?
yes, you're literally you're telling us to solve the problem with the problem. That doesn't make sense.
No. I'm not telling you to solve the problem with the problem.
Well, tell me how you're not, because we have that's what Tuna Chip is saying, and he's correct. We have failed on a personal responsibility level to solve this problem. So, for example, I
Then
love my parents.
change
But
it.
hold on, I'm telling you right now, I love my parents. My mom is currently in my chat. I am a fat fuck. I have
we
lost
love mom.
140 fucking pounds. I grew up
Face.
drinking soda,
Nice.
eating chips and hot dogs and boxed macaroni and cheese and ramen noodles and
I'm
canned
surprised you still have an
ravioli
asshole.
and frozen fucking food.
That's my diet.
Absolutely
Oh,
awful food. I had to lose 140 pounds to look this not hideous. And my parents, in that regard,
and he still
failed me
looks like Ted
fucking
Cruz.
miserably. Yeah, and I still look like a fat Ted Cruz. Fuck you. That's true.
Thought it was
Okay, my
muted.
blood type is ravioli, as someone
The
said.
Zodiac
Fuck all of
Eater.
you. Okay, so the Zodiac Eater.
He ate the
Fuck-
whole damn
Yo,
Zodiac.
those are fucked up.
Rooster.
Oh, whoops.
Listen, you eat kids. That's not fair. Shut up. So
I
my
play with them
point
first,
being-
like
my
a
point
cat does
being-
their prey.
my point
I
being,
don't
my
need
parents,
the kids
Alright.
shit in here.
my
Okay,
point being,
so let's
in that
calm down on those
regard,
things.
my parents failed me, and parents are still failing in that regard. My dad's fat. My mom still doesn't eat very healthy. I love her very much. She can hear me, like I said. This is just the reality of the world we're in. Personal responsibility is just not like in 2023. What the fuck else are we expecting of our government? Our government is supposed to keep us safe. Right now, one of the biggest threats to us is us.
Well, I'm
And the
sorry if
government
you.
That's a really dangerous line of thought. Like,
So,
though.
no, here's my hardline stance on this. If you acknowledge at the end of the day that it is your responsibility, even if it wasn't your fault, and you're still not going to do anything about it, then die. That's
I'm
my
sorry,
hardline.
Hannah. I'm sorry,
That's
Hannah.
pretty
I've
based.
already
That's
addressed
pretty
what I'm
based.
doing on a personal
You would
level, so
die,
I'm good.
Hannah. Hannah, you would
No.
Okay,
die.
I
That's
think
pretty
feeding
bad.
into like we can't get away from social media. It's going to be a thing. I think that maybe we could be a little bit more inclusive or be like I'm not sure exactly that inclusive itself is the right phrase.
Let her finish.
But
let
the
her
only
finish.
one
Stop.
I
Nina
think-
have some space. Go ahead.
We're working in a new territory. Like this is like not like I don't know if you like not that long ago, like we didn't have anything like we didn't have like phones, like even like the average like landline. Like we're going through a very quick thing. So I feel like we can't avoid social media, and I think we run into a lot of regulation issues when we come about like just like a negative sense of it. Maybe we're not looking enough into a positive sense of using social media, like maybe a local social media that does encourage a lot of actual
Can you give me an example?
interactions.
Can you give me an example of that? What that would look like or might look like?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. I would imagine like there's a lot of like sites where you can meet up and like go hang out in like groups like in your local space, but a lot of those is like a lot of like weird pressure. I think that it needs to be refined so that it's like, okay, something's happening at a place. You can come. You don't have to come. Like whatever. I know there's like obviously versions of that right now, but I'm saying like I think that would be a better way to lean in. My point is, I guess, leaning into the social media aspect of it instead of just completely denying it and saying that that's the problem. You know.
Okay. Does anyone else have any kind of ideas of how social media can maybe help the situation? So Nina mentioned like meetup apps and things like that. Is there any other kind of things anyone can think of here that social media can be used in a positive way to maybe help decrease loneliness, isolation, etc.?
I think a fun one to look at would be Pokemon Go. Remember when Pokemon Go released?
Oh yeah.
I was walking, bro. I think I lost like, and this is before I actually started losing the weight. I think I lost like 20 pounds at work. I worked at a car lot and we were just walking around the lot catching fucking Bulbasaurs. It was a good time. And I was in a college town where there were just literally fucking Tuna Chip, go fuck off.
That's what you
There
look
were-
like when you're playing fucking Pokemon
If
Go.
you're
Oh, well, you got a
alone,
problem with
yeah,
Pokemon
because
Go?
Bob,
Pokemon Go is fun. I play it still.
If you were
Get him,
alone,
Chunachip.
if you
Fucking
were
get him.
alone, when this shit came out, there were groups of like 20 people going to
That's a
parks
good point.
together and getting outside. No, that's not all they were doing. They'd fucking go catch their Pokemon, play fucking Ultimate Frisbee like weirdos, catch some Pokemon, play some Ultimate fucking Frisbee, and then walk back to their college campus. I saw it all the fucking time. It was awesome for like a month. So there
Yeah,
are
and what
times.
happened?
Well, now
Well, I actually
now
still.
it's
Cheap
the lonely
thrill.
people walking down the street.
n-
Okay,
n-
it's
cheap
really what you
thrill.
were
Wait.
describing.
I think
now.
there's a lot of
The
apps that are
reason
good.
problem is not more technology. We can't tech our way out of this. Okay, we've got to cut it out. We got to get rid of it. We got to reduce.
Return to monkey.
access to it.
So then
That's not going to
I'm just
happen.
answering
That's
your
just
That's
not
question.
going to happen.
yeah, unrealistic.
Why not?
Every
Okay,
time
I'll tell you why
you
it's
do
not.
it.
Because you need it to work. What do you mean?
Okay, I will start muting people if they don't stop. Okay, so I will answer this question because I want to. It's my show. So the reason that's not going to happen is because any country that persists with the technology, because these technology does not just have these social ramifications, it actually has economic and productivity implications. So any country that does not abandon it will advance economically, militarily, productivity in ways that the other countries that did abandon it won't, and will far surpass them. And that it's just something that we can't just get rid of. We're stuck with it, unfortunately.
Wick, I
Does
gotta
anyone disagree with
you.
that?
I definitely disagree with you. So if you look at look at China as an example, you can still use technology and limit the use of technology by your own citizens. I know you're going to go ahead and give the thing, but they are winning on several metrics. The whole point here is not to be a good people. You're talking about how to not hold back the progress. Your point wasn't, oh, what's the ideal society? The ideal society probably fails its citizens in many ways and then trades it off for other failures. But if you're talking about, oh, we're not going
Thank
to
you for
have
the
the
bits,
same
also.
military
Sorry, that
advances,
scared
we're
the
not
shit
going to
out
have
of
the
me.
same. If we limit the use of social media on children, for instance, which is one of the main things during developmental
My
period
children?
up until the point of like 16. What?
My children?
What
My
children?
Just let him finish. Let
Yeah,
him
okay,
finish
whole
his
point.
point, please.
You can spend time limiting that, and you're going to get rid of the type of mental decline that we've seen that a constant stimulation is causing in these children. And then those people, once they're adults, are more productive workers. They are going to be achieving more success. You don't have to limit the entire population to all technology. Return to monkey is a fun little way to describe it, but it's not about return to monkey. It's about to stop being the button monkey. It's to get out of the fucking Skinner box. This is being an animal. This is being an animal way more than not having internet until you're an adult is. We need
Speaking
to
of
actually
animals,
return.
remember to hit that like and subscribe button, my little Twitch monkeys. Okay, make sure you remember to hit those metrics. Follow if you haven't, right? Okay. Anyway, carry on.
My
I get what
proposition
you're saying. I get what you're
My
saying. I
proposition,
understand.
if social media was to be an asset, or just technology in general, the internet was to be an asset towards this, is if you actually make it so that you have to be academically inclined in order to use these social medias. The original social media was Facebook, right? And although not Facebook, Facebook's the one that had the educational. It started out first just non-educational uses with colleges. If we want to make it so that there is social media for kids, it should be something that requires, maybe you have to do fucking math tests to log in instead of a CAPTCHA. Maybe you have to prove something else. If you really want to put like some form of like healthy stimulation in, you can do that. That's what social media will be willing to do. But fundamentally, the profit mode is going to push them away from it. The government is the main person who's going to be able to do anything here.
Yeah, but how is any of that enforceable? Like, if you're sitting here telling me
Buy a
they're
gun
gonna
like everything
buy
else.
a gun, buy a gun. Okay,
Like everything else.
I mean, I just want you to sit here, some of the things going on in like society as a whole, and tell me that they're going to be able to enforce that by a gun. Like, do you think that they're going to spend the money to develop an agency to sit here and monitor child Facebook usage? You got to be out of your mind, man. That's just
The
not going to
government.
happen.
Do you know what
That's
the
not going to
fucking
happen.
owns the
NSA
power
and
grid.
CIA
They own
already
the
do?
internet.
with internet access.
Yeah,
Like
but
the
they're not sitting
idea
there.
that they don't already own everything that you do online is insane. I'm sorry. If
I
you
mean, the
actually
idea that you're
believe
sitting here
that this
regular thinking they're actually reading everything and it's not an algorithm going over everything, that's a whole nother topic we can have. But I'm sitting here saying, if y'all think the NSA is going to come in and start trying to go and prosecute children that are 12, 13 because they've been getting too much internet on there, I
you
mean,
said
that's
we couldn't do
ridiculous.
it for you said we couldn't do it for cost and infrastructure
Yeah,
reasons. I'm
it's
saying we
outrageous.
already
It's
have
cost, it's infrastructure. I
we
mean, you got to hire
already have
people.
we already have the
Create
infrastructure.
more
We've already spent
jobs.
the
Yeah,
money.
I don't.
It's just about
You
application.
also would only have to regulate the actual sites. You wouldn't have to regulate every
Yes.
person that like joined it. You would just say like, okay, there needs to be some connection with like proving that you're 18 for these lists of XYZ websites. And if they do that, if they comply, then they don't get hit with fines. Like that's how you would deal with it.
It's Sesta Fosta, but for kids. It's real easy. We already limit what you can do on the internet. We have precedent for this.
And this
Now,
should have been done
And a
with
lot of
porn
the stuff
sites
is like,
Got
it's
you.
a
like
Got
click
you.
this
decade
button
ago.
if you're
Yep,
over
Gang,
18.
absolutely, absolutely.
gang, I want to respect everyone's time here. We are coming up to the end game, and I know you are all talkers, most of you, right? So I want to give some space for people to have outros, people to shout themselves out, because I want to say I appreciate everyone here for coming on, for coming out, and for sticking with us, gang. Um, it's been a conversation. We've gone to all sorts of places. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. But yeah, it's been a lot. So I want to give, and I want to start with Kimmy here. I want to let Kimmy have last final thoughts and shout yourself out. Where can people find you? Go ahead.
Yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv/Kimmy Marie. I also have a Twitter and YouTube. You can find those on my profile page. Uh, yeah, and thank you for having me. It's been fun.
Oh, I hope so. Thank you for being here. It's always a pleasure. I need to get you on these things more. Maybe some
Oh, that's
smaller
the
ones
wrong one.
too. Oh, did
It's
I?
Kimmy_Marie. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. Ignore that. Well, you can follow that person if you want. I don't know who they are though. So
I'm definitely gonna ask Twitch to give me that name.
there you go. I think that's one.
That's
Sorry
it.
about
Thank
that.
you.
Apologize, but gang, go give her a follow. She's great. Check her out. She's amazing. Uh, anything else before we move on?
Nope.
Okay, cool.
Good.
Next up, we have Jenny Matrix. Go ahead.
Hey, so yeah, as we have basically all agreed here, the main driving force behind all of this increase in loneliness and depression is driven by technology, and the only way to change that is going to be through massive regulation from the top down. It's not a problem that you can solve with individuals making different decisions, because we've been trying that for a very long time, and it hasn't worked, and it's never going to work. So there it is.
Where can people find you?
People can find me on Twitter at heterodoxtakes.
Okay, at Heterodox Takes, gang. Go check her out. Next up,
Can I plug my Twitter in
yeah,
chat?
yeah.
Thanks.
Post the link
Jeez.
if you want.
All right.
And yeah, give her a follow on Twitter. Next up, we have Admiral Gibbs. Go ahead.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate you coming on. It's always fun to come do these conversations.
Yeah,
I guess
thanks
my
for the
only
money. Mm.
yes, yes. My only closing thought is regulation's bad. And then you can find me at Admiral Gibbs on pretty much everything. I do a big Wicked Wednesday show. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Otherwise, love your content. Keep doing what you
Well,
do.
thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for being willing to hop on and give your voice. Lactoid, go ahead.
Yeah, so Gen Z and millennials are all lonely and they have bad political opinions. A and B, food deserts are a myth and a cope. Thank you for listening to me. Great talking to you all. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, pretty much everywhere. Thanks.
Check him out, gang. I'll shout him out once my chat starts being weird. I don't know what the command isn't working for, but okay, there we go. Okay, next up, Miss Honeywine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Wick. Jenny, I don't hate you, I promise. But I am going to say that that is a very defeatist attitude, to just tell people to give up on trying to not be lonely and just rely on somebody else to regulate their social behavior for them. Um, Personally, yes, all of these challenges exist. Yes, technology is a problem. Yes, we're in a situation. Personally, I'm concerned about empowering the individual, telling people to embrace their agency, and making the changes. I am not somebody who sits on the internet all day. I have a very personable job. I'm interacting with people every day because I'm a massage therapist. I'm interacting with them in very intimate ways every day, complete strangers. Social skills is something that can be developed, it can be learned. I had to learn it. I was a shut in for a very long time. Now I'm a social butterfly. It's actually pretty easy. You just have to be okay with being disappointed every now and then. You have to be okay with being afraid. But you can totally do it because nothing bad is going to happen to you. At worst, somebody will be like, I'm not really feeling it right now, right? Something like that. Like, you're not going to get taken to jail or anything. You just have to put yourself out there, take the L, learn from it, and then do better next time. But regardless of any of that, no matter how much you regulate, you can't regulate people to do stuff. You can regulate people from, like, to prevent them from doing stuff. But if you just regulate people and say, okay, you can't do internet stuff as much anymore, you can't do this anymore, you can't do that anymore, that's not going to like necessarily incentivize them to actually go do stuff. Right now, you just have people who are bored and lonely. Right. So if anybody listening has found anything that I said interesting and wants to hear more about potentially embracing your agency, becoming a powerful individual in your own right, finding solutions to big problems on a personal level instead of passing it off to somebody else to do for you, come check me out. At Twitter, I'm at ms_honeywine, and on Twitch, I'm just ms_honeywine. Yeah.
Check her out, gang. Give her a follow, and she's great. Jenny Matrix, 10 seconds, please,
Okay,
quickly.
I just want to say it would be defeatist if I wasn't offering solutions, but I am offering solutions.
Okay.
Just
Just ban
accepting
all social
individual
media.
Nah, dude, we
responsibility
don't
isn't
need to. We
enough.
don't need to relitigate this, but fair enough.
Fine.
Nina, please.
First, I guess I want to say a big thank you to you, because I don't think I said it at the beginning, Wick. Thank you so much for having me on. I love meeting all of you people here. I think again the main thing I think is just social isolation of being in the suburbs. Like, there's not like an easy place to congregate. There's not a lot of not necessarily forced social interaction, but like the access to being in a situation where you're around people and it is in a natural setting because you're just like sitting there chilling or whatever. Like, it's completely negated in some ways or a lot of ways by the internet, but that doesn't mean that we can't lean into the internet to create those spaces more. The reasons I have the big friend group I have now is because of people I met on Twitch. Speaking of, Admiral Gibbs, have I met you before? Because I feel like you look really familiar to me.
I think we've done a show or something, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, like, because I actually met people and going on these shows. So I would suggest anyone in the audience, if they're interested on coming on the show, Wick is a very kind person, and I think he would be open to having more people on. And
Everyone is welcome.
yeah, anyone's welcome. And I think that we do need to put ourselves out there a little bit more, even though it's not in the real world, so to say. But even putting yourself out online, kind of the same way that Miss Honeywine was saying, I think, and like having the same mentality that she was just describing, I think is also incredibly useful to being able to make those connections using social media and all of the things that we have online to still create the same connections. It might not be directly like your online friends, but to create them in real life. Because now I live in a community with a shit ton of friends in Twitch, from Twitch.
Where can people find you?
At twitch.tv/Nina, Neeina. I just started uploading my VODs on my YouTube. It's the same name. And also, Lactoid, I feel like you are like a conservative person, and I would love to talk to you more. And also, Kimmy, it's also very, very nice to see you again.
Yeah, it's nice to see you again,
And-
too.
And of course, everyone else here. It was very nice to meet all of you guys.
Beautiful.
Was it
gang.
the American flag? Or?
We're making friendships, you know.
Listen, nobody wants to talk to you at the bar. That's probably
It's a
what I was
great
thinking.
thing. That was a fun meme. That was a fun meme. Check her out, gang. Hopefully she's willing to come on the show at another point. But we'll find out.
I'd love to.
Next up, we have Parallax, please.
Twitch.tv/parallax, twitter.com/parallax. Tunership is correct. We have failed miserably at individual responsibility. This generation is so fucking soft. That's also accurate. And the United States is the absolute master of under-regulation. We should under-regulate the shit out of this. Just a little bit of regulation's all we need, baby.
Okay, thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. Thank you for jumping in last minute because Smugbug's internet kicked out. So I do appreciate you. Last but not least, Tuna Chip, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on? Twitch.tv/TunaChip. We're going to be hopping on the Reverie talking about some bullshit with, I believe, Lactoid here in a few seconds. My final point. So, Simone de Beauvoir is correct. The Ubermensch is a child. The Ubermensch is not fully adult. Once you become a real adult, you take on not the responsibility of yourself, but then you also take on the responsibility of those who are weak amongst you. That's it.
Awesome. Thank
Oh,
you.
you mean parents?
Just real quick, let me do my stuff, and then we can go. So first of all, thank you to
I
my
would
audience.
neglect you if I was your parent.
Thank you to all my guests. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube for my first dual stream. It was nice. It was fun. It was great. I will say this. We got some banger content coming up this week. Tomorrow's call-ins. If you've had some issues with how I've conducted myself, if you think I have given some people a bad rap, you can call in Tuesday. We will be joined by the guest host Angel Dreams, a wonderful lady, and that will be fun and interesting. Wednesday, we're going to be having a YouTube exclusive show. We're going to be having on Allie Drummond, the Red Pill Queen. And we are also going to be having on Destiny, Madame Genevieve, and some red pill guy that it's still in the works. It's still in the works. So last guess will be a surprise to all of us. But tune in Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern, on my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/@wick-tv. I'll put the link in the chat for you all.
Cheetah, can you link it?
I'm going to be talking to F-bombs, and then we're going to be hosting a debate between Putin shill and a Ukrainian. Then on Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern on Twitch, we will be having #SayHerName discourse and talking about should people be using that for non-black individuals. Let's find out together, gang. Okay, so let me give you that link and let's write out.
Can I say one more thing? I forgot to say one thing.
Yeah,
Just
go
go to the Wick channel
Thursday,
and
I
just
will be joining
link in
Madame
the
Genevieve,
chat.
Sleeve T Rocks, and the brilliant Brittany Simon on sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
The Wick channel, the YouTube and the Twitch.
Jen, please go
I think
to
it's just
Twitter.
Wick TV.
I've tweeted it. Sleeve has tweeted it. Jen has tweeted it. We've all tweeted it out. Please come check us out this Thursday.
Okay, we'll be raiding out into Prime Kai, so you can still see all the wonderful individuals if you like, and make sure you spam those emails, gang. Bye.
Peace.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
God bless you all.
It
Amen.
takes like 3 seconds, well, 10 seconds to kind of actually go.
Hey, it was a pleasure meeting all of you guys. Again, I feel like Gibbs, you look so familiar to me.
Yeah, I like went over there. It looked like I was already following you, so we must have done something.
Yeah, I used to go on shows all the time, so I'm sure we ran into each other. Do you know I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Before you guys do all this flirting, I'm gonna dip out. Thank you for having me, Wick. Sorry for any retreading we had to do because I was a little bit late.
No, you're fine.
I drove
I was
exceptionally
too.
fast.
Okay, so if you don't mind, Nina, can I break your brain for a moment since you are the newest to my channel and newest to my
Sure.
content? How did it go? And be honest here, right? How can I improve? How can I be better? Was there anything you didn't like? Was the conversation fun? What do you think?
I'm still
Feedback.
live in case you care.
I'm also live, but
Oh,
I think it's fine.
That's fine.
I am. Yeah.
No, I enjoyed it. I thought it was a great, diverse group of people. I think that maybe narrowing the scope could have benefited, but I think we did have a good conversation regardless. So I don't know if that's even like accurate criticism. But I like having I think you do a really good job of being able to give everyone their time to talk, and I feel like that is what a lot of people don't do when it comes to panels generally, and I think that's really important that you're able to have everyone talk. And how much money did the Gibbs give you? Because I feel like you probably should have
I should have asked for more.
Yeah, you should have asked for more.
Listen, you gotta
Capitalism, bitch.
You gotta chill, bro. You gotta chill.
Yes.
Yourself.
I'm
Listen, you have
bad
to
at
see
asking
yourself.
for money.
No. You have to see
the art of
yourself
the
as
chill, Wick. That's what you gotta
a
learn.
congressional level whore, the kind of senator would be caught with. Okay, you're not
Like a
just
Ted
an
Cruz,
average.
some would
You're
say.
not just an average. Listen, you're not just an average lady of the night, Wick. You are the kind a senator gets caught with in a bougie hotel room.
Ooh, well, you are too kind. You are too kind.
Okay.
It's gonna be a week.
And listen,
I need to
stop
stop doing
roasting
5
me
day a
for
week.
looking like Ted Cruz when you got that flat face. Leave me alone.
Me? I have a flat face? 'Cause I'm Asian? Are you being racist?
He is
Are you
being
Asian?
racist.
Are you Asian?
Yes!
Oh, no! Oh,
And we're
Alex, the
not
correct
live on
response to
my
that
end.
was
But
yes.
This is
guys,
the
I'm
after
gonna go.
hours, Wick.
anyone else have any feedback? Like everyone's been giving me feedback, so I'm gonna let you. Everyone gets a shot. So go
That
ahead.
does sound
give
like
it a
something
shot.
Ted Cruz would
Miss
say.
Miss Anyone, I don't hate you either, even if I think you're retarded. I
Hold
think
on,
most
I'm
people in the
thinking.
space are retarded. I don't hate most people in this space though. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Any other criticism?
her face
Chill
is
more, bro. Chill more.
exceptionally shapeful. I have to go.
Okay,
You have
I
so
love
many
your
shapes
I
in
haven't
front of
seen
me.
your boobs enough.
I think you meant mine. I gotta
Hey,
go.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna
But yeah,
I'm
it
gonna
was
go
absolute
and
pleasure,
talk to you
Jenny.
guys later.
Bye, Jenny. It was
Bye.
nice to meet you, Nina. Bye,
Yeah, it's nice meeting you guys.
Gibbs and
Nice meeting y'all too.
All right.
Hannah.
Have a
Hannah,
good one,
Guys,
friends.
I'm sorry.
you did
I'm
not just
sorry.
meet me, ma'am.
What?
You did not just meet me.
I didn't just meet you. I was going to
Then-
say that I apologize for like putting you on that spot earlier. I just figured that you were the coolest one here and you could take it.
Yeah, no, you didn't. I don't even. So whatever you're.
All right, I am gonna head out though. That was
remember
very
it.
nice
as
meeting
well.
all of you guys.
So,
Okay,
so
fine.
you're.
All right, hopefully that wasn't too much of a mess. Oh shit, I forgot I resized everything. Fuck. Hey, I was here the whole time. So it was really hard for me to read the chat because I did the dumbass idea of putting it as far away from me as possible. But it was fun. I think that it is like a really broad topic, obviously, so it's kind of hard to, cover in the same amount of ways. And I wasn't sure how long it was supposed to be, so that also I feel like might have contributed. Oh, maybe I should have said that. Fuck, the pacing. I mean, it was almost exactly 2 hours. I think he actually told me that, so that's on me. I guess I wasn't really paying attention. I think he just keeps walking in. But I think it was a fun show. I think he does a good job again of having everyone have their own space to talk. But yeah, lots of half ideas, of course, because I think like having a big panel is really difficult. Because you're not able to get into like the granular details of what one side or the other thinks. But I want to get more comfortable just being like in this space. Why does the president go to Ukraine instead of Ohio? Is Ohio currently getting invaded? Like, what do you mean? I'm glad you're here, Tim. I'm sorry if I wasn't reading the chat that well, but now we know Fat Ted Cruz is racist. But no, it was a fun time. I am glad that I did it. It was a little stressful too because I was getting right off of work, and I was just gonna roll right into it. But I think it was fine. Did you guys like it? Thoughts? Besides the half ideas? I mean, it's definitely a different vibe than like the Zerka thing. I'm gonna do something. Oh, as far as I've known. Oh yeah. No, that it definitely did happen, but I feel like I'm performatively going there. I guess on either end it is performative. I mean, I think he did he not? Maki's like making a nest there. So I wasn't sure what to cover today outside of this because I wasn't exactly aware. Oh, some of them followed me, so I want to make sure I follow them back. What was the Admiral? What was his name? When I remember when you guys said fake Admiral. Admiral, what was the name? Not a real Admiral, fact check. I didn't catch a fuck. I said it like multiple times. I'm so bad. Donald Trump, yes, definitely. Apparently they were already following me, so doesn't matter anyways. But I was like, that guy looks really familiar. I was gonna ask Razor, but I forgot the name. Razor, do you remember somebody that used to go on shows with the name Admiral or something? You're somebody who used to go on shows that had the name Admiral or something. Mm. You voted for Trump? No, I definitely didn't. I voted for Biden. No, its name is not Admiral Bulldog. What the fuck? You guys are ridiculous. Wait, why are people on Prime K's thing? What the fuck? Can I get on that? I was a little confused if that was supposed to go directly into it. Let's just do 2 shows in a row. Because there's like the same people. Okay, so I was looking at something and like it was like there's Destiny drama with Admiral or not Admiral. No, I just want to say Admiral Prime K's. And I was kind of curious what that was all about. Should we just look into it? Yeah, fucking private companies not giving a shit about Ohio. Because the fucking railway companies, even though they made record profits in the fucking billions, dude, they don't give a shit about the regulations because they're just like the fucking, Doobie. That's right, Doobie. Was this something that was planned? Like, I'm confused. Did it? Cheetah, you want to do an extra favor for me while I go pee really quick? Can you figure out if I can get on this show? Maybe I should listen.
Yeah, it takes time. This story takes more time. Like it's that simple, but whatever. I don't know. We're moving past that. But anyway, I was fuck, what was I saying before? I was just saying that like I don't like incomplete narratives. And so like what I will do is wait.
I think they probably had this plan to be directly into it, so I'm sure it's already a stacked cast. But I'm running to the bathroom. I'll be right back. R.I.P. Buffs. Oh, I thought they just were all muted. I don't know why I thought that. All right, so let's go into my. Oh, there's a super show in the Crucible. Why Russia is not imperial? Oh my god. What? Oh, he's just starting. Other earphones? I do, but why do you ask? We're not hearing enough? Is that the joke? Bernie Sanders defends his new book. What? Why does he have to defend his new book? Oh no, we're gonna have to watch some libs, I'm sorry. No, they're in the box. I was gonna return them, but
Bernie Sanders had a half-hour interview on Face the Nation, and he covered a variety of topics there,
Alec Baldwin's
promoting his
trending.
new book about capitalism.
Okay. Alec Baldwin, Kiev, North Korea, and Jordan Peterson are trending. What the fuck happened during this podcast, dude? Oh, I should change the title. News. I don't know. I don't really know what we're planning on covering. I was since the last one that we did, the last show that we did was like so long, I was not expecting to cover stuff, and I just didn't have enough time. Ignore me in chat. That's cool. It's fine. It's probably a start cast. Don't worry about it. Thank you for trying.
Touched on Israel. He touched on Medicare for all, pharmaceutical, greed, all of those things. But some of the bigger,
There's a
more
lot of true crime
broad topics that I think were interesting that he highlighted was...
I shouldn't have said libs for them. They're not libs. I was going to click on a TYT thing.
A look at Biden's presidency so far from the progressive perspective, and what Bernie's legacy will be once he's no longer with us. And
no, he will never die, Bernie.
I think his legacy will be immense. It's already taking shape. But here he is talking about kind of his grade on how Biden has conducted his presidency so far.
Oh my god, what is happening on Twitter? North Korea English? Wait, this is the official North Korean Twitter? That's a thing? I know what I mean. Why is it trending? Is the trending tab on just Twitter just like broken, or do we actually care about it? I don't get it. If North Korea was to bomb America and they hit a city with like Houston, and we lost a lot of bad bitches, I swear to God, I'd be in Korea with none but an Oxy 30. And is that why? I don't understand how the trending tab works anymore. Kim Jong-un's sister warns the U.S. that unless it stops conducting... I'm just really scared scrolling through Twitter, but I guess I'll show you what I'm looking at. Broke Twitter. I mean, I think Elon Musk... Oh, what the fuck? I read that as Elon Musk's brother broke Twitter. I think my dyslexia is getting, like, worse. More the U.S. that unless it stops conducting military exercise that its allies in the region, North Korea will turn the Pacific Ocean into a firing range. Is this a legitimate channel? Hip hop and viral. Oh no, those things don't tend to. Viral news is not usually a thing you want to look at. Daily Loud. What is this? It's a huge following. Wait, who follows it that I follow? God damn it. And Post Malone. I feel like it sounds racist to say this, but like, oh, I don't feel smacked. What the fuck? But it's a friend of mine. But hip hop news. A lot of it's not like very politically. I wouldn't say like interested. I think it's just like a very it's like Aiden Ross, you know, like you're not gonna get like in-depth coverage of a situation in that. And I feel like they're not very like politically literate, and it has something to do with like the people that are covering it. It's just the audience of like what they're interested in. They're obviously interested in hip hop news, like not politics. You know, like those are two different things. Like somebody being interested in like I don't know, what's a very casual thing, rock climbing. It's like a rock climbing forum that's only rock climbing stuff, and then it's like getting into politics, and they're not doing an in-depth coverage of it. Well, what the fuck? Why did this tweet do so well? This was literally me yesterday. This is a good meme. I was so annoyed. Weird referrals, huh? But there's also tabs with Palestine. Says that okay, Marjorie Taylor Greene is bitching about Palestine. If China allies itself with Russia, there will be world war. Okay. What does this have to do with what? Like these are just like really offensive memes, I guess. Looking at the house they once lived in by occupied by wait, what? I don't understand what the fucking what this trending tab is. This is a mess. Most people shouldn't sing. I mean, true. Like, oh, you're doing inside a church. We live on. Oh shit! Destiny's or Zerka's talking to Destiny. My best friend, John Zerka and Destiny combined. So, I think I found out that you can watch other people that are banned if it's like in context, but maybe I shouldn't do it if it's not. I clicked on this, but it was like the intro, so I just want to see like Haz's takes on stuff. Defends his new book. So wait, was he just watching the same video? What? Oh my god, I have so much true crime to watch. Oh, I watched this one already. Who was it that wanted me to watch like David Pacman stuff? They did watch that conversation you had with Vosh on like election night or something. And I mean, I thought it was fun. You all on Discord? What do you mean? You can definitely join the Discord if you want to offline chat, so to say. I feel like I'm never gonna watch this one, so I'm just gonna remove it. Oh, I wanted to watch some news here. I don't know why Inside Edition thinks this.
After her antics at the State of the Union address, it's no surprise that Marjorie Taylor Greene...
I have another conversation. No, because I think that they ignored Cheetah, so I think that they just have a set cast. So they were, they probably already scheduled it. Oh, Whick messaged me. Oh, if you want on Primecast, I can put you in touch with him. He's a cool guy. I'm not sure how he structures the show. Invasive, is that the right word? Invasive. He has a set cast today, but regardless. Restructure this show, so I don't want to be invasive. If you I'd love to get to know him. How do I say this correctly? I work in social care? I do not work in social care. Why did you think I worked in social care? I work at a game company. Oh my god, that was 20 minutes ago. Jesus Christ, gotta look at my Discord more. I just need to get over my like nervousness about like just being on like shows, like just rolling into it. I think I psyched myself out a little bit too much. And then I think I overcompensate by drinking more than I maybe should. And then I don't think that's because then it catches up to you, obviously. And it not that I'm like fucking wasted. I only drank like what, like 3, 4 White Claws. I don't know. I didn't even finish this one. You go on at what the fuck? I think it's a lot easier if I'm also not like watching what I'm doing. I don't want to go into too much stuff, but no, I don't really do coding. It's more of a hands-on thing. I'll say it's like the QA department, we'll say. Wrong way on that one. Also, you've talked about it though. Aren't you like a teacher or something? But please do. I'd appreciate putting us in touch. Online chat's interesting. I think I'm not like one of my biggest issues is that I'm not really good at communicating like in general, and I'm aware of that, and I want to get better. So I feel like I need like to get better, you have to like throw yourself into it. And I especially like I have ADHD, and so it's really hard for me in like very like when there's a lot of people. And I like just like making like being funny. I feel like my camera has my camera been out of focus this entire time? Look, I look really yellow. Flat-faced apparently. Ecologist, right. Teach and research. Yes. Okay. I picked up on some of that because you mentioned it. So trust me, I'm paying attention, but I got stuck to this. And again, thank you so much for having me on. I was gonna watch this Destiny show, but I don't know what happened. I started watching it and then like just like I got so distracted with something else. Ecologist, teacher, and researcher in the UK. Liberal, open-minded. We'll make you a socialist one of these days. I want to finish this 1 minute video. Literally 7 seconds in, and I already paused
high
it.
profile. There's even talk of her running as Donald Trump's VP.
Do you think that Marjorie Taylor Greene would be the VP? I know she wants it. I can tell that she wants it. She's simping so hard, but I feel like she's too polarizing.
Should he win the nomination? Trump's reported.
Like, I think moderates hate fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Short list consists of all women, all very attractive.
Labor,
South
let's go.
Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, failed Arizona gubernatorial candidate Carrie Lake.
I am very jealous of her aesthetic.
AKA Trump in heels, former Democratic Congresswoman turned Republican Tulsi
Okay, so just all women? Is that what they're trying to get at?
Gabbard, and now Marjorie Taylor Greene. But a former Mike
Made a little nest. Is the dog food here? Kanye? No, they specifically said they weren't going to do Kanye. 11:30. Oh, it's only 10:30. Just let me know. 2 options for you with Prime. His current. Wait, he only gave me 1 though. These are 2 options. Oh, I think he means that I could have like gone ahead of time. What's the second? I'm still gonna ask. Black-based male. I mean, Republican.
Mike Pence advisor says MTG won't get the nod because, get this, she's not hot enough.
She looks... She's not hot enough? Who said that? Who the fuck said that?
Gabbard, and now Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I mean, I will agree, out of all the other women, Carrie Lake and Tulsi Gabbard are significantly hotter than Marjorie Taylor Greene.
But a former Mike Pence advisor says MTG won't get the nod
I gotta send a
because,
message.
get this, she's not hot enough.
Unfortunately for her, honestly, Donald Trump is a shallow human being, and I don't think she's going to meet the looks match for him. And, you know, I hate to say that to disparage another female, but we know how shallow this man is.
I mean, she's pretty jacked. I don't know. You're coming? Who's that? Do I need to do something? No. Oh, okay. There's no way I'm gonna end up watching this. FBI hired the violent... Oh, I already watched this one. Damn, I gotta really clear out this shit. Yeah, we don't care about this anymore. This, we already watched this. Oh wait, no, we didn't watch that. But we're not going to. I don't think. Second chance. Dogs!
A shelter in southern Spain is caring for abandoned hunting dogs, particularly greyhounds, by arranging international adoption.
They're so skinny! Oh my god, I didn't realize the fucking thing was so small, sorry. I'm trying to have the chat on the screen so people know what I'm talking about if I upload them to YouTube, but I gotta get the ratio right, because that's like unreadable. I guess I should probably have it as a different part. I don't know.
Options between Europe and North America. The Benjamin Menner Shelter and Rescue Foundation is currently caring for 600 hunting dogs, most of which are greyhounds. In 2021, 167,000 dogs were abandoned in Spain, many after the end of hunting season, according to the Affinity Foundation, a Barcelona-based non-governmental organization. This comes as Parliament is set to vote on an animal welfare bill that is likely to leave hunting dogs out. In Spain, greyhounds have traditionally been used to hunt small prey like rabbits. The proposed law is aimed at strengthening animal rights in the country. It would overhaul how domesticated and wild animals are treated in captivity, and it would ban the sale of pets in shops, convert zoos into wildlife recovery centers, and abusers would face prison time. In December 2022, the Socialist Party submitted a last-minute amendment to exclude hunting dogs and other animals involved in the traditional rural activities from the bill.
Wait,
the hunting
who?
industry
Where?
generates more than $5 billion a year, according to Deloitte.
I feel like that was a lot of information and very confusing. But we love dogs. Dies after crashing into fire truck. Again? Oh god, is this gonna be graphic? Up! Jesus, fuck, that car got obliterated! Look at this! Oh my god, then I fucked it up. No. No, it's supposed to be the text. All right, the chat being on screen, we're gonna have to revise that, I think. We'll see how annoying it is throughout the rest of this, but
Walnut Creek, California. A
I'm from there, kind of.
Tesla was obliterated on Saturday, and the driver killed after plowing right into a fire truck.
Was
The
it
day before
automated?
in faraway
Oh my god.
China, an out-of-control Tesla
Again?
drives across a bridge and
Wait, okay, so when this happens, the thing I don't know about this Inside Edition channel is I don't know when these things happen. I assume they happened right as they're reporting them, but I don't know if that's the case. Yeah, so when you get banned, you can see chat exactly. You still got that coyote in your neighborhood. Oh, speaking of coyote and Inside Edition, apparently they're saying that the dog recognized the family. I don't know if you guys remember when we were talking about that coyote or that dog that was raised by coyotes. Oh my god, they post so many videos. Oh, here it is. This is apparently the follow-up from the video we watched a few weeks ago?
Resolution
Or a
in the
week ago?
dispute over the dog apparently adopted by a pack of coyotes.
I don't know if this means that it's the right dog. I still stand by what I said. It didn't really look like the same dog, but like, dogs are excited to see anyone paying attention to them. You know what I mean? I feel like Ben would like just be super excited to like see like any group of people.
The heartwarming moment, the dog raised by coyotes is reunited with his human family.
I don't know. I want to believe that I could pick out Ben from like if he like randomly, I don't know, started looking different for some reason with his behavior, but I understand that I might be naive in that.
There's no mistaking that wagging tail.
Dogs do this with everybody! I don't know, dude. I think dogs don't have the same loyalty that cats do, which is funny to say, but if you know, you know.
The long-lost dog immediately recognized the Kabata family as his own, even after
I don't know though. I think they would do this like my dogs get really excited about anybody. Like it's in a shelter. It's not like it's like not in like a what's up, comedy bringer?
After 6 months surviving in the wild with a pack of coyotes roaming Las Vegas neighborhoods.
I've never seen this tail position where it's like.
It was amazing. It was just like a moment filled of, a lot of emotions. I think it was like a moment of relief, a moment of love, moment of happiness.
I don't feel like that proves that it's their
Last
dog.
month, he was captured by animal rescuers.
His shelter dog. No, but my dogs are that way with like strangers. Do they just hate me? Like what am I supposed to take away from that?
They named him Ghost, but Christy Kabata recognized him from news reports as her puppy Hades, who ran off last August. Some people questioned Christy's claims, even the
Yeah,
cops
they were gonna
got
go
involved. Now an animal shelter has determined that the dog really does belong with Christy.
A dog knows their owner, and the owner can recognize their dog no matter what. If you truly love them.
Looks like Ghost, Hades.
I don't know, like, is this not like maybe the same reaction any dog would have? They don't just tack that crazy for random people. Well, yes.
Agrees.
I guess that is an
Happy all
argument. Wait, check this out. What is this? Oh no. I'm not gonna open up in that tab. I thought it was Sheeta posting that. This is a Yoda, what is the purpose of existence? Luckily it's Ben Shapiro talking. This video has 5 views and it was posted 30 minutes ago. Is this your video? Is your channel Existential Voice? What the fuck? Why would you show me this? It has to be your video. Okay, yes, but only to bring attachment, suffering, fear, failure. Purpose to seek the present, to be mindful, and to live fully for each moment. Generally, I'd watch this, but I don't trust this. It was literally uploaded 30 minutes ago. To pick up my dog from daycare when we're gone a few days. They give anyone. I don't know. My dog, like, these dogs become heroes. Oh.
These dogs all saved kids' lives. In 2022,
That guy's like, God damn it, I wanted to shoot somebody.
2 sisters were reunited with their parents after going missing in the woods.
Oh, my girls.
All that time, the girls had a brave buddy.
That sounds so funny, the concept of going missing in the woods. I know it's probably horrible, but like, I'm just saying the concept of going missing in the woods, like, it's just very
watching
funny.
over them, their golden retriever.
He's just
Let's
another
go,
family member
doggy.
looking out for his baby girls.
Abigail and Cecilia Berg.
Oh my
disappeared
god,
after-
I have that same carpet. It was me the whole time. Dude, I hate cans. I feel like it's really difficult to drink all of it. Those dogs hate me. Maybe it's because they're around people all the time.
After playing with their dog Artemis
No, they
in their
love me.
yard.
Playing in the woods and following Artemis, and when we got lost.
Your mind just starts going to the worst places.
Dude, let's be real. They were lost for like 20 minutes.
I can't find my children. They play with my dog outside, and I've searched everywhere, and it's getting dark, and I don't know where they are.
I jumped to, oh my gosh, like, did someone drive up here and take
Oh my god, stop!
all of them?
Please send someone quickly. I'm going through the house again. Okay. Abigail! Cecilia!
For 5 agonizing hours, there was no trace of them. Police and volunteers scoured the woods, and Artemis never left their side.
From what the girls tell us, they snuggled up with him to kind of stay in one spot and get warm.
Then, good news.
We heard over the walkie-talkies that they found him, and I collapsed.
Cops brought the little girls home, and the family was reunited.
I missed you.
Bro, they brought everybody. Look how many people are there. For somebody who lost, like, what?
Cops brought the little girls
What? There's more.
home, and the
Oh, wait, no, it's the dad. Okay. They brought like 20 people for this. Honestly, for my tax dollars, it's not worth it.
family was reunited.
Yeah, like the whole town, right?
The sisters
Oh,
wandered
I felt bad. Obviously, she was really upset.
over a mile from their house. Artemis had a starring role in the rescue. He
Mm.
started barking when he heard the searchers and making
Oh shit, dogs barking?
it much easier to find them.
He wasn't leaving their side.
911, what's your emergency?
I kind of have more questions. How did they get lost in their backyard? But good, they were found. Yeah, exactly.
My 3-year-old daughter went missing out of our front yard.
In 2018, this mom called 911 after her daughter wandered into a massive cornfield.
My heart was definitely racing.
Her daughter Remy was always on the go, and never far behind was their Yorkie named Pete.
He'll sleep beside her, and if she goes outside, he goes with her.
Timberland left Remy on the swing set for just a minute. When she came back, her daughter and the dog were gone.
And we can't find her anywhere.
I'm going to get a deputy out there right now, okay?
And I was walking through like this, and we were hollering for Remy. We hollered, Remy.
These seem like they're like literally just like, I've been lost for 5 minutes and
Over
then
100 people joined in on the search and combed through the
What?
8-foot-high corn stalks.
people?
All kinds of wild animals. We hear coyotes all the time out here. I thought she was going
Is that the Oh my god, I thought that was the girl that was lost. Is that a parent? How old is that woman?
because it was dark. So, and she was all alone. I didn't know if she knew we were coming for her. I didn't know what she was thinking.
Like, how do you get lost? Like, what? You need 100 people?
The next day, after 12
Yeah,
long
maybe I guess they didn't have anything
hours,
else to do.
rescuers came
Again.
across an amazing sight. Remy was fast asleep, and the pup was right by her side.
And she told us he stayed all night with her out there. That little dog, Heath, is definitely a hero.
Oh, doggy, good doggy.
My backyard neighbor's house is on fire. The whole back of the house is engulfed.
In 2016, 2 small children were rescued from inside a Florida home.
We have the fire department on the way.
One neighbor called 911. Another neighbor broke the front window to help the dad escape. Firefighters credit the family dog Max, a German Shepherd, for helping them through
Oh,
the
we
heavy
love
smoke to
Max.
save the 2 kids. After the ordeal, Max was
No.
treated at the vet and held a hero.
Okay, sit, Rex. Sit, sit.
Oh, good boy, Max.
In 2018, Rex was on the mend and lucky to be alive. The German Shepherd was shot several times protecting his...
What? Oh, it's not the same dog, right? It just a little confusing to have two German Shepherds back to back.
bed and held a hero.
That's dog food if you're wondering what that noise is.
Sit, Rex. Sit, sit. Relax. Good boy, Papacito.
In 2018, Rex was on the mend and lucky to be alive. The German Shepherd was shot several times protecting his owner. Rex and Javier were home alone when someone allegedly broke in. Javier heard someone bang on the glass door of the house and heard it shatter. While he hid in the closet and called 911, Rex ran to confront the intruders. Javier said,
I get so sad thinking that my dogs would do this, but they're not. They're corgis. So it's like a German Shepherd is like, to some extent, like a weapon. Like, they can literally protect you. Like, my friend's German Shepherd is, oh my god, gigantic. Like, if he wanted, like, to hurt me, like, he obviously could very easily, because he's... like, when it's all fresh. And, like, I worry that my dogs would do this, and then, like, obviously if this happened, they wouldn't let... I mean, like, one of the scariest things is the idea of, like, the police coming, and then, like, for some reason, and then they're just, like, shooting the fuck out of my dogs. Because they're corgis. They're not, like, big-ass dogs. But there's, like, a whole meme that the police always fucking shoot your dogs, dude. Reason to have a large... Yeah, that's true.
he heard gunshots and Rex crying. When police arrived, the intruders were gone and Rex was rushed to the hospital.
We lived it. Let's go. What a fucking G, dude.
The dog recovered at a local vet after
W
going
Rex.
well beyond his duties
Rex.
as man's best friend. For Inside Edition Digital...
Why'd you gonna leave it in kind of like a sad one, dude?
We're learning today the extraordinary planning.
Dude, Zelensky always has like the same like colored drip.
That went into
and I think he kind of looks like Razor, so that's maybe why I really like him.
President Biden's secret trip to war-torn Ukraine.
Would definitely shoot your dog.
Visit shrouded in secrecy, to say the least.
There was no hint of the drama to come when the
Yeah, I hadn't heard of this either. I don't. Did they explain why this was?
Date night with the First Lady at a D.C. restaurant Saturday night. 8 hours later, at 3:30 a.m. Sunday morning, the president slipped out of the White House under cover of darkness, taking off not on Air Force One, but a smaller plane at 4:15, with just 2 reporters on board, sworn to secrecy.
They had to surrender their phones at Joint Base Andrews when they met the plane yesterday morning.
The White House even published a fake schedule showing the president at work in the Oval Office when he was actually in the air.
Debated, idiots!
On his way to Ukraine, accompanied by just 3 aides.
Typically, the president can take over a dozen staffers with him somewhere, a huge security contingent, but we are now learning that he went with a small medical staff, a photographer, only a handful of...
What is that? I'm getting bombed. What is that noise?
Staffers were there with him.
All told,
nothing I can do about it.
20-hour odyssey for the 80-year-old Biden. But he sure looked fresh as he was greeted by Ukraine's President Zelensky and his wife. We spoke to CNN's Clarissa Ward, who is in Kyiv. Can you tell me how you heard that the president was arriving and what was your reaction?
As the moment got closer,
oh my god, shaky hands here being the cameraman.
Actually had soldiers arriving in the hotel telling us that we couldn't be out on balconies like these ones, that we had to point our cameras away from the street, that we couldn't shoot any live reports.
By the way, the famed foreign correspondent is 6 months pregnant. What is it
okay, cool.
like to be in a war zone 6 months pregnant?
When I look at Ukrainian women and see them getting pregnant, having babies every day, that really gave me the inspiration. And knowing that there's good...
To get pregnant? What is she trying to say? Why do I feel like I'm like really out of focus? Maybe my eyes are just blurry.
Medical care around here should anything happen. Also...
Okay, this is such a lib take, to be honest. To be honest, this is a lip take.
Gave me a degree of comfort.
The two leaders didn't flinch when an air raid siren rang out as they crossed Kyiv's central square to lay wreaths at a
All right, Joe Biden looks really awkward walking.
monument to the
Yeah, that's good
thousands
for
of
a career.
soldiers killed in the war.
Okay, do you think the right wing is going to say that this is like a clone of Joe Biden or something? Or not a clone, a body double? Because in my conspiracy brain that I have, you know, a little part of my head that's like that, I feel like, huh, it looks kind of weird, but this is the only coverage I've looked at, so. You know, that's what CNN says.
Significant moment on the world stage. President Biden met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky during this unannounced trip. It comes just days before.
Ooh, what a tall king. How tall is Joe Biden? I'm good, Cameron. How are you?
For the one-year mark of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, this moment is highly significant this morning.
I'm gonna
Biden
combine my
sending a
tabs.
strong message of support to Ukrainians as
Kidding.
air raid sirens wailed across Kyiv, underscoring the very real risk involved in this trip.
Look at all these fucking dudes.
A moment ago about the weight of this historic moment.
President Biden, that is so important signal for us, and all we
Bro, whose idea was this to have like this style like back? It's like old Soviet style, right? Like it's just the opulent Soviet style. I just feel like it looks like shit. It's just too much. It's like everything that Trump makes.
Thank you very much for coming, Mr. President.
It's good to be back in Kyiv. I was telling you that.
Oh my god, I watched too many AI things. I can't like believe anything that he says anymore.
One of my newer staff members on the flight from Washington into Poland asked me how many times I've been to Kyiv. And I had to stop and think, it's my 8th trip. And much has changed.
Looking a little portly. Joe Biden's gaining a little weight, huh?
Much of it
Piece of that.
invasion, but also the Ukrainian people have stepped up in a way that few people ever have in their own defense, and have apparently also embraced the notions of democracy. No longer discussions about whether or not certain privileged people have control.
We have seen in coverage.
What is this drip? What is this drip? What the hell? I kind of like it. I like hers, but it looks like she's wearing a robe. This one, I don't like where the buttons are. I think the biggest thing is that it looks like they're matching too much, so it looks like it's purposeful for some reason. Which then is odd to me. Interesting.
Coverage from all fronts this morning. Phil Mattingly is here with me.
Oh, do you think it's Valentine's?
Ward is standing by on the ground in Kyiv. Fred Pleitkin is in Moscow, and Kylie Atwood is at the State Department. Of course, this is a historic visit by President Biden. It is actually his 8th visit to Ukraine, his first, though, since Russia invaded. It's a visit that he has said he has wanted to make since 11 months ago, but now, of course, President Biden has finally made it under a shroud of secrecy. Clarissa Ward knows that well. She was watching this entire visit happen before it could actually be reported. Clarissa, the President Biden was
Dude, my
there
favorite
on the
emote is the
ground in
thumbs
Kyiv.
up one.
What
I
could
feel like
you
it's so
see
efficient.
From your vantage.
So, Caitlin, we're now here in the square where President Biden was. He was inside St. Michael's Church,
Oh my God, I gotta
just
do the
behind
ads.
me, and you
At
could hear
everyone,
those
please
air raid
contact
sirens start
me
wailing.
if
There
you'd
was
like
a
to be
moment
on
where everybody
tomorrow's
was wondering whether he
podcast.
was actually going to come out of the church. He and President Zelensky came out of the church.
Fuck's at me
They
in this
met up
shit.
with
Oh,
two
it's at everyone.
soldiers who were carrying wreaths, and then they proceeded to kind of
Dude, I hate this, like, I understand the importance of it, but I hate, like, the whole performative aspect. It's like, I don't care.
Of course, this is a huge news story here in Ukraine, and you can see.
But I understand why. It's the whole idea of, like, having a solidarity or whatever, you know. Who is this person? I hate when people, like, message me on Discord, and they, like, don't have anything in their profile. They have no mutual servers. They have no mutual friends. They're not even in my server. I'm just gonna ignore them. Fuck it.
Behind me, just there next to that reporter, this is the U.S. wreath that was laid as President Zelensky and President Biden looked on. The two leaders then
Well, no, it was, yeah, because this happened like today.
embraced. The air raid sirens finally stopped wailing, and President Biden got into his motorcade. And I should say it was
Slava
an
Ukraine.
extraordinarily huge motorcade. This entire area was completely blocked off to traffic. The streets were empty.
Is that me or
Our
them
live
with
shot
the
position
quality
is
there?
up on the
That's them.
balcony of the
Oh
hotel
my god, Razor turned the
behind me,
AC on.
and we had multiple
What's up, Magnum
visits
Logan?
from soldiers who told us under no circumstances were we to go out on the balcony. At one stage, they came up even to tell us to stand back further from the window. So there was a lot of security
Things are all right. How are
that
you
went
doing?
into this. This is a trip that many people
We're trying to figure out how it's going in Ukraine currently.
waiting a long time for.
Again, the Russians are getting pretty blown out, which we say is a joke, but obviously it's still horrible. You know, the Russian citizens have to die for like literally no reason. This is like their Vietnam, basically.
And as you heard from President Zelensky talking about how meaningful this was, Caitlin, what a strong signal of support. And that is something we're hearing reflected again and again.
I love how these people are just rolling by, dude. They're just chilling.
Talking to ordinary Ukrainians. We needed this right now.
Also, the weather here is so ridiculous. That's like, it's literally like 70 something. It's 73 degrees and it was 81 today. But like literally like 2 days ago, it was like 50 and I like the high and it was like down to like 26. So it's blowing my mind that they're all bunched up, obviously.
Greatly appreciated.
Yeah, and there's actual support that they are sending as well. Clarissa, what a remarkable moment there.
I think she's one of the people that interviewed Andrew Callahan.
It was as President Biden and President Zelensky were walking into the church, I believe that's behind you, air raid sirens were actually going off in Kyiv as President Biden was on the ground.
I'm glad to hear that you're doing well.
And it's interesting because, you know, the expectation had been that with the president
Dude,
here,
their eyebrows are
the
nuts. How am I
almost
going to be able to
certainly already knew
compete?
he was here, they'd be unlikely to do something like, you know, extraordinary, like launching a missile attack on this city while the president was here. But when we heard those air raid sirens, the first thing you want to find out is what type of threat has been reported. In this case, it was MiG activity over Belarus. That, again, is something that we have on an almost daily basis, but it does take on pretty loaded.
I was watching Dylan Burns' video earlier, and he said that, like, if they were to take Ukraine, they wouldn't go for, like, Poland, but they would definitely go for Moldova as like the next stepping stone.
Significance when you have the president of the United States in a church in the center of town, still miles away from the next border being Poland, where we presume obviously he is on his way to now. So it was definitely a tense moment, although you didn't see that necessarily
I'm just gonna hear a bunch of
reflected
weird
on
stuff.
the ground. I will say that
They're just like running out the clock on that one.
We're learning today that
Enters hospice carrier. Apparently he's dying. I thought he was already dead, so that was news to me, I guess. What else are we catching up on? We already started watching this one. It wasn't that fun. Why being poor is so expensive. That's important to watch, but maybe not now. This is a Vice 4-minute thing on...
I often try and put things in front of my camera that freak me out. For
Is
this
this an
photograph,
ad?
I'm going to be using a live snake. I am more afraid of
I
my
should have been a little
taxes
bit
than
more...
I am of snakes. I don't know.
Okay, never mind. That wasn't what I thought it was going to be. I do want to finish this at some point. Trudeau says the jet... Okay, that's old news. A disaster nuked Ohio. Definitely. It did. We saw the dog thing. Oh, I watched this one already. The scary needs to be stopped. I didn't watch this one, but I'm over it. of killing naked husband on Christmas pushes self-defense crime in court. What? They're usually okay. Okay.
This matter is before the court as remanded by the Appellate Division order dated
Dude, I
February
love law
3rd,
stuff.
2023. Therein, this court is instructed to issue written amplified findings and a statement of reasons to facilitate appellate review. In the narrative of its order, the Appellate Division found that this court abused.
I was really expecting the slowly thing to like do the bouncing off thing. Where like you're waiting for it to go perfectly in the corner.
Its discretion in not considering the defendant's proffered evidence of self-defense to the murder charge. Further, the order instructs this court to give reasons for finding defendant
Okay,
as a
the
flight
woman
risk or would attempt to
accused of
obstruct
fatally
or
shooting her husband,
obstruct.
who was naked in bed on Christmas Day, appears in court virtually Tuesday morning. Oh my God! What? Mary Lou Wigglesworth? That's not a fucking name. Are you kidding me? Mary Lou Wigglesworth claims she feared for her life when she shot. Okay, I don't really know how interesting this is. Looks like someone's blowing up a mattress upstairs. Yeah, the DVD bounce, definitely. That's what I was talking about. Challenged the court's denial of bail, claiming her client acted in self-defense. The judge rejected the motion. Okay, well, I didn't need to watch it then. I don't know how much I can do that one. The woman accused of killing boyfriend attacks her attorney. Dude didn't even get out of his chair. He just let the wheels take him, dude.
An accused killer attacked her own attorney in court. Taylor Shabiznis is accused of—
No! These are all fake names! No! Her name was not Shabiznis. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Okay.
of killing and mutilating her boyfriend a year ago in Wisconsin. The 25-year-old was in court for a hearing when she attacked her defense attorney as he was sitting next to her. A court officer pulled her to the ground, but the defendant—
Look at those slides, though.
It made it difficult for him to restrain her.
Clear the courtroom.
I mean, it seems like he's got the situation under control, to be honest. Oh my God.
Shabiznis is still undergoing evaluations by mental health professionals.
I like how her concern is, I don't really want the wire to get messed up.
To determine if she's competent to stand trial. She's charged with first-degree intentional homicide,
Jesus.
mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. She has—
That was a lot! You're just gonna roll that out on here? What is this woman? Taylor Shabiznis? Okay, we gotta know more. 25? It, like, blows my mind what things get, like, coverage. Like, because I think that's, like, yeah, like, what? Decapitating lover. Hello? Oh, classic Wisconsin behavior. Okay. Well, I want to know more about her, though. What's up with the— No, don't play. Accused of decapitating her lover during a wild meth-fueled escapade. That's a fun way to say it. Last year, randomly attacked her own lawyer in the courtroom Tuesday, striking him in the head. Taylor Shabiznis, 25, lunged a— Okay, yeah, that's not what I want to know more about the story, though. Angered by what decision? Shocking video of the spontaneous violent outburst shows Shabiznis calmly sitting in the Green Bay courtroom. Oh my God, it's like where my extended family's from. Not the dog's son. Judge Thompson J. Walsh recommended stating the murder trial on May 15th instead of March 6th, a suggestion made by Jolly— Who the fuck is Jolly? What? Oh. The defense attorney, got it, okay. So she was mad at it. I don't know why. The accused killer flings herself at the attorney. She was sitting beside her, striking him with her elbow and handcuffed her wrist. A security guard quickly tackles Shabiznis— it's fun to say, to be honest— to the floor, and a chaotic clip shows. At one point, the guard's tool belt becomes wrapped around, which exposed after she lost her shoes in the tussle. Gotcha. Oh no, does she look like me? Decapitated Thyrin? Okay, the bizarre blowup came after Jolly asked Walsh, I think that Walsh is the judge, for an extension in order to prove his client was not competent to stand trial for his grisly. Okay, so maybe it was like a setup that she was supposed to be like violent. Is my 5-head take. Murder of 25-year-old Shad Thyron. Business allegedly decapitated Thyron during sex? What? Continued to perform sexual acts on his life. There's no way that's like... That has to be like, what they're trying to make... What? Lifeless body and mutilated his... How the fuck do you do that? With a bread knife? You're telling me that she decapitated this man with a fucking bread knife? Yeah, praying mantis style. She then stuffed his severed head and penis in a bucket and other body parts in a crock pot, leaving them for his mother to find. Oh, this is the prosecution statement. So, of course, they're going to make it seem like... Okay, she probably wasn't leaving it for the mother to find. She was just probably, like, stowing them away. The woman who is married to another man... Oh, shit, she was married to another man. There's the fucking plot thickens here. Was found by police at home covered in blood records. Wait, what? The woman who... Oh, she was covered in blood at her home. She reportedly told cops, have fun trying to find all the organs. Oh my god, what a psycho. Pleaded not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, but reportedly admitted to cops that she was crazy during the deadly wrong. Okay, well that's like the same thing. That's literally how, oh, what's her name that cut off that guy's dick? That's how she did it. Or that's what she... That was her defense as well. She told detectives she and Thyron had been smoking meth before going to his mother's house to have sex using chains. Okay. She also said she didn't intend to kill... What? I'm just gonna do a light decapitation. Dude, I don't know. Is it just my eyes that are off? I feel like I'm so out of focus. Doing a light decapitation. And killing him, although she reportedly admitted she sat on the victim and waited for him to die as he coughed up blood. How was he able to... Okay, the timing of the events seemed a little confusing there. Yeah, I like it. Shabusiness said about choking Byron. Jolly, the attorney that she attacked, had told the judge he needs more time for a defense expert to review the case and testify as to his client's competency. The court-appointed doctor found Shabusiness competent to stand trial last year, but the defense attorney pushed back against the diagnosis. Okay. So Jolly was pushing back that she was... They're trying to make it seem like she's not competent, so I can see this being like a ploy, you know what I mean? Jolly said... Oh my god, it's so funny to say it every time. Shabusiness was previously diagnosed with bipolar disorder and received mental health treatment since she was a 7th grader. The business faces charges of 1st-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and 3rd-degree sexual assault. I mean... If he was already dead, I don't think that sexual assault is applicable, because that typically goes into mutilating a corpse, from what I think I know about the legal system, but, you know, who knows. That was a wild ride there, though. I was not expecting those charges to be what they were. Oh my god, fucking libs, dude. Imagine attacking the person who was supposed to help you. Just proves your guilt. Yes, okay. Thank you, Facebook moms. Oh, what is this fucking...
All right, finally, Dylan Mulvaney is on day 300 something of girlhood, and of course has learned nothing from the actual women who...
I assume she's a trans woman. Because I just look into a lot of law stuff. Like, I just find it really interesting. Like, legal qualifications for things.
Tried to tell him how degrading this whole stunt is. So here's his latest video.
Oh yeah, he keeps saying him. See again, if gender and pronouns have any social use, the fact that these fucking idiots just keep like going out of their way to misgender people is just so confusing.
It's day 335 of being a girl, and I wanted to go on record to say that this might be—
She's fucking crushing it with the makeup. Let's go.
Be the hottest I've ever looked and will ever look in my lifetime. And I'm making this video so that in thousands of years, there will be evidence. Is it the dress? It could be the dress.
Oh my god, how are you so skinny?
Is it the
Yeah, it's not the dress. The dress is pretty mid.
makeup? Or is it the hair?
It's definitely the hair and the makeup. The makeup looks fucking fire.
Because I think it's the extensions. And when I have extensions in, I don't know my name. I don't know where I live. I just know that I love these. And I know that I look like I could steal a husband, but I want to promise you, look me in the eyes. I want to promise you that I would never—
She got some pretty ass eyes, dude.
Do that to you. Okay, I am a girl's girl. And I love ya. Woo! But seriously, this is good.
Oh, it's so cute. She's so excited about her. I mean, she's over a year now of like her transition, and she looks fantastic. I am so excited for her. I can't wait for Matt Walsh to say something horrible.
Right? Okay. Love you. Okay.
Now listen, I know I don't have.
Oh my god, he's so upset. No, I've never stolen a husband.
A reputation for being necessarily the kindest or gentlest person in the world, especially when dealing with people like this.
Yeah,
the truth, though, is that I am a gentle soul at heart, I think. And
oh my god, shut the fuck up, Matt Walsh. No, you're not. You're
also, I do feel
absolute
pity,
piece of shit.
or I can feel pity for some of these people. And so I wouldn't usually say what I'm about to say, at least
Let's hear it.
not as directly as I'm going to say it.
Soul.
But Dylan Mulvaney is intentionally degrading women.
Is he dead naming her? Or because Dylan's like not a it's not necessarily like a guy or a girl name. I mean, not that they had to switch it. I just don't know if she goes by something else, because I feel like I don't want to. I just assume that he's dead naming her, but you can still have it, Dylan.
Women every time he does.
Oh my god! Shut the fuck up! No, she's not. Stop.
This woman face minstrel.
She looks. A minstrel show
routine. He is insulting and demeaning them and doing it on purpose and profiting off of it.
Who is
Karen, since I have two daughters and a wife, I
okay. Why does it matter that you know women? Why does it matter you have women related to you? It doesn't fucking matter. Are they upset about it? Like, what do you mean? Like, I think that Dylan, I hope I'm not dead naming her, she seems like she's living her best life. She's really excited about it. Like, that she looks really pretty, and she's fucking having a really good like, I don't understand why conservatives just, like, want to ruin people's life on time. Like, I don't think that there's anything wrong. So I love this idea of, like, there's wood back here, like, there's, like, this isn't, like, a studio.
I take this kind of thing personally, which is why
yeah, let her be, that's what I'm saying.
Dylan.
Well, I don't know if that's her name. Should I Google it? It says 400,000 views. Jesus Christ. I mean, to be fair, I'm obviously part of that. We looked up Taylor Business. You know, honestly, if I, were to transition... Oh, she's an actress. We love that for her. Okay, so she does go by that. Okay. Okay, good.
If that is the most attractive you will ever look, then I don't even want to imagine.
I think she looked fire. Are you really going to come at me, Matt Walsh? Here, let's look at pictures of Matt Walsh, dude. Also, his hairline is going hard, and that's fine in general. But the reason why we're making fun of him... Oh my god, I can't fucking type. Where's, the really... When he doesn't have a beard, he looks so bad. Walsh beardless. I don't know if that's him, but... Oh, yeah, here it is. That's my favorite picture of Matt Walsh. Oh god, I shouldn't be careful of what... This is what the Matt Walsh This is what he looks like. Yeah, I know. I shouldn't be shaming the follically challenged.
And what you'll look like when you're at your ugliest. You do not pass as an attractive woman or as a woman.
She looks prettier than I do. Then I guess I don't pass. I guess I'm just a trans woman somehow. Well, fuck me then.
Even with 50 pounds.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying about conservatives. Like, dude, I don't get it. Like, then I don't pass. Like, what do you mean? I don't look significantly different than this woman. Oh God, it's so frustrating.
Makeup and plastic surgery and clever lighting tricks. Even then, you still cannot escape what you really are and what you
Yes, I understand. I'm, I guess, a trans woman.
will always be. You have successfully shed whatever parts of you were masculine, perhaps, at least on the surface. Nobody would ever describe you as masculine or manly, so you've got that going. But your femininity quotient has not increased.
Looks like a table. Like, you remember those Starbucks tables? Like the type of woman you fall in love with in the world of 2049. Oh, because of my little sensors. Transpassing.
At a rate commensurate with the loss of your masculinity. You may not be masculine, but you also aren't feminine. Instead, you are weird and artificial.
What? Wait, no, I'm not passing. Apparently, if she's not passing, I'm not passing. Come on.
You are manufactured and lifeless. You are unearthly and eerie.
And you only eerie, like the lakes.
You are like some kind of human deep
ambiguous face. I got called flat face today, so
fake. That's what you are. You are a man deprived of all the best qualities of men, but without any of the best qualities of women.
Yeah, I get like a cyberpunk look. I get it.
Is contrived. Everything about you is fake. Nothing.
Irony alert! But holy shit, that is. I feel like this. Maybe you should get a ring light, dude. Like, this is not doing you any favors. I don't even think his hairline's that shit. I just think the camera position and the lighting really is not doing him any favors.
About you rings true. Nobody buys the act. You'll never be accepted as a woman by anyone. Never by anyone. Even the people who pretend to accept you.
Look that good, and it's great. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that trans women do a lot to look like, female coded, as we say. Then obviously that's why we make the jokes, because like we all do it. Like trans women trying to look like women is the same thing that cis women try and do. Like, makeup isn't like a trans only thing, like women want to look more like women too. Like, it doesn't fucking matter that much. And there's not a huge difference to me. I think a lot of like TERFs, which is ironic because a lot of TERFs look like they're like trans women. Like, have you seen like clocking? Clocking is like the term that I say it jokingly as like not as an insult, but like the way it's used is like generally in a negative way to like be like, oh, I can tell that person's trans, which is a transphobic mentality, obviously. But like, what's up, Retro? Patty Harrison, who's on? Warn me if it's gonna be a sex worker, because it's gonna. I'm doing it really slowly, so you can warn me, so I don't Google it on screen. Oh no, she's an actress. Okay. This is a trans woman? Let's go. I mean, she just looks like a woman. Like, this is like fucking transphobes' worst nightmare. Because then they're gonna start seeing everybody as a trans woman. I mean, she looks like a woman. I don't know, like, I see no problems. Cute. She's still in my steez though, that fucking bitch. Alright, now it's her. She's still in my hair thing. Transition before puberty. Yes, you are 100% correct. That's why puberty blockers are very important in terms of like your physical representation, because if you don't go through the male puberty, you're not at all able to get like blocked generally because you didn't develop those features that come off masculine. I think there's like a singer, like a German singer or something that's like a trans woman. German. Oh my god, this is gonna come up correctly. And it was kind of the same thing, because yeah, trans pop singer. Like, this is a woman. Like, this is a girl. Like, I mean, she looks young, so I feel weird saying, but like, this is a girl. You know, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, she when you take puberty blockers, like, you don't have the facial differences or physical other body differences that happens with male puberty. So this is why puberty blockers, if we're saying about like passing, there is a really interesting conversation to have about like, is passing like do you like to be valid, you have to be passing all of that. And like I think there's a lot of nuance to that conversation. But I think that if you want to be passing, puberty blockers are a huge help. You know, on the feminine side. I don't know if it goes both ways. I mean, I don't really know a lot about, I think, like, trans women get so much more attention because people just, like, generally like to judge women more, which I find maybe, like, more validating for trans women, that, like, our entire culture is constantly judging women, and then trans women are now, like, getting judged the same way, obviously in a meaner way, but maybe a little bit validating the point that they're getting the same shit that other women get. If that makes sense. I think it's just like a funny irony. Was talking about this topic. Wait, why was he talking about this topic? I'm like so afraid of Destiny. I'd fuck them. I mean, yeah, she's pretty. Sung at TwitchCon. She might have. It's probably easier to deal with than 100%. Yeah, that's why passing is like, even a term. It's like people are just gonna automatically like, and then it's like clocking is such a bad thing. Like, because it's kind of funny is the more passing like trans women are, the more paranoid like hyper turfs are, where they're constantly thinking like everyone around them, like their mom is like a trans woman. Like there's like the subreddit's dedicated to like if you ever go on like a trans subreddit, or a like not necessarily directly trans subreddit, but like a subreddit that has to do with trans issues and that is not necessarily on one side or the other, and you post like a picture of just like me, for example, just the environment that is on the internet, which is why it's like so toxic sometimes, or a lot of times when it comes to like the passing aspect, is that people would say that I'm not passing. Like I'm just saying, like I said, I am a cis woman, but like I would be seen as like not passing, which is the best example of why like trans people are totally valid, like it doesn't matter. Like if you keep like thinking that like people go out of their way to invalidate people's identities for like no fucking reason, but like a lot of like Abba was asking about people who transition and what prison they should go to. Well, we do have a lot of data saying that trans women get assaulted in male prisons. But we don't have any data that trans women assault other women in prisons. So nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks what? You just said that. Don't like being given an apple painted orange and being told it's like no longer an apple. Yeah, I can see that.
As a woman are only pretending because they're afraid of being lectured if they don't, or because they want to use you as a platform to virtue signal. But everyone who looks at you will see something.
Yes, everyone has anything that you do with yourself is obviously only for a nefarious gain.
Something pitiable. And
This is why all of this rhetoric just turns into like, oh, it's the Jews, because like there's no logical connection between them. They're just like this like idea is that it's just like nefarious reasons. Oh, they're gonna come get you in your bed.
and bizarre, something utterly
Okay, it is way too
unfeminine in every way.
Utterly
You-
unfeminine? What do you mean? Oh, it's so cold. But the pedos, yeah, I don't understand why though. You can't be in normal confinement. Oh yeah, they're in protective custody. You're talking about prisons. Yeah, they're typically kept in protective custody, but that doesn't mean that they're not gonna get assaulted there. Obviously, the show for gain. I mean, apparently he's popular. I mean, I like watching it to criticize it, but
will never be able to actually have the identity that you're trying to appropriate, nor will you ever be able to fully escape the identity.
there is some element to that, Cheetah, where it is like a Christian thing to like blame the Jews for everything. But I don't. I think this is more of a authoritarian like Nazi ideology, like slipping back into that type of thing. You know. What you think of this song? We didn't link anything.
Identity that you're fleeing.
Anime Titty God, you know what? It's actually really good. It's a great song. Please don't link anything that would be bad for me to say that too.
The best you can hope
The chat's
for is
on the
some kind
screen
of
now. The chat's on the screen now.
limbo, the worst of all worlds. And yet, even in that limbo state, you will still be.
I gotta figure out a better way to do it. Why do you care?
Just not one that any of us can respect or take seriously.
Okay, that's your opinion. What do you mean, any of us? I mean, I don't think you chopped this wood, you dumb bitch. Your dumbass book is got the worst art. Have you ever seen Matt Walsh's book's art? It's like literally the worst. Book art. Like, look at this. Oh no, I should be careful with those. Spoiler. Look at this. I can't respect you. Why is he dressed like Cartman's mom? Like, this is like literally art they got off of like Fiverr, dude. Or not even. Fiverr people are usually better than this. This is like literally drawn by like a child. Yes, I'm gonna art shame Matt Walsh when all of it is about like transphobia, dude. MS Paint. I mean, like literally it's Cartman's mom. Like, I drew like this when I was like 12. Looks great, I love it. God damn it, little bits. Shut the fuck up. What? A fucking DMCA? What, you want me to listen to a song? This is a fucking 7.8 million viewed DMCA thing. Look what happened. Alright, well, he should have been art-shamed more. Also, is this supposed to look like balls and like a dick, or am I just seeing it that way? This looks like a Borderlands level. I don't know if I can listen to this. Breezer! Can I listen to this song, or am I gonna get in trouble? Okay, it'll probably just get muted. We'll listen to it. It's fine, whatever. I like to upload the videos on YouTube. What? Oh, I don't want to delete the VOD, dude. Alright, Razor says I have to delete the VOD if I'm going to listen to it. I'm sorry. I don't want to do that because I'm going to upload it on YouTube. Apparently I can try and get on this podcast at 10:30. I don't think we're going to stream that long because we started so early today. Oh, Dylan Byrne, shut up. I'm sorry, Anime Titty God.
But other than that, champ, you're doing great. And that'll do it for this portion of the show. If you want to become a member.
No, I don't. Thank you, though. Okay, so I wanted to watch this one, but I'm Okay, we didn't show anything. We're fine. I didn't really approve this. I think it's fine because it's Vice. They're pretty okay with this everything.
How many vaginas would you say you've made?
This is way too risky. Never mind. I'm not watching this on stream. That's way too risky. I didn't mean to close the tab. Fuck. He's just making really loud noises. Okay, I didn't mean to open the exact thing up. I thought it would be funny to watch, but I think it's a little bit too much. Stop glorifying asexuality. How does Matt Walsh have a problem with literally everything?
Today is Valentine's Day, in case you didn't realize. In fact,
no, I didn't.
If you're a man listening to this and you just remembered what day it is, don't
Jim
panic.
Sterling,
There's still time to run to the store on the way
who
home from
does
work,
game
pick up a
reviews,
gift.
not passing.
Most of the cards and flowers probably
go
get picked over by
Queen.
now. But fortunately, I've always found that the pots and pans and kitchen utensil aisle of the grocery store is well stocked.
Walk-ons after that. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like walk-ons. I feel like if you're gonna do a walk-on though, are you supposed to do like have a particular theme? Because I didn't want to watch the show because we're streaming, but like I feel like if you're gonna come in as a walk-on, you have to have like something to talk about. You're like a call-in, right?
Maybe a new spaghetti strainer if you really want to spoil her. Throw them in a gift bag.
Who the fuck wants another? Is that the joke that nobody wants a spaghetti strainer?
You're gonna have a very happy wife, and I'm willing to bet a romantic evening.
That's how.
Take my word for it.
I don't know if he's being sarcastic because I feel like his hairline does look terrible. It's getting like solid like devil horns, Widow Peak.
But of course,
he's got the hairline. Let's do make a D&D reference. He's got the hairline of a. Fuck, what are they called? With the tails? And they have the horns? Oh, they just continue the topic with walk-ons. Right, but I assume you have to like know what they're talking about, I guess. Tiefling! Yes, thank you. Yes, he's got tiefling hairline. That's how we're gonna be positive about the Widow's Peak, we say. It's the tiefling hairline.
Everyone is interested in romance, and for some, even a brand new non-stick frying pan wouldn't be enough.
Okay, because what year is this guy stuck in? Like, honestly, what year is this man stuck in? You think that your fucking wife wants a non-stick frying pan? Have you, like, you talk to her? Like, what do you mean? Like, you think that bitch doesn't buy her own shit, like, on Amazon? Like, you're gonna buy her a, 1945, basically. Like, he wants to, what's that meme picture? Where it's just, like, the white picket family. Like, he's, like, thinks that, like, the marketing campaigns they had in the 1945 was actual real life. You know, like, what woman wants a fucking frying pan? Like, are you that poor? Like, you know this bitch has, like, what is his fucking net worth? Let me look this up. Okay, estimate at $5 million. You think that bitch isn't just buying shit on Amazon?
To pique their romantic interest.
That is what he does as a gift? Like, what? Because he's too busy thinking about trans people and, like, underage women? 10-inch view TV. Yeah, right. The General Electric 10-inch view TV is what I want this year, honey. Not buy stuff because he can just. Oh my god, that's probably true.
This
I want to know more about
the
his
so-called
wife.
Asexual and aromantic community. Unfortunately,
You
they are
said
the ones that the Washington.
during the DUI arrest, the most recent example of it. Well, I mean, no. I mean, Mel Gibson said a lot of stuff. If you've got views like that, as there are plenty of people that... I mean, he's wanted his ex-wife to get raped by a pack of N-words. He didn't say N-word, though.
Washington Post is thinking about on Valentine's Day. This weekend, WAPO published a piece written by a woman named Samantha Sherry, and it was titled, quote, "How Asexual and Aromantic People Make Valentine's
I don't think asexual people even get like what asexual is.
Day their own." Now, the article begins by telling us about a 37-year-old person who goes by the name Odell Pax, and the Post reports this. Odell Pax identifies as both asexual and idem-romantic, which means that she does not have any desire for sex.
Clip it,
and she
bitch.
doesn't
You
make
won't.
any distinction between romantic and platonic feelings. So what to do with a holiday that assumes romantic and sexual attraction are the norm?
Okay, that's an interesting... Okay, so I assume he's just gonna bitch about this, not that it matters. Identifying as both asexual and aromantic. Okay, so that's like a big qualifier of kind of like autism as well. So that doesn't like I don't feel like this is just like a fad thing or something weird, but which means that she does not have any desire for sex and she doesn't have any distinction between romantic and platonic feelings. I think a lot of asexual people, like I was actually talking to Razor about this earlier, where I think he said something about like I think a lot of like homophobia comes from people who are like more asexual because they're not really interested in either, but they're supposed to be with one like the straight one. But like he said it better in the way he was phrasing it. But it was a really interesting thing that we were talking about, and I thought it was a way to bring in asexuality, because there's a whole meme that like ace erasure is a thing. Means there is something wrong with your hormones. I don't know. I don't think that's true. I think it's more of a like, I mean, it's like every like thing that you're into. It's a combination of probably like your, your hormone levels just genetically and your social conditioning.
This year, she's doing what she usually does on February 14th, making time for self-love and self-care. For her, that
so she's just fucking jerking off.
means soaking in a hot bath before curling up in bed with her 3 stuffed animals, Findle, Marcia, and Sylvia. The last 2
Okay, that's weird to name your stuffed animals. I don't know.
Are named after trailblazing trans activist Marcia P. Johnson
we
and
love
Sylvia
that, though.
Rivera. Yes, why not? I mean, why not tell us the names of
yeah,
this
that's
grown
true. A
adult
lot of
stuffed
medication
animals?
does do that.
And if that's not enough, we're also treated to a picture of Odell with the stuffed animals, along with this caption. This is the caption under the picture. It says, Odell Pax with her 3 dolphin stuffed...
I love these. It's so cute. I love plushies. For every facet of life. Interesting. Yeah, of course.
Animals, Sylvia, Findle, and Marcia, from left to right.
I don't love that she names them, but it's fine.
It's a very good thing they specified from left to right, because otherwise we wouldn't know for sure which stuffed animal is named
Oh my god.
Marcia and which one is Sylvia. So now
I would be
know,
such a
and we
good
can
conservative
sleep easy tonight.
commentator.
Sleep easy anyway with the somewhat cruel
Oh, I thought I was going to do an ad read.
satisfaction we all sometimes experience after seeing someone else's utterly pathetic and depressing life and feeling deep.
Does he not realize he's got a stuffed animal right behind him? Is he unaware of the things that are behind him?
Deeply relieved that it's not our own life. I try not to delight in the misfortune.
I'm not
going to
touch the Kevin Spacey thing, to be honest.
At all in Odell's misfortunes. I don't. But I will admit that when I read
What's
this
his stuffed
article
animal is
and I see
different,
that
right?
picture, I can't help but think to myself, my God, I am glad I'm not that person. Anyway,
His
here's
name
more
is...
from the
No, it's not. The fucking book is called Johnny the Walrus, so it does have a name. Its name is Johnny.
Washington Post. It says, Pax is not alone in rejecting the notion that relationships acknowledged on...
I mean, let's be real here. I think we all know that fucking Valentine's Day is a capitalist-ass holiday that has no actual merit in terms of, like, representing either relationships in any meaningful way besides just my hair is doing some crazy things. Joel was also very grabby with his massage. Oh my god, don't tell me that. Entirely has merit. What? Stop. I feel like it's really weird, like, to have a holiday. It's like, what is it about? I feel like it just ends up being like a holiday to, like, I mean, every holiday is an excuse to do something, I guess. But like, it's like the excuse for one party to like shame the other party into doing whatever they want to do. Yeah, fuck Valentine's Day. Sell those conversational hours, yeah. I don't even know if they make them anymore. I bet they do, but because I assume conservatives would probably get mad about it if they didn't, and like blame it on like woke people or something.
On February 14th, have to include romance and sex. Roughly 1% of lesbian, gay, and bisexual Americans are asexual, according to a study from the Williams Institute at the University of California, Los Angeles. Although experts such as Jennifer Pollitt, Assistant Director of Gender, Sexuality, and Women's Studies at Temple University.
This is one of the few things I disagree with Vosh about. It's like he thinks like everyone is ace. Which I don't know. I don't know if like I just like assume everything's a joke, but you seem pretty the way you explained it, it made sense, but in the grander scheme of it, it seems like people who are not using the like his point was that the identity means something because it's used too much in other section, or like it's used too generally, and that is true, but it doesn't mean that the ace term should not be used to actually represent what it's supposed to represent. Like it's like just like a whole fucking rhetorical argument, I guess. What's up? Eat. It doesn't mean it's a good holiday, yeah. I want to know what I did. Jerk off,
Believe
I
the
don't know.
population is undercounted and its influence underestimated because of a lack of awareness. Sexual intimacy is often placed on a pedestal
Out
to sell
on
products,
Valentine's
especially
Day,
Valentine's
cool.
Day, Pollitt said. But love without romance or sex is just as valid and fulfilling
I mean, it's just
for
an excuse to do
asexual and
something.
aromantic people.
We need more fun festivals.
More people understand that, there will be more support for people exploring their relationship wants, hopes, and needs. In the meantime, many people on the A spectrum, also known as A-spec or A-spec, an umbrella term for anyone who identifies as asexual and aromantic,
Oh, maybe
are
this is
finding
what he was talking
creative
about.
ways to define the holiday on their own terms. Now, the
So constantly glorified, as he's clearly said in the title.
article does continue providing along the way more examples and anecdotes of asexual and aromantic people
What is his
celebrating
point so
Valentine's
far?
Day. But I think we've probably already heard quite enough. We've heard, for example, this
Oh,
sentence.
congrats.
Again, roughly 1%
Embryo?
of lesbian, gay, and bisexual Americans are asexual.
Well, what's his take?
Else,
What is his take going to be?
Bisexual Americans.
I am convinced his entire audience is left-wing, like, Twitch streamers with, like, 20 viewers that love to make fun of them. Like, that's his entire audience. Like, I don't believe anyone watches this unironically.
Are asexual.
We just love watching it to make fun of
That
it.
is exactly like saying that 1% of polytheistic people are atheistic. Or that 1% of empathetic
Oh my god. What? 1% of polytheistic people. No, that's not.
people are apathetic. You cannot be something and also the negation of that thing at the same time. If somebody is sexually attracted to two sexes or sexually attracted to the same sex,
No, that just means romantically. Yes, it's in the word, it has sex. I get it.
that means they do experience sexual attraction, which would seem to preclude them from claiming the title of asexual. But then again, we must remember the first rule of the LGBT cult, which is that
Okay, I don't know about you. When I like find somebody really attractive, it's not because I want like their dick like rammed up my vag, dude, or some shit. Like, I just like them because of their personality and find them attractive. But like, that's not what I'm thinking of. The first element. Well, like asexual people to me, it seems like they just don't really like sex that much. Like they're not really that interested in it. It's like, okay, cool, whatever. And like sometimes they can like physically enjoy it, but it's just not that important to them. And to me, like, it seems odd that he's, like, very confused by that. And I do understand, obviously, as acknowledged earlier, that asexual has been a very blanket term. But, like, he's, like, such bad faith about, like, he's not even trying to understand it. Yeah, does not equal sexual... Exactly, so... No, I'm not.
they can make it up all as they go along, and nothing they say has to comport with anything else they say. And they must never be held to even the most basic
Who's
standard
they?
of coherence.
Who are these? Who's he talking
That's
about?
why any attempt to nail down a definition of what qualifies
When I
as
say
asexual
things-
or aromantic
Okay, he's not
will
wrong
ultimately
here.
wind up as fruitless as any attempt to get anyone on the left
Okay, but that's because it's it's more of a cauldron than it's like the concrete mixer of definitions where it has not really found a good place. Not that we can't break it and change it later, but I feel like it's still like in the concrete mix of a definition, if that makes sense.
Have to give a definition of literally any other word they use. Have you ever heard of a data broker?
No! I'm not watching your fucking ad. Nice try, bitch. We'll never know about the data broker.
These two categories of asexual and aromantic. This is what it says. Asexuality is an orientation defined by a lack of sexual attraction. That means that an asexual or ace person experiences little or no sexual draw towards others and has little or no desire to have sexual relationships with other people. However,
he doesn't understand this because he's very sexually attracted to underage women, allegedly.
The asexual spectrum has many nuanced identities that fall under the umbrella term asexual. Some of the more common ones are gray sexuality or gray asexuality, where someone experiences sexual attraction rarely or infrequently. Another common identity is demisexuality or demi-asexuality, where someone only experiences sexual
this is what you're talking about.
attraction after forming a close emotional or romantic bond with another person.
Check out our glossary to find out about them. When did they add that in? Like, I don't know. What glossary is this? Was that like a just lazy copy paste?
There are many other identities on the ace spectrum, but what they all have in common is the lack, to varying extents, of sexual attraction.
Sure.
Aromanticism, on the other hand, is an orientation characterized by a lack of romantic attraction, while asexuality is a sexual orientation.
I know.
Aromanticism is
just
a romantic...
want a hot Asian coded Canadian woman.
Orientation, and the two don't necessarily correlate. Someone may be asexual but not aromantic, or vice versa, or they may be on both spectrums. An aromantic or aro person experiences little to no romantic
aro. I feel like I've never heard that as a shortening.
Attraction towards other people and has little or no desire to form a romantic relationship with anybody else. Like
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what my sister is because I feel like she's just like so married to her work that I don't understand what her actual but like she seems like she wants these things, but I don't know if it's like because she feels like she's supposed to. It's so dull. I can't imagine anyone watching this. This is what I'm saying.
Asexuality, aromanticism is a spectrum.
Well, it's because he's like hyper anti-trans and he's like really mean, like in the rhetoric. He doesn't say it in a way that's like yelling, but like he's not like Alex Jones, like entertaining. But he just says like the things that we can't say anymore because people are gonna get mad at us. Like
includes gray romanticism or gray aromanticism, where someone occasionally or rarely experiences romantic attraction, and demi-romanticism or demi-aromanticism.
Is he gonna just say that? Oh, it's too complicated, so I don't understand any of it. Oh God, how did my hair like do this?
Romanticism, where someone only experiences romantic attraction after forming a strong emotional bond with another person. Aromanticism is considered an umbrella term that encompasses all the identities that fall on the aromantic spectrum.
Sure.
Make sense now? Now, there's a lot going on here. Actually, let me amend that.
That's obviously nuanced to it, but I feel like that. This is like the PragerU thing, like base PragerU was just like, I mean, yeah, that's fine. I'm sure he was being
this
very.
is a whole lot of nothing, which is trying to sound like.
Even though I feel like you said that dishonestly, like I don't feel like that was bad coverage.
Something. It's a bunch of narcissistic,
I mean, I don't know if you
fart sniffing mumbo jumbo.
What?
Let me amend that. There is nothing going on here. This is a whole lot of nothing, which is trying to sound like something. It's a bunch of narcissistic, fart-sniffing mumbo-jumbo dressed up to sound complex and nuanced, when in fact all the complexities and nuances are just varying degrees of self-contradiction. There's actually no meaningful distinction between sexual attraction and romantic attraction. The two terms are synonyms.
How to prove that you're not an intellectual without saying you're not an intellectual? It's amazing, yes. Well, speaking of amazing, we should follow Jesse Lee Peterson because he's supposed to have some funny things. I really want to debate Haig so bad.
Attracted to you, but not sexually attracted, they will have given you no useful information about their feelings towards you. They will, however, have given you useful information about the tedious inner workings of their own inane and pretentious minds. As for
inane and pretentious minds. It's odd that he used those words, inane and pretentious, as a like.
Romantic attraction, especially after forming a strong emotional bond. Well, that is simply called being a person.
You could use that argument for literally anything. Bill O'Reilly? Yeah, a little bit. Fuck it, we're doing the live. I mean, he's got kind of the Tucker thing too.
And that a woman's romantic
I mean, he's everything that Matt Walsh. This is why we love Matt Walsh, because everything he does is just a self-report. You know that he watches a bunch of fucking trans porn like all the time.
On an emotional connection.
That's why you can't stop talking about him.
Men or women, this is a rather normal way for things.
And then when I say I mean just all trans people
to work. So here we see again how the LGBT cult, not satisfied to legitimize every degraded fetish they can find, has now set its sight on fetishizing even what's normal.
They're fetishizing what? Normal and healthy, which
this
is
a
what?
Trick they get away with because as it turns
wait, but what?
Plenty of otherwise normal and healthy people want to be members of the cult.
What? Hold on, did I miss that? What the fuck is he talking about?
Even what's normal and healthy.
Oh my god, no. He's the type of person that, like, if, like, his wife wants to do something kinky, he, like gets, like, mad at her.
This is a trick they get away with because, as it turns out, plenty of otherwise normal and healthy people want to be members of the cult.
They want to be members of the
cult. The best way to rack
cult.
up social capital is to claim
we love that.
Membership in the alphabet
Claim
club.
membership in the alphabet club.
That's because LGBT people in the modern United States are not only not oppressed,
are not oppressed,
but are in fact.
This bitch have no idea what's going on. What do you mean the LGBTQ community is not oppressed? They literally have passed laws that only affected like 3 people because it was against trans issues. What the fuck? I haven't. I don't know. Maybe I should. But like this person, like Matt Walsh is really gonna fucking say that like the gays, like they're actively looking at like the Supreme Court. Fucking what's his name? Has said that he wants to like look at the loving one. I think, which is why we passed the bill to protect marriage, the Protect Marriage Act or whatever, so that they can do that. Like so we can get rid of interracial or gay marriage. Like. You're gonna tell me that like this the powerful court in this fucking country is coming for like who has the head of the majority has specifically said they were looking at trying to look into gay rights, so we passed something to make sure that didn't happen means that they're not being persecuted? Like what do you mean? That obviously was a way to protect a persecuted class. They're literally like a protected class to begin with. Like, what the fuck? He's demonizing perfectly healthy. Yes, it's ridiculous. Like, I think that like talking about like sexuality and like not being interested sexually, like, and having that conversation isn't really a dramatic thing to talk about. And it is a healthy discussion to talk about. Like, how dare you talk about, like, this is somebody who thinks that, like, sex education should happen in the home. And he's like, we don't talk about that here. It's kind of weird to talk about that with my kid. It's like, pick a lane here with this. Like, what do you mean? Like, you just don't want to talk about it at all because you don't fucking, like, oh, God, makes me so mad. It's just like, you don't want them educated because it's easier to fucking get them abused, like, if he educate them. Not saying he wants that. But he does have a history of talking about how 16-year-olds should be pregnant. So maybe he does want that.
In fact, the least oppressed people to have ever walked the face of the planet.
The least oppressed. You're talking about them right now. What do you mean? What do you mean? Thank you, Laughing Fish. What do you mean? He's talking about them in like the most fucking anti-freedom of love way. Like, I don't understand what he's saying. Well, how he could fucking sit, like, like, look at how sad he looks. Stop yelling? No. Fuck you.
But, what about actual asexual people? How should we...
Oh, the actual ones. It's almost like every person in my life that I know who's asexual, it's not an actual one, but there's theoretical ones. Oh my God, I get so annoyed by this.
Understand those people who really don't experience sexual attraction and who therefore can.
I wonder, do you think he's reading this off of a prompt, or do you think that he's coming off of this off the cuff? Because he's pretty good at reading shit off the prompt, if that's the case. But like he seems very natural in what he's saying, but it also makes more sense that he's just saying random dumb bullshit. I think sex is purely for procreation. I don't know. Maybe. I know Ben Shapiro thinks that. Like, a lot of like these conservatives think that for some reason. He's a soaker. I mean, he managed to have, I think his wife's pregnant right now with twins. Oh no, what's going on with Matt Walsh's life? Let's do some internet stalking here. Yeah, apparently it's worth like $6 million, which is not like huge, but I mean it's a decent amount of money for sure. He used to be from Delaware. We love that for him. Shout out Delaware. Teenage pregnancy. Oh my God. Yeah, apparently Media Matters has been trying to expose a lot of stuff that he's been saying, which we love that because he has been saying a lot of weird shit. Oh no, do I have hiccups? No. Matt Walsh will not give us hiccups. He's too scary. He does hate LGBT. Working on his family? Because I don't want to know, like, intricate things. Okay, so he's been married to Alyssa Ann for, I guess, 10 years. Or a little over. 6 kids! This man has 6 kids! Oh my God! He should start soaking. Does he have, like, the idea that you're supposed to just, like, do the whole thing where, like, oh yeah, God will choose, which means that, like, you know what that means when they say that God's choosing? That means that they just want to nut in you raw. That's all it means. They're just like lying to you and be like, no, I just want to nut in you raw. I don't want to use those I don't want to use them condoms. One man answers. Wait, what is the one? One man's journey to answer the question of a generation. God, his like coverage of that was so bad. Oh, also, of course, he hates that a black woman was cast in The Little Mermaid because, you know, that's affecting his life in a very meaningful way. Like, this person's like no fun to be around. Like, what do you talk to Matt Walsh about? I mean, to be fair, I'm not that fun to be around in some ways because I really like talking about politics, but I feel like I think I'm trying to make it funny.
Validly claim the label.
But I don't think this guy has the capacity to make a joke.
Well, I think there are a few things to keep in mind about this.
Yeah, they don't want their wives to use birth control.
I'm extremely skeptical that most of
this
the
is just like a breeder fetish.
Asexual are actually asexual.
Oh, I couldn't figure that out from what you were saying. Thank you.
Okay, because somebody with a low sex drive is not asexual. Someone who doesn't desire romantic relationships is not asexual.
So no identity means anything. Got it.
Keep in mind the left will always do everything it can to inflate the statistics for any of the identity groups that it invents. That's why.
How does it have anything to do with what he just said?
The leftist group, the Trevor Project, has a page on its website.
No, the Trevor Project is just like an anti-suicide, what? It's not a leftist group. It's just supported by leftists.
With information about
and
asexuals,
probably has leftists working for them.
Asexual people might still, quote, fall in love, experience arousal and orgasm, masturbate, and engage in sexual activity.
Okay.
In other words, lots of people they call asexual are not at all in any definitional sense of the term.
Okay, so how are they glorifying though? The fucking name, I didn't mean to bring that up. Glorifying. I don't think asexuality has been glorified. I feel like the entire writing of this doesn't seem to match the title here.
Term really asexual.
I assume this is a YouTube.
Most of them are simply just selfish, lonely, depressed.
Selfish. Okay.
People with relatively normal
Depressed
libidos
people
who
with
have
normal
chosen
libidos.
asexuality as their
Chosen
identity in order to give some.
So they're selfish because they chose to be asexual. Oh, again, he's thinking of he's thinking about like a hot girl he saw that was like 16 or something, and then in her bio it says like ace. That's what he's thinking of right now, and you fucking know that.
Meaning to their self-centered existence. Like most trendy modern identity groups, this one is, for the most part, just a cover for narcissism. It is a coping mechanism to cover.
I'm getting kind of annoyed because it sounds a little familiar.
Up a character flaw, which is
Mhm.
narcissism.
Mm-hmm.
But assuming that there does exist a collection
Oh my God, what did they cut out? They're like, oh, it's too much.
of people who truly, and through no fault of their own, have no sexual attraction, no desire to,
Okay.
for no
Okay, so I believe that there are ace people, but nobody that I ever seen is actually ace. So that means I can't be a bigot, right?
desire for sex
Those
at
are good
all, no
panels, but I'm glad you
capacity for
enjoyed it.
sexual arousal, etc., then we could say two things about this
Oh,
group.
we
Number
could
one, it's
say.
almost certainly
Oh, I thought it was a thing.
very small. It's not going to be anywhere near
Uh-huh.
1%
Uh-huh.
or even half of 1%. Number two, it's not an identity, least of all a sexual
Okay.
identity. If you truly lack the ability to experience sexual attraction,
Uh-huh.
then
So it's not a sexual identity. If you truly don't have a sexual attraction, then it's not an identity.
has likely gone awry.
According to
physiologically.
Mal
You
Walsh.
have an issue that you might try to fix rather than making it into your whole
I can fix her. I can fix her. He saw a fucking ace-coded, like, 16-year-old and was like, I can fix her. If only she would have my dick.
personality. Now, you shouldn't be ashamed. It's not your fault, but you also shouldn't make
Oh my
your
God, I'm getting really
inability
creeped out now. I don't know why I said that. Now I'm getting really creeped out. How does it always say that you're a first-time chatter? Do you just keep making different accounts?
to experience sexual attraction into the centerpiece of your identity as a human being. Neither does it make sense to be proud of this inability. I mean, the only thing more bizarre
This
than
is so bigoted.
marching around and claiming to be proud of your sexual attraction is marching around and claiming
You are fucking shitting on gay people and trans people all the time. What do you mean? All he does is like, he's like, that means I'm super straight, right? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? All you're doing is trying to act like, oh, fucking gay people are weird. What do you think that makes it seem like you're doing? Like, what the fuck?
to be proud of your lack of sexual attraction. And that's why today, on Valentine's Day, I
Let
will
them
not
shitting
cancel
on them,
all
them
asexuals.
shitting on them.
They have enough to deal with, especially on a day like today. Instead, I'm specifically canceling these
Are they
flag-waving
adding?
asexuals.
Like who? You gonna dox somebody?
Like those profiled by the Washington Post, especially the ones who have
Oh my God, I
stuffed
feel like he's gonna
animals
dox.
that they name.
Don't come for me, guys. I haven't named them all. Don't come for me. At Walsh, please. I'm 30. I'm too old for you. I'm literally double the age of what you're interested in.
They are all today canceled. And that'll do it
Like cigarettes and onions. He doesn't smoke. Here. That I know of.
for this portion of the show. If you want to become
I hate us. Man charges killer in court. Oh, I think this is
Dramatic moments ago, just moments ago in a Buffalo.
Oh yeah, this is
courtroom
this
where
is
the
the
man who shot
okay. Yeah, this is the Buffalo shooter got charged. We're catching up on news, so I'm gonna keep. I've seen this already. I don't really know how much I have in terms of commentary, but I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna let it play.
killed 10 people at a grocery store in Buffalo is now facing sentencing. Barbara Massey, the sister of one of the victims, was speaking when all this unfolded. Have a look.
My name is Barbara Massey. I'm Catherine Massey's sister. You killed my sister. Cat, I'm gonna tell you about my sister, Cat. Cat weighed 110 pounds, 72 years old. Cat would do anything for anybody, anytime. Cat was intelligent. She was a teacher. She was my best friend. She was anything at any given time. Cat was a protector. If Cat saw you, she probably went in her pocket and gave you some money, even though you didn't need it. Cat was an aunt. She was a great aunt. She was a cousin. She was a friend. Cat said she was a committee of one. There's nothing Cat wouldn't do for people. I want personally to choke you and leave my fingerprints on your neck because it was unnecessary. You leave 200 miles to come to Buffalo. You don't even know any black people. 95.7, that's what they said for the census in your time. You don't know an Indian, a Mexican, nobody. Your little punk ass decided to come and kill my sister. I talked to Cat
I love how they have these.
every single day. You don't make Cat happy kids. Cat didn't have any children, but she said she had.
I've never seen this setup before. I assume this is the perpetrator, the defendant, or I guess he was convicted at this point. And Well, like, there's like a whole wall of people. Like, do they just not have big enough tables? I've never seen him so protected.
He had 34,000. That was the number of kids in school. Kat had so many children, our mind went boom with her own money. There's nothing Kat wouldn't do for anybody. You know what made Kat happy? Us cutting grass that we don't even own. That made my sister happy. That's what I was doing when you killed Kat.
Like, come on, CNN, no fucking subtitles. Here, we'll make her. I hit the follow, but yeah, wait, what? What tab is playing this? What? Ghosts! Ghosts! What is playing this? Oh, I have the Prime. The Prime's still up. Well, shout out to this this thing. Apparently, it can subtitle things you're clearly not listening to. Which is annoying. All right, forget it. Whatever. Let's get through this video.
I was doing her lawn. I was
No, stop.
8 hours with my family. Begging the cops, is my sister okay? You blew off her back of her head.
Jesus Christ.
110 pounds. 72 years old. I want to, you better spank those places. You better say, cops, thank y'all for protecting me, because I will hurt you so bad. You have made me sick. You got my family crying. I miss my sister every day. I live 3 doors down from Kat. I talk to Kat 4 times a day. My brother Ward goes up there and sit in the park with Kat like to be. My son called Kat triple black because she was so proud of her heritage. My nephew said Kat was a...
Alright, let her yell. Calm down. Look at this guy's fucking face, dude. What the fuck? What is this smug look that this guy's doing? You see it? Oh, I'm about to tell her today. Like, calm down. Let her get mad. Let her be...
among sinners. My sister Catherine Ashley was a great person.
She's being animated. It's fine.
That ain't fair to do. You gonna come to our city and decide you don't like black people. Man, you don't know a damn thing about black people. We're human. We like our kids to go to good schools. We love our kids. We never go in no neighborhoods and take
Go off, Green.
Don't do it.
Okay, guy. Come on. You could have come with more tactical planning than that. Alright, he's fine. Like, chill, dude. I feel like there's a weird tendency that I see a lot in criminal cases, especially where it like, I mean, this is like based off of like 2 things that I've seen really, but like I remember once during the Larry Nassar, that is the guy that molested a lot of gymnasts, where a lot of like, we'll say men, instead of like for maybe an outlet for, I think there is a really bad cultural signifier that, or not signifier, but like a cultural, I'm gonna say stigma, I don't know what the right word is I'm looking for, but where men, instead of like, I don't want to say using your words, but that the glorification of retribution, retribution in the form of violence means that you are a, like, that is a way to be a hero, or like that is a way to look like the good guy or whatever, like retributive violence being like noble. And I think that that's just not the case, and I think it's really understandable on every side, but I think it is very performative. And it is toxically masculine in some ways. Like, where it's like, oh, something bad happened to some, you know, like, I guess, like, a good example, or a hypothetical example, would be like, okay, so my wife got raped by somebody, so I kill the person that raped my wife. Like, where there is a very toxic way of looking at that. Not that necessarily that's unjust, obviously, but the idea that would be more important is a lot of times we don't, like, in that hypothetical, it comes down to the idea of, instead of me doing the work to support the person that was harmed, this also comes with, like, kids too, like, but, like, support the person that was harmed and, like, give them what they need. I am just taking revenge on the person that did it. And I feel like that is, you're right, a very toxic and masculine trait, because it doesn't give the person that was harmed what they really needed. You know, because I think when people are a victim of something, like, I'm sure, I know some of the people in the chat have talked about how they've been a victim of, you know, sexual crimes or physical crimes, stuff like that. I think that generally when you are the victim of something like that, that you don't want, because a lot of times it's somebody that is, like, your family member, or you did care about at some point, or it's, like, complicated. You don't want them to, like, making, like, if they didn't live does not make your life significantly easier. Like, I think what makes it easier is the people around you, the people that are supposed to care about you, not be mad at the person who did it to you. Obviously, they can be mad about that, but to focus on supporting you and how you feel, and being a good source to make sure you get recovery and are able to talk about, like, you know, the situation, and talk to the right people to get the right therapy, to get, like, your shit, like, good, you know, like, that's what I think is, like, really, really fucking important. Yeah, it doesn't get the victims closer either. Yes, exactly. I think these people fucking deserve to rot in jail. It's the same thing as corporally punishing children. That doesn't. Wait, what does it say about yourself that you need to physically harm someone to impose your will? Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a portion of it, where it's like, kind of like this guy looks so much like Mike from Red Letter Media in the way that it is right now. I'm sorry, I got so distracted. This guy, you know what I'm talking about. Gotta get a better way of resizing things. I should, I don't know. I don't want to use a stream deck because it's, like, too much work. But yeah, no, like, yeah, the like, instead of focusing on the person that needs the assistance, or supporting them in the right way, that, I assume that was, like, her family member, or like her husband or something. I guess that would still be a family member. It doesn't matter. He kind of just, like, bulldozed over her making a really powerful statement. Like, she's, like, making her powerful statement about, like, how much the community, like, is, and, like, she's, like, doing her, like, performance. I mean, not like she doesn't think it. I'm just saying, like, she's, like, having her moment of being able to express. And I mean a performance, and is, and, like, she's trying to obviously get him to emotionally connect to what she's saying, which is totally understandable. He kind of ruined it a little bit by trying to charge it. But to be fair, I guess it's the only reason I watched it. So I guess it could go both ways on that one. But I do think that generally, like, if somebody's having that moment, like, you doing a very dramatic act of, like, violence doesn't, like, it kind of invalidates in some ways what they're trying to say. And you're like, it's kind of like speaking over somebody. Like, when you do something, and I'm not saying, like, only dudes do this, obviously. But, like it's very, like, oh, I'm just gonna speak over you. Just ruined everything she was trying to say. I mean, I don't think it ruined it. Again, like, because this is the only reason I technically watched it. But I just haven't been following the trial. Usually I do follow trials, but this one, I guess it was just, like, the sentencing hearings, so those aren't really as, like, I really like technical legal laws and stuff, like that's what I find really interesting, so there's not a lot of that, so I don't tend to follow those. But yeah, I wouldn't say completely invalidate, but yeah. Because I think her words still had, like, power to them, but I just think it's, like, it's a distraction. It's like a look over, you know, look over here. Like, oh, I'm gonna be the center of attention. And that's, like, a little bit of a, reading into it a little bit too much. But it seems like, okay, so she's doing this great, like, way of, like, explaining how she feels to the person directly. She's doing her victim impact statement. And then now he's taken out of the room. Now he's probably going to get booked for, I mean, I don't really know what you get when it comes to court issues, but Hell's Up Killer, yeah. Would you still watch it? Probably wouldn't be the title, but less attention grabbing, yeah. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have. I mean, like, again, I don't know. It's hard for me to say because I do bookmark these things and put them on the playlist, depending. But I don't think most people would, and it doesn't really matter if I would or not. But I think it, like, is more attentive. But, like, obviously they were expecting it because look how many fucking cops are in this room. There's, like, more cops than people. Because they're pigs. I guess is the joke I didn't mean to make. Sorry, I gotta have the humor here, but like then it just derails the whole thing, and then it looks like he's getting protected, and then I don't know. Like I understand the impulse. But another one of like somebody doing this is like the Larry Nassar one, and it's like kind of just like I don't know why he like this is like the best example of what I'm talking about when it comes to like dad wanted to protect his daughter. He didn't. He probably didn't fucking believe her when she told him the things that she told him. I don't know that for sure. But it's like a weird, like, and he probably feels really fucking guilty for it. So instead of, like, apologizing or understanding, like, or, oh, God, that was a risky play there. Like, you know, fulfilling her needs as a father, he just wanted to be the protector. Where it's like the toxic, you're right, it is toxic, where it's just like then he wanted to just be violent and like take retribution. Even like then he doesn't even do it in a good way. Like what the fuck? How manly he is. Yeah, there is some elements to that. I don't know, assault? Yeah, here we go.
Just drop, Father, have a chance to say something.
Yeah. This motherfucker probably didn't fucking believe his daughter when she first started talking about it. So instead, this is like a, in my opinion, like a cope. But I don't know the guy, but I can understand the anger. Everyone has that anger. And like, you don't look like a badass when you, for one, unsuccessfully because you didn't have any chance. But like to show how violent you are doesn't make you look like cool. Oh my God, how does this? I mean, cool isn't the right word, but noble. I guess we'll stick with that one.
Go ahead, sir.
I know he needs a dog door.
In a courtroom, we don't use profanity, but if you have some words that you would like to say,
that's objectively not true.
I would like to give you the opportunity to say them.
I would ask you to, as part of this sentencing, to grant me 5 minutes in
I mean, this seems so performative, doesn't it?
a locked room with this demon.
I have
Would
a
you
feeling.
do that?
No, obviously that would never happen.
No, sir, I can't.
Would you
do
give me
that.
1 minute?
No, nobody would do that.
You know that I can't do that. That's not how our legal system works.
He got pretty close, though. He was pretty close. I appreciate the chance. Yeah, it's like, are you really gonna ask that? Like, that's what I'm saying when it seems so performative. Like, you know that you're not gonna, like, nobody's gonna grant you that. Like, why are you saying it? Like, you think that's the way to express? I mean, he got pretty close. Oh, look at this guy. He seems like he was, like, cuddling. Yeah. I'm sure you didn't fucking help your daughter when she fucking complained about it. I don't know, I feel bad. I should probably figure out who this guy is to see if he actually did. Randall Margos, father of 3. Previously asked for 5 minutes alone. Okay, nobody's gonna actually do that. Can you be a little practical here? Like, I don't understand, like, okay, you're like, oh, I want to kill that guy because he raped you, but and that's all I'm gonna obsess about. It's kind of like from The Boys. How, like, he was more obsessed with killing Homelander than actually caring about his fucking wife. my god, it's so nice out. Does that guy have mom legs? I'm trying that, probably not for either. Yeah, probably not. I'd take 31, yeah, definitely. I think that somebody who does that doesn't necessarily, I don't know. I feel like they shouldn't get like jail time, but I agree with them being stopped. I think the victims. So Hassan had a take on the thing, and his whole thing is like, just give him like a one hit, and I think that that's fair for like the victims, but not their fucking family. I understand the feeling for them, but I just feel like there's like such a the right way to say it. I guess I've been saying it, but the divide between they're not able to help you, so they're doing their frustrations to other people, but it doesn't help. But it makes it worse for you when they do that. And it's bad and it just looks embarrassing. Well, you get to train. State-sponsored training. Stopped in a fine? Oh, okay, cool. Because I really hope they wouldn't get, like, actually, like, arrested and, like, booked into custody for that. Because, I mean, obviously the decorum of the court, they probably knew that was coming. Because he was kind of, like, he was getting ready. One punch could kill them. I mean, if they can't block. Maybe just like body shots. You can only do like a body shot. I guess that's who Houdini died. It was probably embarrassing to his daughter. Yeah, it's pretty cringe, right? Like, I mean, it's like funny as a concept. Obviously, it's horrible what happened to these women, and obviously what happened to the victims of the Buffalo shooting is fucking horrible. And I think that like she was kind of having like her like music moment. Like she was getting at him, dude. Like he was getting like I assume that's why he did it. The other one, where he was getting like inspired because she was fucking going at him. But he just like again, this is just like talking over somebody. Like they're having this great fucking monologue where they're saying how they felt, how you made me feel, how you fucked my life, how you fucked my family's life. And then all of a sudden somebody just comes like crashing through the window and it's like, okay, well nobody's paying attention to what I'm saying anymore. And then like it's so frustrating because it is like a characteristic of toxic masculinity where you got to be like, oh, I'm taking a retributive. I'm a man of action, even though I fucking failed like super hard. Like even if like he succeeded in like what, like punching him, like is that gonna make her feel better? I'm sure she would rather I'm sure she would have preferred her father to just be. My daughter will not be ruined by this. She is strong. She is a champion. She is a athlete. Like, because it shouldn't have to. I don't know. But like, you not fucking ruin her, and you're gonna fucking live your goddamn life wishing that you didn't do what you did, and you're gonna try and kill yourself, and it's not gonna happen in Minecraft. And it's not going to happen because we have God mode turned on. Not what he's going to actually say, but the idea of like, that is more powerful to me than trying to fucking assault him. Like, what the fuck? It's like toddler brain to some extent. I don't want to be too mean about it. I don't want to. I really want to do this any longer. All right. Jesus Christ, how many fucking New York State Court police officers do they need?
As we see that unfold, do we know?
No, I don't need any, who this man? Wait, did we know who this man
Who
was?
this man was?
We
rushed?
don't at this
You pretty
point,
much
but
have to
obviously
charge
the
the guy,
audience
yeah.
was filled with a lot of family, a lot of people who
and what
were
happened? What's
directly
that?
related, either friends or otherwise, with the people.
Oh yeah, it was probably like because he's like standing with her, so he's probably like her husband or cousin. I don't know, some sort of family member, or just like a really close friend.
People that were killed by
He kind of threw her too. What the fuck? Did you see that?
their friends or otherwise,
Bro,
with the people that were
She's doing her thing.
killed.
He literally throws her out of the way. What the fuck?
By Peyton Gendron, who, of course, he's been convicted of that at this point. And look, we knew this was going.
It would have ruined her thing. She's obviously having you stand there for emotional support. Why would you do that? Do you think that she wants you to do that, or do you think that she wanted to finish what she was saying? Like, which one do you think that she wanted to have happen? She had you there clearly for emotional support. Unless that was, like, their plan. I mean, I don't know. But, like, clearly I feel like it wouldn't be, because I don't know why he would be throwing her out of the way. That was a little much.
To be emotional. We knew that there were going to be up to 17 people who were going to speak. Obviously, this is a tragedy that has shaken.
All right, he's fine. All right, okay. I don't know if they just want big hugs or what, but like, I mean, big cuddle hugs. But like, he's fine. Calm down.
And not just Buffalo, but
Yeah, this was sentencing, because you get to do victim impact statements on sentencing, and then after the victim impact statements, then the judge makes a suggestion for what their sentence should be. Who is Gary Pluch? At least that's how it works in America. Why, Gary? Why? Leon, his name is Leon Razor, okay, was an American man known for publicly killing Jeff Ducey, who had kidnapped, raped, and molested. Oh, is this the one that I guess he died. Did you, what is that? What happened to your nose? The lighting? Does he have a thing on his nose? Oh, I think it just might be the lighting. Again, I get the impulse. It just looked like he had a big like black mark on his nose. I think it was just the weird way the light was hitting his fur. He's just an attention baby. What do you want? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? I wish I had a way for him to like sit like right on my desk. He doesn't like being held. No, he had like, I thought he had like a scratch right here, and I think it was just like a weird lighting thing. You didn't go to jail? Well, he died in 2014. An American man who's known for publicly killing Jeff Ducey, who maybe there's like an interesting YouTube video or something on it, the subject. I mean, I don't mind reading it, so we're gonna learn, but like, oh, wait, what? I'm just saying if I don't have to read it. Oh, Razor, did you watch this? Just crime recaps?
Might affect Jody and their other kids. Linda Boyd was working as a bartender in the airport lounge in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Sitting on one of the bar stools.
I should check, yeah. No, as long as there's no blood, we should be fine. YouTube has like a lot of issues with like words that you use and also like super graphic images, but Twitch is a lot more sensitive about like blood and stuff. So it looks like we'll be fine.
Murray Curry nursed a triple Jim Beam.
Murray
while the two
Curry?
talked to
That's a really
Washington
funny
Post
name.
reporter Art Harris. I'd have shot him too if he'd done what they say he'd done to my boys, only I'd have gut.
Is this guy just gonna be like the ultimate toxic masculinity with him?
Shot him 3 or 4 times, and he'd have suffered before he died, Linda.
the retributive justice
said. Murray added, he's no killer. He's a father who done it out of love for his child and for his pride. On March 16th, 1980...
It's a whole archetype is the idea of forgetting about your family and like losing sight of what actually matters to you and why you're even doing this to begin with, to try and get your revenge for no reward because you're just constantly ruining the lives of the people around you and your own life in the time. It's like the destructive like toxicity, you know?
1984 at around 9:30 p.m., Gary Plauché shot Jeff Doucette in the airport terminal across from Linda's bar. And the reason...
Dude, imagine being able to like just walk into an airport.
Reason why he pulled the trigger will make you ask
Mrs.
yourself,
Murray Curry, yeah.
what wouldn't I do for
That on
someone
their
I
furry
love?
eating their turdy. Anyway.
Hi there, I'm
What
Chris,
you would do? I
and
don't give a shit what you would do. That's not what I'm here for.
You found True Crime Recaps. The airport shooting was no act of random violence. Jeff Doucette was all too familiar with Gary Plauché. After all,
Razor, did you link this because he kind of looks like you?
Just arrested for kidnapping and abusing Gary's 10-year-old son, Jody. Jeff was a popular karate teacher in Baton Rouge. That's where he first met Jody. The two of them hit it off right away, and Jeff became a frequent visitor at the Plauché home. On the surface, everything seemed perfectly fine. Jody was doing well at karate, even winning trophies.
Karate?
In tournaments. This was a huge relief to his parents, Gary and June, because they were going through a divorce at the time and they worried about how it might affect Jody and their other kids.
Yeah, that's only
was helping
Steven Seagal.
Jody, but little did they know he had more sinister intentions in mind. Slowly, one touch at a time, Jeff was testing the waters with Jody to see how far he could go. Years later, Jody said this to George Morris of The Advocate. It was over several months before he ever started to do anything, and he had already been testing the boundaries. He had begun the grooming process, not just on me, but my family. Pedophiles are very good at what they do. One of the things they'll do with the...
Is he quoting somebody? Why is he saying that? Did I miss the way he was phrasing it? He said not only on me, is he quoting him? Maybe just, use the air quotes?
Grooming is test the child's boundaries.
By
February 19,
just like Andrew
1984, Jeff had firmly entrenched himself into the Plauché household. So there was nothing strange about his request to take Jody back to his house to show him some carpet.
That's not the fucking first story I've even heard of that's like this. There's a thing on, I think, Netflix that was about somebody who thought that, basically, like, the father, like the guy was so charismatic and, like, he was, like, really interested in, like, their kids. But, like, the parents also were, like, interested in this person. And, like, the father of the daughter that was getting abused, like, that he, like, kidnapped and was abusing. I think it's called, like, this Monster Next Door or something like that. And, the father actually sucked his dick.
June knew of no reason to keep her son at home.
No.
Off he went with
it was taken in plain sight or something like that. It wasn't a monster. It was kidnapped in like plain sight or something along those lines.
Jeff. The hours ticked by until June realized it was dark and they hadn't come home. Frantic, she called friends and family trying to locate them, but it was no use.
That's why she should have had a dog. We learned this.
Instructor were gone. Almost a week went by until they got a phone call. It was Jody. They were in a motel near Disneyland. Jeff had dyed his hair black and was telling everyone he was his son. And then Jeff himself hopped onto the call. He told June to bring the other children.
Wait, I thought I said daughter. Oh, son's okay.
With her and meet them at the motel in California. But what he didn't know was that the FBI had tapped her phone and the call was being traced. And here is where things get dicey. When Gary learned what Jeff had been doing to his son in that motel room, he became
No, we learned
unhinged.
earlier that the dogs
Then,
saved
one
them from the
night, he
forest.
was having a few drinks at a bar when he struck up a conversation with an executive from a local news station. As they were chatting, the Jeff Doucette case came up, and that's when the exec let it slip. The police were bringing him into Baton Rouge on a flight that night, arriving at 9:08. It was all the push Gary needed. He went to the airport to wait. When Jeff's flight landed, he picked up a payphone to call a friend. All he had to say was, "Here he comes. You're about to hear a shot." Jeff Doucette was
Why?
being escorted down the hall.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I thought I skimmed it, but okay, it seems like they're good. Okay, Jesus, I really were nervous right there. Why did he call somebody? Oh, he's just like acting.
Hands were cuffed behind him, and he wore a slight
They're
smirk
clearly cuffed in front of him, my dude. Did you not watch your own footage?
that was being escorted
I assume you
down the
edited
hall.
this.
His hands were cuffed behind him, and he wore a slight smirk on his face. He didn't notice Gary standing by the pavement.
No fucking way he was able to get that close. Fucking good job, security.
Phones in a white baseball cap and sunglasses.
I think
No
I've seen
one
this
did.
before.
And they didn't see him reach into his boot and pull out a .38 snub-nose revolver. A news crew was there, filming Jeff's return, but they got more footage than they bargained for. As he walked past him, Gary fired. Jeff crumpled to the ground while the officers swarmed Gary. One of them, a friend of his, could be heard on the live broadcast shouting, "Why, Gary?" His answer, "If somebody did it to your kid, you'd do it too." Jeff died the next day. He was 25. Gary was charged with
I don't care that Jeff died. Why do they say it that way?
second-degree murder.
I feel like
It
when
seemed
you
like
add
an
the age in, it seems like you're supposed to like relate to the victim that died, or the victim. Like, usually when you use that term, but it was live on the news. Oh, they must have gotten fined for that
open
one.
and shut case since the attack was caught on video, but news of the vigilante killing spread across Louisiana.
Why
and
is
the
there? Hold up. What?
video, but news of the vigilante killing spread.
Demonstration. Women who threw a flashlight battery at the police officer was charged with felonious assault and remained in jail last night. She could face up to 4 years in prison. The sixth will probably be... Now I want to know what's up with this Nazi shit going on. Daily photo by Dan Habib. And they protest on the steps of the front. Are these Nazis protesting? What is this? California drivers face smog checks. Oh, well, that's funny. Wait, so convicted of aggravated rape, which, oh my god, what is going on with the fucking 80s, dude?
Spread across Louisiana and the nation. Almost everyone was on Gary's side, except for one surprising opponent, Jody. He didn't want Jeff dead. He just wanted him to go to jail. Instead, his father was the one behind bars.
Yep. Now you lost your fucking dad, you dumb bitch. You think that's the best thing that would happen to you? Like, as like for your kid?
But not for long. He was ultimately charged with manslaughter, and after some time in a psychiatric hospital, he was set free with community service and probation. It took a long time for Jody to reconcile his feelings with his father.
Yeah, thanks for making it easier, asshole, for fucking Jody, dude.
But they eventually did make up, and Gary lived out the rest of his days without harming anyone else. He died in 2014. Jody, for his part, took the trauma of his past and channeled it to positive energies. He graduated from Louisiana State
We love that
University
for him.
with a general studies degree and minors in
Let's
psychology,
go.
speech communications, and philosophy. Then he traveled to Pennsylvania, where he worked as a sexual assault counselor and prevention educator for 7 years before heading back to his native Louisiana
Shout
to
out
be closer
Jody.
to family. Today, Jody still travels all around the country giving talks about sexual violence risk reduction, and has even written a book titled Why, Gary, Why? That details the events of what happened to him at the
Wait, so is this Jody or Gary now? I feel like this channel's not very clear on which one
hands
is
of a
which.
predator. And that's your recap. What do you think? Was Gary justified in shooting his son?
He should have gone to jail, to be honest. That's not acceptable. Like, I know it's like retributive justice in the way, but like we have a fucking system. Like, you're completely shitting on our entire court system and disrespecting all of the victims that are abiding by it by like doing something like that. Like, I think that he probably should have gotten jail time for that. I understand that just like adds more pain and is not necessarily like helpful. And like, but like somebody who's like going to be that unhinged where it's like, okay, well, instead of like, it even like again said that Jody didn't want that. The victim did not want what he did against his perpetrator. He wanted him, honestly, I would want whoever did it to me to fucking suffer in jail. And I don't mean like every single day is a misery, because that's the fallacy of like the 7 layers of hell, right? They just all seem like they suck. And at some point, like, we adapt. That's what we do as human beings. So like if they all suck the equal amount of, like, if one thing is like sucky, it's gonna kind of be the same across the board. What you really do to make people suffer is give them things that they would want so that you can take them away from them. Make them have a taste of, like, the ability to get back, and then they know that they never will because of the things that they did. And more than anything, you really don't need people to suffer after they commit a crime. They just need to not be part of society. Is served a few years. I mean, he literally killed somebody. Like, the sanctity for human life is completely taken away with the fact that he did not serve any time. I feel like that's really fucked, to be honest. Let's not fucking, no, not free Derek Chauvin. He fucking killed somebody. God damn it. I hate that it just has me pin things. Now I just pinned Jody. Why is that the only other option? Wait, what? No, unpin the message. No, Derek Chauvin's fucking guilty as shit, dude. There's literally, you want to watch the fucking video and get me banned for, like, how he fucking killed George Floyd? He killed him. It's on video. We all saw it. Everyone was, like, crying and begging. He was crying and begging to just, like, stop. Like, no, stop. Please, please, stop. Please, stop. You're gonna kill him. Stop. Like, I don't want to get too into it, but, like, he killed him. Like, there's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. We all fucking saw it. Wait, just say download? God damn it. Wrong thing. Move? You guys interested in some Elden Ring lore? Peter, you might like this. You showed depraved indifference to... Yes. Yes, absolutely. Reckless disregard for human life. Yes. You don't like video games? Alright, okay, we don't have to watch right now then. Haunting footage. Okay, so I love old stories. Like, old, like, things, like... Because we think of the Titanic and we think of the movie, right? But... Shut the fuck up, Alex. Oh, you didn't actually ban it for a long time, right? Or did you just purge the message? Jack the Ripper. Well, I mean, what about him? There's a whole video about that. That's pretty interesting. Just delete. Oh, okay. I was like, oh no, it wasn't that bad. But I love old stories, specifically of, like, I have a really weird fascination with Mount Everest. And I think that I haven't watched this yet, so I'm hoping it's going to be interesting. This is of the Titanic. I also find boats that just, like, disappear really interesting. Like, the voyage of, like, the Terror and the Erebus. Like, oh my god. There's a show called The Terror. It's really good, in my opinion. I don't think it's for everybody. But it's, like, got a lot of fanciful elements to it. But I really love, like, the Arctic setting of being in a boat. You know? Stream from Everest, yeah. They got good Wi-Fi up there.
Rare images of the Titanic at peace on the ocean floor were released this week. Some of the footage, shot during the 1986 expedition to the world's most famous shipwreck, has never been seen before by
Wait,
the
1986? Oh my god. Release it.
public. The expedition's leader, Robert
Antarctica
Ballard,
stream.
described what he saw.
And then we came in on the starboard side of beam of the bridge, and the first thing I saw coming
disappointed.
out of the gloom.
I'm a little worried of a white guy that looks like this having this prominently displayed as his background. This guy definitely has jerked off at that desk multiple times.
At 30 feet was this wall, this giant wall of riveted steel. That
The
rose over
skeleton.
100 and some
No,
feet
he.
above
What? No, he wasn't in the boat. Did you not watch the movie?
us. I never looked down at the Titanic. I looked up at the Titanic.
Oh my god, this guy's weird.
Nothing was small. And as we rose up its side, because we had to
I
import
feel
the
like he's
dive
writing like a
because we were
romance
taking water
novel.
into our batteries, and as we rose up after that first dive that lasted just minutes, we began to see the portholes, and it was like
And I
people
wanted to
looking back
fuck
at us.
'em.
It was pretty haunting, actually.
It took researchers decades to find the doomed ocean liner. The research expedition's engineer explained why it was such
Right,
a
so
challenge.
they're just using a video
Titanic
from like the
lies,
80s.
In a part of the ocean that you would describe as an abyssal plain. It's
it's
over
cold?
13,000 feet deep in the ocean.
Whoa.
The water is near freezing temperature.
I don't understand this about a lot of like. Okay, so I've been like really I have a lot of really, really specific interests. Another one of them, kind of similar, is ocean research. I don't know why, but every ocean researcher cannot have sleeves on their jacket. It's just a vest. Like obviously he's wearing like a shirt, but like I feel like every single time I see any ocean researcher, they're always wearing a vest with no fucking sleeve. I don't get it. You ever watched Monkeyed movie where they dress up chimps to reenact movies like the Titanic? No, I feel like the only thing I could think about if I'm watching a movie with all chimps is just like there's probably somebody because like chimps are really dangerous. That and that it's kind of a little bit of animal cruelty when it's an entirely like dog-based movie, for example, or like obviously we're talking about chimp-based movie. I guess dog-based movies. Speaking of, where the fuck? I'm not making any noise. No. Oh, not outside. I forgot. I thought they were outside. I was about to get really worried. It was just under the bed. It's warm out. It's actually really. It's 9:30 and it's 72 out. Fucking Texas
And
is
probably the biggest challenge
all
is
over the
the
place.
remoteness of the location, and in particular the harsh environment with regard to the pressure that our equipment is exposed to. So
Is that really
every
that
square
haunting?
inch or centimeter is being
Flipping all the switches.
pressed into smaller space.
Makes me want to play
the crushing
Bioshock.
pressures of the ocean at this kind of depth.
Would you guys actually watch me play a game? I feel like you wouldn't. It's like yeah, go ahead.
And what the expedition's cameras captured wasn't just rusting metal, it was a graveyard. When the Titanic sank on her maiden voyage in 1912, some 1,500 people perished in the disaster.
You were
Oh, speaking of 1,500 people perishing in a disaster, one of the biggest mass graves in modern history was found not too long ago in Ukraine. It was Ukrainian citizens, obviously buried by Russians. Not to demonize the Russian people, obviously, but the fucking war in Ukraine is still happening, and it's still a goddamn war crime. That Bioshock is trash. Yeah, it's a sad moment. Really? Does someone make you want to watch Bioshock? What game would you want to watch then?
physically seen their remains.
We'll just say you don't want to watch a
which were
game.
eaten away and the bones dissolve, but sitting there were pairs of shoes.
That's creepy.
After the Titanic sank, those that went into the water that didn't have
Okay, I think one of my favorite things is being able to tell a story with like remnants of what happened. And that's why I find a lot of things like I love that in like Walking Dead. Like that's why I found that really appealing the first few seasons, because it's like they would like come across like, you know, I mean, same thing with The Last of Us that we've been watching. It's like we come across like old remnants of things that did it. Like you could tell that humanity was there. You can tell the story that was there by the things that were left behind. And I find that so haunting and awesome to be able to, like, as a storytelling element. Because you don't have to have like a you know, a very complicated series of ups and downs or whatever. You can fill in the blanks with it. Bioshock is your favorite game.
Died of hyperthermia, and their bodies came raining down. So it was
All
like
right.
tombstones all over the ocean floor. A mother shoes with her baby shoes.
Okay, are they releasing? I mean, if they're skeletons, I think I would be okay with it.
I
But
mean,
they're
it
not
was
going to
very
show it?
powerful imagery to see where these people
Am I supposed to be seeing it? Are you seeing it?
came to rest, and again reinforcing that you were at a very
Or is he just
sacred
regaling
site
the
where so
situation?
many people died. And I think everyone wonders in their own mind, if I were there, what would I have done? Would I have, you know, done anything to save my life, or would I
Yeah,
have,
it's like old
like
boomers
the builder
telling.
of the Titanic, Andrew, gave up his life jacket to a female passenger and went and
Fuck that fucking simp.
sat in the smoking room and
That's another toxic masculinity cope.
sat there and never budged till the ship went down with him. So it was just amazing play of humanity.
The Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution made the footage available to mark the 20.
StarCraft 2, yes, I will definitely do that. Alleged gunman in custody after 2 Jewish men shot. Oh yeah,
First, we begin with breaking
I feel like
news
nobody
overnight
talked about this. Maybe it's just unrelated. I don't
an
know.
arrest
But it
in
says
Los
hate
Angeles
crime.
after 2 Jewish men.
Wait, hold on. Let's make sure. It's a news thing on YouTube, so I assume it's fine. Okay.
And were shot outside of synagogues in the last 2 days.
The LAPD is stepping up security around you.
This is obviously the left that does this. It's the right wingers that do this shit, dude. Like, it's so fucking annoying that, like, ugh.
Institutions. And ABC Chief National Correspondent Matt Gutman is in Los Angeles with more. Good morning,
Matt Gutman?
Hey, good morning, Michael. For hours after the
That's
shooting
interesting.
outside this synagogue yesterday, police scrambling to
Pinto
connect
Center.
the dots in these shootings. Finally, the LAPD and federal agents tracking down that suspect, the man they say responsible for both of
This
the
guy's
shootings. They
hairline
say he
is
had a, quote,
insane.
history of animus towards the Jewish community. They're now investigating this as a hate crime. The Jewish community on edge this morning after 2 men were shot, leaving synagogues in Los Angeles.
He does seem like him.
Police now treating the shootings as hate crimes, saying the same man targeted both victims
Love terrorists.
because they were Jewish.
The guy just came out of the bushes, shot my friend, and ran away.
On Wednesday, police say a man in his 40s was shot as he left morning prayer in the city's Pico Robertson neighborhood. Then on Thursday, just blocks away, a man
Wait, 2 days apart? What?
in the city's Pico Robertson neighborhood. Then on Thursday, just blocks away, a man in his 70s was shot.
Wait, what was the first one?
They were Jewish.
The guy just came out of the bushes.
Wait, whoa. What did they say the first one was?
Towards the Jewish community.
Did
They're
they
now
say?
investigating this as a hate crime.
They just said then on Thursday.
The Jewish community on edge this morning after 2 men were shot, leaving
Okay, so
synagogue.
2 men were shot here, or they're 2 different synagogue shootings?
In Los Angeles.
Okay,
Police now
so
treating
2 different men were shot coming out of synagogues, it seems, right?
the shootings as hate crimes, saying the same man targeted both victims because they were Jewish.
The guy just came out of the bushes, shot my friend, and ran away.
On Wednesday, police say a
Wednesday, got it.
man in his 40s was shot as he left morning prayer in the city's Pico Robertson neighborhood. Then on Thursday, just blocks away, a man in his 70s was shot by a suspect inside a vehicle. Just minutes after that victim also left a synagogue.
The motive behind that.
Wait, was it the same guy? Alleged gun. Oh, it's in custody, right? So it must be the same guy.
Is not as important as what people are feeling now in the community, which is scared and afraid that they're being targeted because of who they are and their identity as a Jewish American.
Both men are expected to survive, and overnight police announcing the arrest of one suspect in connection with both shootings. The suspect...
I thought that was going to be so much work. Worse. Oh my god, they're living!
Was previously described...
It's gonna obviously be a lot of work to get back into, you know, their normal lives, and I'm so happy that they live. Jesus.
Asian man with a goatee. Anti-Semitic attacks have been on the rise nationwide.
W for the Jews! They did it! They lived it again!
Defamation League recently
oh my god, I was so worried.
Number of documented cases of harassment, vandalism.
Maybe that's why I didn't get a lot of coverage. Like, this is the only place I heard of this, and it was like, what, like 3 days ago. Like, nobody's talking about this, but maybe that's why, because they lived it. It was odd. They're inappropriate. It's because, well, no, because Odd Jobs had as a one-hit kill on.
And violence directed against.
Oh, it's so good they survived. 100% they were targeted.
Yeah, last night I spoke with a Jewish leader.
I don't necessarily know if it was because they're Jewish. It doesn't seem like that's been clear. But if they're charging as a hate crimes are really hard to charge. Like you don't typically see it a charge for a hate crime unless they're very certain. Because a lot of times you don't need the hate crime. Oh, thank you so much for the gifty sub. To Alex, my most, or actually, I don't know if you are my biggest frenemy, but you're definitely up there. But yeah, hate crimes are really hard to charge, so you typically don't add that on to the charges you give, because this is in LA too. Unless you are very confident there is enough to do it. How is it possibly a coincidence and not a hate crime? Well, they might have been like related to each other, and they're both Jewish. I mean, that's like how it could be like a coincidence. Like maybe it's like just two people that are related to each other that are both Jewish that like they knew they were gonna be there at those times. So it is like a possibility, but I think that the fact that they are charging it as a hate crime means that's probably not the case. That is just like a random possibility. It seems to me, because they don't generally do hate crime charges unless they are very sure that they have that the prosecution has the ability to charge them with successfully. Because obviously the prosecution doesn't want to like have one count not go through, because it kind of fucks up your entire case. If like, because you have to focus on what your narrative is for why it happened, and hate crimes come with bigger punishments, obviously, but they also have higher stipulations to meet. And if you have one part of your charge, it calls into question all of it. Does that make sense? Where if you have one part, like, you don't want to overcharge people, because you don't want to have elements of it that you're overcharging where then the defense has a narrative like, oh, they're just trying to slam my client because of et cetera, whatever. Like, because like, oh, well, they're charging us with this and they're charging with that, and we haven't proved those things, or they haven't proved those things. You want to kind of keep your scope like focused on what you know you can get a charge for.
Who said that the community here is rattled by all of these incidents. They are at their highest level of alert right now across dozens of locations in Los Angeles. Of course, that is being beefed up by patrols by the LAPD. George.
Okay, Matt, thanks very much.
Wait, what? You said is in custody. You're not your title is more information than the video. Well, at least this newscast said something about the suspect answering the basic questions.
Took my breath away.
Sally Webster, an 85-year-old nursing home resident, just soared through
Go,
the skies
Sally.
above Wales. She said it was her wish, and an initiative called Wishing Tree through Care UK decided to make it happen. Sally was carefully strapped in, 500 feet in the air.
Okay, did they have to do a special thing because she's old, or is this just a thing you could do at? And is this just a thing you can do at any time?
Before she was sent on her way.
Go, Sally!
This isn't an ordinary zip line. Sally's wish was.
This kind of looks like shit, to be honest. This is like I get so depressed at what I know this is. This is just like a mined out quarry that is filled with water. Maybe I should be looking more positive at it, as in they've transformed it into something else for entertainment, but. See capital.
To glide down Zip World Velocity 2, the fastest zip line in the world. This octogenarian was hitting speeds of 100 miles per hour. Now that Sally has gotten a taste of being a bird, a really fast bird, would she do it again?
I think I would now I know what it's all about, yeah.
I want my ashes sprayed that way. And she died at the end, and then they put her ashes in the. I can only do Australian. I can't do British. It's impossible. They put her ashes in a little tub, and then they poured it out. They just like put pores in the actual urn, so when it moved, it all like came out. So now it's just all in the water source, which we didn't think about because it's actually the main water source for the county. So now we have to drain the whole thing, but it was worth it for Sally.
And for her 90th birthday,
I don't know why I'm
maybe
being so
Sally
mean.
will climb Mount Everest or dive the Great Barrier Reef, or maybe
I thought they were gonna say or just die. I legitimately thought they were gonna say. I thought they were saying die.
Well, now I know what it's all about, yeah.
And
We
for
love
her
Sally,
90th
though.
birthday, maybe Sally will climb Mount Everest or dive the
Or die. Yeah, they're probably like some like song or something.
Great Barrier Reef, or maybe
Under the
she'll
sea.
go ziplining again.
Yeah, she's gonna outlive all of us. Let's be real here. She's absorbed our energy by using this zipline.
This is Inside Edition Digital.
Or die in a mudslide. You're toxic. Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen this. Obviously, we were
This
talking about
creep-
this. All right, Inside Edition.
Flows near the site of that Ohio train derailment that released toxic chemicals into the air.
Look how nuts it looks.
Now look what happens when a rock is tossed into the water.
Wow.
Within seconds, blooms
Wow.
of rainbow-colored
That is-
slime
This is like Avatar, but like hazardous waste.
bubble to the surface. Is it a telltale
style.
sign of toxic chemicals in the water?
Look at it.
It's all in the bottom of the creek bed.
The name is Leslie Run Creek, and it is a scenic playground popular with
Wait,
townspeople.
really? A factory explosion? Oh fuck! Ohio's been having a really tough fucking few weeks here. Ohio, you said factory explosion. Paint factory explosion. Yeah, we call it crick, right? Metal Ally factory explode, killing one. Wait, is this the right one? Or is this another one? Because that's even worse. U.S. Coast Guard, what the fuck?
Thanks, guys. The migrant crisis, meanwhile, not stopping at our southern.
Oh my god, fucking Fox News. Why are you the first thing that comes up? It's not even what you're covering, you bitch! Explosion at Cleveland area metal factory killed one person, injured. Oh, that's fucking ridiculous. What happened? While prompting multiple fire crews, witnesses say an explosion occurred. Okay. The Oakland Village Fire Department said 13 people were injured and taken to the hospital, and one of which is in critical condition, the news reporter said. Fire Captain Brian DiRocco said he saw some burn victims at the scene. It's a weird way to say it. And at least one person had to be pulled from the rubble. Okay, I want to know what happened. A large plume of smoke, yes, okay. Wait, what? What? That was it? Did this just happen? That was 1 hour ago. Man killed in explosion at Oakwood manufacturing plant, killing 13.
We begin with breaking news. Pictures from the scene of an explosion at the I. Schumann.
Oh, hold on. Oh my god, I can't track. Do we risk it? Do we risk it? We're risking it.
Metal manufacturing plant in Oakwood Village. Several crews were called to the explosion and subsequent fire. We have team coverage from the scene and Metro
If I donate you 1K, would you disavow Vosh and be right wing? No.
Health.
Fuck, for 1K? Are you kidding me? If I did right wing propaganda, I'd make way more money. What? Have you ever seen like right wing versus left wing pundits?
Where several victims were taken. And we thank you for joining us this evening.
I'm Christy Paulin for Laura Queso, and
Interesting background.
we do have some new information coming into our newsroom this hour.
Lydia Esparra begins our team coverage. She's live now with what we're learning at this hour. Lydia, good evening to you.
Before 3 o'clock.
That is such a funny edit. Why did they do that? They, I think, misgendered her.
Metal manufacturing
I'm not sure. I
plant
don't
in
know who this
Oakwood
person
Village.
is.
Several crews were called to the
And then they
explosion.
made that noise right when she started
Coverage from
talking.
the scene and Metro Health, where several victims were taken. And we thank you for joining us this evening.
I'm Christy Paulin for Laura Queso, and we do have some new information coming into
Laura
our newsroom
Queso.
this hour.
Lydia Esparra begins our team coverage. She's live now
Oh, I think he said she just was a little.
with what we're learning at this hour. Lydia, good evening to you.
The second she starts talking, they play the music. Come on, guy. Who's the one running this shit?
Before 3 o'clock, and you can see there are still crews here on the scene. Let me give you an example
It's
of
not
how
that bad, it's
bad
just
this
funny.
really was. The debris field went over 100 yards. You can see it here in my hand. Here
Yep, that's 100 yards right in her hand.
are some of the little bricks, and then you can see these big things that
What is this? Is this a joke website? What is this website? Is this local news? Because I'll give them a
came
break.
off the building. There were employees inside working at the time.
Jeez,
The
big-ass
explosion
pieces.
so massive, there was a crater in the roof of that building. Now we're told
What
13
happened?
people are injured, and they were, as you mentioned, taken to Metro Health Medical Center. Now, right now, we
She's
also
doing a
do
good
not
job.
know what the cause of that fire is. I did talk to an
We don't
employee
know.
inside that building. He has more to tell us and that'll be coming up tonight on What's Next. But in the meantime, 13 people are injured, and this happened shortly before 3. And we are waiting again to hear from the fire department what they think
So you don't
caused
know anything?
this massive,
Are they just
massive
speculating?
explosion. Back to you.
Lydia, I know you've been there for a while. How would you describe the scene? Was it chaotic? What word would you use?
All right. So what I'm getting from this is Ohio's had a very hard. Oh my god, I didn't want to check out. Is that Jeff Whick? They don't know what happened yet, so I guess this is a developing story. So we'll come back to that when we know more. Because I find, oh my god, I find the I mean ironically or unironically, whichever one, the speculating just like feels like it's like spinning tires. Left wing are delusional, right wing are hateful, but mushrooms live forever. Well, mushroom is Jesus.
People in East Palestine. Many residents fear chemicals have contaminated the groundwater, and they're performing their own tests.
If you scrape the creek bed, it's like chemical.
Why do they say this is just some random citizen, dude? Isn't this like the mayor or the not the mayor?
Is coming out of the ground.
Representative for
Republican
Ohio.
Senator J.D. Vance
Yeah.
tested the creek bed with a stick.
Camera, but watch this. Just see that chemical pop out of the creek. This is disgusting.
What are those blooms?
Oh my god, a Republican actually giving a shit? Color me surprised. Where's Zerga? I don't know.
Slime. Are their fears justified?
If you've seen this video, can you tell me what your impressions are of it?
It clearly indicates the presence of some chemical
It's a little weird to me, and this is his background. Like, it seems like he plays music.
in that body of water that would not normally be there. Provided it's authentic.
Thank you! Thank you for your insight. Chemical that would not normally be there.
Pretty striking.
I assume that was a longer interview, but that's just very funny. So, I saw this shrinkflation
You probably
thing.
notice one of two things at the supermarket. Either the price of items has gone up or the price has stayed the same, but you're getting less.
No, I'm just noticed people like filming TikToks in it.
They call that shrinkflation.
Actually, paid attention rather than just hate. You would see that a lot of people on the right care. I think a lot of people that vote Republican care, but I think the general right wing is in like the GOP, like do not give any fucks about you. Are you serious? Like all they do is like, what do you think that the GOP had power for years? What did they do? They just passed tax cuts for the fucking rich, dude. Are you kidding me? I think you're blinded by not giving a fuck, too.
And Lisa Guerrero has some tricks on how you can beat it.
You're spending a lot more money at the
Yes, you are correct. They would not normally be there. It's just that it was not a hot take. Like you're gonna get like an expert on like chemicals, and then like that's what you're gonna take.
supermarket these.
They got Obamacare as a thing, but yeah, you're right. Generally, the Dems don't do as much either. But I'm saying that they do more than the Republicans. At least the Republicans, or at least the Democrats, are not actively trying to fucking hurt people. Like, all they care about is rich motherfuckers. And so does the reason why the progressives go to the Democratic Party, because they have the most ability to actually make any goddamn change, dude. Destroyed the economy. Yeah, the economy is completely destroyed.
$9.69 for some eggs, bro. That's not gonna work. Of course, the vast majority of shoppers would never resort to this, swapping the price tags.
Oh my god, it's like a joke TikTok. I don't think this guy actually did it. This is what news reporting.
All these cartons.
Scan these. Boom. 90 cents. Easy.
Giant size, family size, large size. Supermarket guru Phil Lempert says the way to legitimately beat skyrocketing
Obama started
prices
something.
is
I
to
mean, like Obama and Bernie, like they started the whole, or not Obama, but Bernie, more one than the other, obviously, with Bernie, like really did start the idea of having like a universal health care. That was not a thing that anyone talked about like 20 years ago. What is the Republican do? What has the Republican Party done, the GOP, to help any actual systemic assistance for the average American? Also, a lot of war crimes from Obama's droning, but we're not talking about that. Maki's outside? Maki! Wasn't supposed to rain! Wasn't supposed to rain! But it smells like rain! I left her out with that coyote. I mean, knowing Maki, she'd like... We'd have to like adopt the coyote as like one of our pets, because she would just like alpha the fuck out of it. They blocked her every step of the way.
Shop smartly and be aware of what's called shrinkflation. They're advertising as if
What? Did they just like steal this from like the 70s or not 70s, the 90s? What is this outfit? What is this like way that they're filming this? What are these like boxes? These seem like these are like outdated.
hey, you're going to get this great value.
And it's not true.
Lempert says ignore the big flashy words scrolled across the box. Instead, the smarter way to shop is to pay attention to
Just steal it.
the small print.
We need to look at the net weight. We need to look at the unit prices.
Lempert says many companies have changed the size of the packaging, all in an effort to avoid raising prices. But Lempert says that often means they're actually giving
Wait, yeah, this is like old news, dude.
you less than before.
Gatorade used to be 32 ounces. Now it's 28 ounces.
For the same price?
For the same.
Wait, I feel like I've seen this before. Why was this 3 days ago? Okay, whatever.
Price.
I'll finish the
Everybody
video. It's only
loves
2
ice cream.
minutes.
What do you see here?
What I see is Ben and Jerry's. They're the only ones that are still 16 ounces in a
I feel like he's advertising it somehow.
pint-sized container. Haagen-Dazs and a lot of the other brands, same size container, but it's just
Don't buy ice cream. Ice cream's really bad for you. There's really like no reason to have ice cream.
14 ounces.
Only 14 ounces in a pint?
Just about every
Train
company
yourself.
is doing this.
What about these Sun-made raisins?
Well, they reduced the package size by about 2.5 ounces.
Did they just walk into like the neighboring like IKEA and then just like walk into like because this is like the most set looking set I've ever seen. I don't feel like they lit this well enough that it would actually be like an actual set. I feel like they literally just walked into like the home section at like Home Depot or like IKEA.
That might not sound like a lot.
68, 69, 70.
This is like a meme video at this point.
But it really means you're paying the same price
I mean, it looks more like a Home Depot. You're right.
as you did before, but getting 70 fewer raisins.
Wait, did you say that?
And it's not just food.
Well, you didn't type it,
In
bitch.
the case of Ultra Soft Charmin, there's 20 sheets less per roll.
Lempert says this 2-pack of Crest 3D
Get a bidet. Bidet, it's free. Not the bidet itself, but like, you said blast your asshole with water, dude. It's a lot. You just do. My tactic is you do the bidet if you have like a nasty shit or whatever. Do the bidet, and then you just do a safety wipe with toilet paper.
white contains 30 less uses. So how can you avoid falling victim to shrinkflation?
Dump water all over the walls. Have you ever used a bidet? What are you doing with the bidet that's hitting the walls?
Lempert says buy in bulk and stick to the store brands. You'll save
Buy in bulk. Perishables don't exist.
But does it taste the same?
Yes.
That was a really weird cut. Yes. Oh my god, that's so funny. All right, what else you got for me? We got Vice. Why are people breaking their legs to get taller? Oh shit. Let's do a little bit of a in between. Let's watch Soda Poppin'. Let's do some reacception.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. So apparently wrinkly eggs exist. A chicken's egg can become wrinkled due to old age,
I don't understand how these streamers watch shit that I feel like I've... Oh, wait. Why did I full screen like that? My bad.
stress, or because they're sick. So this has got to be the worst delivery driver of all time, right?
Look at how nice. Oh my god, look at how nice. This is like some New York brownstone shit, bro. Nice!
That was a good throw.
I agree. Dog.
God. Dude. Dude.
Why was that dog so interested to be in this fucking, like, sewage, dude?
This guy's PS5 completely melted in a house fire, but somehow still works.
Imagine getting rated with 8,286 viewers. That's an art piece. That has to be an art piece. Okay. I don't believe this is legitimate, even though this does look like somebody I know.
Dude.
How many months? Right now? 20 years?
Hey, Razor, is that you?
So this is kind of sad and dystopian. This huge group of people were seen live streaming under a bridge in China.
Hey, what are you trying to say?
Why?
Oh, I think these are like those TikTok girls. This is China, bitch. I have a theory about this.
What on earth would be the benefit of this? These people aren't homeless. Location-based recommendations, free Wi-Fi, next to rich zones so viewers get suggested. What?
Wait, did you just make that up because you've seen this video before? Did you actually know that, Razor? A geolocation to game algorithm? These people are probably getting like sex trafficked.
Wait, what? It's a thing. So location farming. Okay, so they're actually going into locations of rich people so that those rich
These people are probably getting, like, there's no, like, that wouldn't make sense that they're not, like, they're all the same setup and they're the same kind of, like, style of girl. Yes, I understand it's in China, so they're going to be Asian girl, but I'm not saying what they look like. I'm saying the way that they're dressed and the way that their setup is. It's the same kind of style. So I feel like this is all put together by, like, one, like, Andrew Tate-esque figure.
people get recommended their live stream. I didn't know it was location-based recommended. What? Wait, that's crazy.
Before a tsunami?
VPNs
What?
don't work? Well, I guess maybe it'd be hard to VPN on a phone, maybe?
No, you can literally...
For like...
This stream's sponsor is not NordVPN, but...
Your average person would be hard to figure out, right?
I think you can VPN in.
That is crazy.
Somebody's phone? Oh, is that their fake leg?
Oh.
I got it, though.
This guy found a rat inside of his oven.
And one of them ended up in our freaking oven. And so I turned it on 450 degrees for 45 minutes, and now our whole house stinks like rat.
Well, Soda Pop and showed it.
I'm hoping
Is it just gonna be? Is it just gonna be Mitch Jones?
burnt rat. It's dead.
You can shrink almost any
What?
plastic bottle by pouring boiling hot water into it.
No shit. Are we at the point where we're this stupid? Like, are you serious?
Dang.
I guess the idea is that it held its form.
Oh, he's dead. Or wait, we're dead. Oh, we're fine.
Wow. So this cool toy is called a Levy Wand.
I feel like this is just an edit. It doesn't like make a shadow.
Wait, how does that?
It's I don't think that's a real thing. I feel like it's just like a filter.
That works.
This guy wanted to see what would happen if he played dead in front of his horse.
Wait.
Why did this start? Oh wait, I'm in front of the video. Why did that start? Why is he just like casually like running with this guy like with his own horse?
Someone said it's a Terraria weapon.
It does look like that. It's clearly not real. It doesn't make a shadow.
That's so good.
This guy wanted to see what would happen if he played dead in front of his horse.
Well, now what? All right, later, dude. I love how horses just look so smug when they walk. They're just like they're so sassy.
Ain't gonna do shit.
This photographer has taken a picture of the New York City skyline every 30 seconds for the past 7 years.
Okay, so never mind. This is probably a news company. There's a lot of like cameras that are just obviously stationary cameras that you would see on like your local news. Obviously this is local for New York City. But it would show those like shots of the city, right? So it's not like it's just one dude doing this for 7 years. Obviously, he's trying to make it seem like it's like very like an intricate job that they're doing, but it's just like somebody using either the compiling the entire thing from the channels independently, or that the channel themselves did it. What director did? What do you mean? What director did the Empire? Did that of the Empire State Building? What? What director? My dyslexia is getting worse. I gotta stop drinking. What director did that of the Empire State Building? Okay, that still didn't make any sense. No, but not for like 7 years. I mean, this is like a really common thing for news places to do.
A photographer captured video of a waterfall in Utah going in reverse due to strong winds.
I love the way this guy explains things. Going in reverse because of strong wind.
I had no idea that giant rivers of lava could move this fast.
It's in the fast lane, dude. Paying the toll.
One of my subscribers sent me this video explaining that they have a hermit crab that loves to run on hamster wheels.
Why'd people happy?
That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Surely there's more I can look at.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet.
Reason I watch this all the time. I don't know how he didn't see these videos.
Apparently I've seen this.
Apparently he's seen it. What the fuck was that?
Apparently I've seen this.
Oh, there's like a squirrel right here? What is happening here? What is that? You see where it... Oh, it's a flying squirrel. That guy's too composed. That guy's too composed. He's killed somebody.
That's gotta be 50 plus.
Oh, Razor says it. Alright, says Razor.
No, I did not. Just.
Babies have no understanding of object permanence, which means if they can't see or hear something, it doesn't exist.
Dude, her
and this
makeup
is a
looks
great
fire.
example.
Charlotte is so excited about this coffee. She wants
Don't
this
give her the
so bad.
coffee. Don't give her the
But when
coffee.
I put this coffee right here.
Don't give her the
she
coffee.
wants it, right? If I just cover it up, the coffee is gone.
Dumbass Charlotte, you fucking idiot.
She has zero idea where it went.
This guy.
Fucking
Baby's
idiot.
stupid.
That's what I'm saying.
I was really upset about walking into some wet cement.
What? Why? Don't start counting claws, bro.
I was really upset.
It's like a
about
cover
walking
band.
into some wet cement.
Yeah, so he, alright, walked into wet cement. He then went under the rails, under another rails. This is autism, dude. This is something I would do.
This teacher told his students that the only way they could get
Like, you just, like, you don't know how to handle, like a social faux pas, so you, like, panic and freak out, and then just, like, forget that you're supposed to understand other, like, social, like you forgo all of your other social understanding to just, like, escape the situation. When I say the military do satanic rituals, yes, I don't care. The opposite of love is not hate, it isn't indifference, and I don't care. I have 8 horses. I got kicked once. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And they all made weird noises after I didn't get up within 2 minutes. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, horses are really empathetic creatures.
Credit
I love
as if they
horses.
walked on water.
Not as much as Vosh likes horses, but I do like horses. That's how Razor would enter the classroom.
How the
What the fuck?
What? There's 4 in there.
So my uncle and his friend
I
made
thought
this
she was
next
gonna
video,
chill.
hoping that it would be good enough to end up on Daily Dose.
Oh man, it's frozen! Seriously? The TV's frozen too!
This is why you can't trust these kind of locks that you see in hotel rooms.
That's so stupid.
What? Okay, but I mean, like... Probably a Tesla. Oh, it's not. Fuck.
A van
Is this a
drove through a video
Blockbuster?
game store, but luckily nobody was hurt.
Didn't know those existed.
Absurd behavior. Mr. Chief, face the camera.
This is what a solar eclipse
I
looks
think
like.
that the military is constantly doing satanic rituals because of their disregard of human life. As in, I would assume that is satanic, and invasions would be kind of on the same level.
On another planet, NASA's Perseverance rover recorded this video of one of Mars' moons passing
Does
in
it just look
front
like
of
an
the sun.
eye? Is that the joke here?
So today I found out that swimmers lift weights too.
What?
Oh my god.
What? Is it attached to them?
Hi, excuse me, I had an appointment for today. Oh, okay.
I had no idea that tanks had this kind of range. and
Hey,
accuracy.
Retro, thank you for the subbies! Ooh, I love military equipment. Okay, as much as I hate the military, I love military equipment. It's the train-loving autist in me, I guess. Proof for this guy. Who's this guy? Wait, what is that clip? Oh god, I'm worried. I'm gonna look at it. Not on screen though. Oh, it's in Russian. It's some Russian. It's got blood in it. I can't show that. Yeah, I can't show blood, so I appreciate. I looked at it.
What
It looked
in
like
the
some dude's
Jumanji
digging a
Disney
hole and
movie is
then getting
going
blood.
on here?
What the fuck?
He missed so bad.
You know what's really odd about horses is they do look so much like, I don't know if it's like the social conditioning of thinking like you can ride a horse, but it's like, I feel like they just always look so rideable. I don't mean like sexually. John breaks it down on his stream.
These rescuers in
What?
Turkey were digging through rubble.
But
after
there's
the
blood in
major
it.
recent
We can't show
earthquakes
that.
and managed to find a parakeet completely un-
God, you're so annoying. Okay, what is this? This is a 7-hour video. The 3 hours and you're not giving me enough numbers. You're saying 3:48? Do you mean 3 minutes and 48 seconds? Or do you mean 3 hours and 48 seconds? I guess it 48. 3 hours and God, why am I doing this? You know you can timestamp these, right? He's watching some other dude watch it.
Astral fire, which is their emotion.
I don't care, to be honest.
unharmed.
Save it! Save it! Save it!
Today
Yes!
I found out that curly-haired
What the fuck?
pigs exist. In the 1990s, this breed actually almost went extinct.
Yo, Razor, Yo, Razor, I'm doing a smack thing. Do they use do they have the same maids that we do? Because they look familiar.
Snow pigs.
That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Because they love Maki, it's so cute, I love
2
them
years
for it.
ago.
No, you don't want this. You don't want this. When they do this, if you ever come across, what are these called? Fuck. Some Australian shit. If they start doing this, if they start Jesus-ing, if they start T-posing, what they use, I think, they use their claws. They use their claws and they just point them straight out, basically. That means they're fucking scared and they're gonna attack you. You do not go near an anteater, or I think it's an anteater. Never go near an anteater doing this. Because they're gonna fucking try and stab you. No, don't throw a Pokeball at it. It won't work. I promise you, it won't work.
This person noticed something kind of creepy about this computer camera. For some reason, the camera has the ability to see through plastic.
For some reason, it's you, no, stop.
Even though the cover is on, you can see the batteries inside of this remote.
What?
It's just a fucking editing thing where they added a... They just added a clear cover. Ether 5? Nice. You missed though, so I'm sorry.
And the phone too, you saw that, right? Yeah. Oh my god.
To be fair, that's what the back of my phone looks like. You ever seen how fucked up the back of my phone is? Here. If you want to donate, tell me to get a new phone. No, I'm just kidding, it's fine. My phone is very fucked up.
These two fish really don't like each other.
Hey! Hey! Get out of my space!
What the heck is going on here?
That's the whitest thing I've ever heard. This is what capitalism is, basically. This is what we think we're this one, but the one that's taking advantage is this one.
Someone put a keyboard, a computer, a mouse, and a computer screen all on one device.
A sliding keyboard.
So it's just a phone?
Screen, and you can even play Minecraft.
It's literally just a phone.
On it.
Nah. No.
What year is this from?
That's wrong. What?
It would look. Just play it on your phone, you idiot!
That's close enough.
I mean, it was kind of just one that just like compounded after all the other times I dropped it. There was one like big one when I dropped my phone, and then it was like, since then.
Get.
No, Ben! No, it's like Ben. I'm seeing on that Tamaguchi. Fuck yeah, dude.
In case you didn't know, transparent TVs are now a thing you can buy.
What?
Transparent TVs. Okay, well, it doesn't seem like it works very well. I mean...
I don't know when you would ever want this in, like, your house.
Yeah, like, what situation would this be? Like, because it doesn't work on the other side. So, like, what? If you're trying to, like, be like a prison guard, like, watching somebody on the other side of the room? Like, because it didn't show when they turned it around on the other side.
I feel like you pretty much always want it to be, like, on a wall. And pure.
You literally can't see it on the other side. That's not like... you... What's the point of it?
I don't know when you would ever want this in, like, your house.
Yeah, I can't fucking see
I feel like
it.
you pretty much always want it to be,
This is a
like,
terrible idea. It's like a sharper image thing.
and purely clear.
I mean, like the store, not like literally.
But great for Apple stores.
Bro, I wish we had tails.
And businesses, I
This
guess.
bear heard these people laughing at him.
So, I feel like you've probably seen a lot of videos of, like, bears, or, like, people defending their, like, dogs from bears. Makes me sad is that probably a lot of times that doesn't happen. Still got the space or money? What do you mean? That thing takes up a shit ton of space. It's the same space as a TV.
What the fuck?
Wait, why is that cat like shaved? No, I don't have
Eating
hiccups.
something, or are you just weird? Okay. This doesn't look safe.
This looks like the map where you fight the monkey in Sakura.
That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
That doesn't seem safe, but okay. Cutting scissors with paper.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. Rock, paper, scissors is actually wrong. Paper can defeat scissors. All it needs to do is spin really, really fast.
I mean, it kind of seems like a draw at that point.
You are. Yeah, shut up, honestly. You're gonna, you know what? Next summer you're gonna be wearing your Hello?
Hi? Hi? What's wrong?
Oh, Luca, okay.
If you own pottery that was made before the 1970s, there's a good chance that it's radioactive.
Dude, I would love to do
Many
Omegle,
plates and
but
cups
like,
that were made in the United States
I
were
say
plated
that
with
and
a
I don't
glaze
actually
that was
believe it
made
at
of
all.
Uranium. Here you can see the radioactive particles moving off this piece of pottery.
What is this?
Oh my god.
Ah! Stop! I'll watch it after this.
Some cars have built-in air jack systems to make it really easy to change the tires.
That is sick.
That is so stupid. Well, you think you're manually changing the tires? Why are you buying a car that's making it easier for like for what? Like, oh, you're constantly changing the tires? Like, it's not like a F1 car. Thank you. It kind of seems like it's adding a lot of weight to the car for minimal reasons.
Janice.
No way. You think it's actually making that noise? I feel like that's an edit.
Say hi.
It's actually crazy that
This is what the
they
best
just sound like
hospitals
lasers.
in the world currently look like. Robots will travel around the hallways delivering supplies.
Not very
They
quick.
even know how to use the elevator. When a nurse clocks into work, this is how they get their clothes.
Wait, do nurses not have their own clothes? I could have called into that show, but I think I'm probably gonna end it.
That is a fat.
Not like my life, but the stream soon. Not after this. We're gonna watch a few more things.
This is how quick and easy it is to clean silverware that has been tarnished.
Oh my god. What is that? Just pure alcohol? What are they dropping that in? What is that?
That's what my stomach looks
Soap?
like.
Acid? I guess that makes sense.
Does anyone have a good like collab of XQC saying dumb shit
This is
on
what
these
blind
things?
hunters use to hide from animals, and this is what they look like from the inside.
Wow.
That's the end of this video.
I don't
Hopefully
feel
I
like
was able
that's
to make your day
accurate.
just a little better. And
Nervous
I'll see you guys
system
again very,
should.
very
Alright. Sure. Wait, I said I'd watch the other video. Where is it? This? Wait, is this what you linked me? No. What the fuck did I have this one open? Close one. Do you believe in God? Absolutely not. My idea of if God exists in the form that it is in the Christian religion, he's kind of a piece of shit. Also, he keeps unfocusing my camera, so that's a L. Can you imagine if a kid had toys like this now? I have a feeling these kids would be shot by cops. I like the sound effects. This is a commercial?
Some fun when Snubby Gun plays Private Eye, and you can have the same kind of fun with Mattel's Tommy Burst detective set. The Tommy Burst has automatic bolt action. Fire off a burst of 10 shots. Pull the bolt again, you're reloaded.
I mean, to some extent, this is kind of the same thing that we do with, like, video games, but, like, it's not as dangerous when it comes to, like, it being perceived as an actual gun. Like, nobody, like, holds the controller and it's like, it's a gun!
The Tommy Burst alone is $3.
$3?
Set,
That's a good deal.
Get the Snub Nose 38 and Snap Draw.
Wait, for
shoulder
$3?
holster. The pistol fires greeny stickum caps and shoots safe shooting shells. The exciting new Tommy Burst detective
Wait,
set
you
includes
shoot?
wallet, badge, and
Wait, you
ID
actually
card.
shot stuff?
$7 wherever toys are sold. You can tell
Wherever,
it's
I don't know, where are toys sold? Amazon?
It's swell. Secret Slam with hidden camera that really works.
Your assignment, danger. Your mission, find the master spy. Your weapon, Secret Sam. Through Secret
Wait, are they teaching you to assassinate people?
Sam's periscope, you see him, but he can't see you. You locate the master spy.
Why are these people getting taught to assassinate people?
To him, and Secret Sam's hidden camera is taking his picture right now. Something you discovered. Secret Sam fires.
That looks like the kid from Jojo Rabbit.
From inside the case. Secret Sam.
Alright, this is gonna be my last White Claw.
Special missile sends message
Take the
to your
screenshot.
Mission
Also follow my YouTube channel.
You hand over real photograph. Secret Sam with periscope, message missile, rifle stock, barrel extension, even shoots through this carrot.
I kind of thought that was weird too. When I was a kid, like I had like we had a lot of like ads targeted towards like spying on your like siblings. That's kind of really, really fucked, you know?
In case, and this real camera that works in secretly or out. Takes real photos.
Real, not fake photos. Oh, I like that it's only in one of the ears.
The Mattel Thunderburp with the real vibrasonic sound chamber that's loaded forever and ever. No batteries, no caps. That Thunderburp
No cap.
looks like real, sounds like real. It even vibrates like real. It's safe
Does it?
to play with. Just flip up the sight, pull back the bolt, and fire.
Oh, we need like a Nopers
For outdoor smoking
emote. I'll put that in
the
the thing.
Mattel Tommy Burp to your gun collection. It fires caps with smoking bursts or single shots. It's rugged, too, with a real wood grain feel. Easy to load and easy to fire. Pull the trigger for single shots or turn the crank for smoking bursts. The Tommy Burp is really for real, right down to the adjustable flip sight.
For real. It's almost like it could kill you.
Is $2.50. The no battery, no cap Thunder Burp is $3.
Like, burp? $3! Damn, it's a steal.
Get both wherever toys are sold. And remember, you can tell it's Mattel. It's swell, swell, swell.
Wait a minute, Dad. I haven't finished Dick Tracy.
You can't read.
Okay, read to me.
That kid should definitely be able to read at this point.
Oh, okay. Now let's see. Tracy's trapped by
The kid's like 8, dude.
a real tough spot.
Boy, I'll draw my Dick Tracy snub nose 38 and I'll...
Whoa! You're gonna shoot your father? What the fuck?
See that shooting shell, Dad? Fires screen stickum caps, too.
Well, let's get back.
Then I'll pull back the bolt and I'll blast my way out with Mattel's Dick Tracy Tommy
Wait, this can't be real. This must be like a meme, right?
Burst. You can fire a whole burst of caps or shoot one at
thought you wanted to read Dick Tracy.
Not now. I think he's on television.
You can get Mattel's fabulous new Dick Tracy snub-nosed
TV within a TV. We love that.
38
TVception.
pistol and special belt holster, or the exciting Tommy Burst machine gun.
No wonder United States is like this.
The only official Dick Tracy gun.
At least he can shoot.
And remember, you can tell it's
Well, back in that times, that's like the post World War II times that, you know, at some point probably was more important.
Mattel. It's swell.
Not that it like actually was, but like it was a holdover of mentality. You know what I mean? You need to defend like your family type of thing. No! 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 Don't kill the elephant. Is that a cool thing to kill the elephant? Oh, I'm gonna. All right, trigger warning. We're gonna literal trigger warning. We're gonna get sad here, I think. If it makes you feel any better, I heard that this guy, this kid, is an activist now. I just made that up. Oh God. You're gonna use a handgun to kill the elephant? I want to also do a dancing animated mode of some sort.
Boys, look at these real trophy wall plaques and think how swell they'll look in your room. Get them in sets or separately. Magumba.
Wait, why would you want this on your room? I assume they don't work then?
Lieutenant Red River from Johnny Eagle by Tupper.
What'd you call me? Wait, is this like an ad now? What's happening? Oh, I think that's the end of the video. Oh, I wanted to go over this, but I really just want to like end it in Minecraft if I had to fucking watch any more Andrew Tate shit. Oh, thank God. Feminist TikToks. Ben Shapiro.
Hello?
Weird. What? Is this a video game?
It's okay. We're gonna...
Wait. This is from... What the fuck, Ben Shapiro? What are you doing? Left 4 Dead animations we're at? Like, The Witch?
They're coming! You guys ready? They're coming! Sounds like hell! We are women! We are...
Is this just a commercial for... Wait. Oh my God. Okay. We have to psychoanalyze the Ben Shapiro cast here. His editor. It must be stuff that's like... Okay, so they must be around my age, right? Like, in their, like, early to late 30s, right? Because I get the reference, but it's not topical by any means. And I don't think it's, like, a wide, like... I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Obviously, they have 6 million subs, and what am I at, like 130 on my YouTube? But like, I feel like that's like the fun thing to analyze when it comes to Ben Shapiro content nowadays. Is like they seem like they're obviously older people trying to relate to like younger people. It's so weird to me. I think this is the first commercial. Like, do you think that the only people that are watching Ben Shapiro was gonna get that reference? Like, he's like, I feel like he's like a normie. I don't. I'm just gonna comment. What a horrible life these women must live. Is that Matt Walsh? Oh, it's just Matt. Okay. We love that for you. 97 comments.
My producers have decided once again to torture me with TikTok videos. This time, it's all the woke feminists on TikTok. Oh, Lord, spare.
Do yarmulkes have to be black, or like can you like switch it up? Can you get like a stylish yarmulke? I don't know the protocol. I feel like this one looks like way bigger than it normally does.
Me, this video is sponsored by my friends over at ExpressVPN.
Leftist for dead. It's a funny TikTok.
You ruined everything, you stupid, stupid bitch. You're
White men, white women. Dear Georgian white women. I don't know why that's the thing on TikTok. You can't say white, I guess. I guess say WHYT, which is fine. I mean, the song itself is funny, I guess.
just a lying little bitch who ruins things and wants the world.
It's a well-crafted TikTok. It's a well-crafted TikTok. It's a well-crafted political TikTok.
To burn.
Bitch. So, a few thoughts.
It's
One,
funny.
so she's apparently singing about the fact that white women voted in outsized percentages for Brian Kemp, which is good because Brian Kemp should have beaten Stacey Abrams, who's a grifter par excellence. And
Why did they play this Star Trek music?
She spells white weird. I don't know why the I in white is
It's a TikTok thing, Ben.
now gone. It's W.
Dude, Ben Shapiro, hire me. I can figure out these mysteries, too. I am terminally online.
WHYTE.
Wow.
Strange.
Wait, I think he's in Florida. Never mind. I don't want that. I could work for Alex Jones, but that's also not a good idea. Oh, she was in Star Trek. Oh, okay.
Don't understand. Also, I feel like this song could be
Okay, Latinx is different than white. Latinx is like a longer history than like white is just a TikTok thing.
Purposed for about 1,000 reasons. We may have to grab this song and we may have to use this in the future to introduce.
It is a funny song. Thank you for admitting that, Ben. My best friend Ben.
I feel like the song is just vague enough that they could, yeah. I'm not gonna mention
everything, you stupid
bitch. Where this might come up.
UV, you're a girl. POV, she's a female streamer, is what she probably should have said. I wish I was that banana. Bro, check out. I mean, this is also funny. And then she's making a joke about it. Okay, you're a girl. You should dress sexy. Literally, like, live streamer stuff. Like, it's a funny joke. Does he just not get it? Like, how do you think he's going to complain about this? Oh my god, put on more clothes you're asking for. Yeah. He's so flat. I feel like people... Okay, I feel like that's not what people say anymore. She's so flat, get implants. It's more like, oh, what is it, another trans woman or something? That's what I feel like the insult would be. Wait, did she get implants? Okay, literally, I don't know if John meant to do this, but the first thing he said to me was, you look tired. And I wasn't wearing makeup. I was like, are you fucking with me? I literally made a joke about it.
I feel like the only person who thinks about this person this much is this person.
I just told you who I thought I was. A god.
Is this what women think that people
Yeah, that's the joke, is that they're constantly being told... Ben, come on.
think about them like all the time? I'm sure there are men who are bad who think about women all the time this way.
No, we're talking about like... That's what her fatal flaw was, that she didn't like say that it was like a live stream thing.
But
it's not as
most of us
bad
have
as
lives and people we care
used
about
to be.
and things to do like jobs, and we don't spend all day just watching.
Razor told me in the Crucible chat, like they were like one person was like, "Oh, I was expecting more modesty." Like from me, which I like in terms of like the way I was dressing, I thought it was very funny because I didn't think I was that like much.
One woman and then thinking all these different things about her Do you also mean that people are judgmental about other people? Because it turns out that goes pretty much
Boomer
everywhere.
Ben!
Turns out women are also quite judgmental about men.
Here, we're
and
gonna
other
comment.
women. I hate to break this to you, ladies. Very often, women are the ones who are the most judgmental. So this idea that it's just the innate evil sexism of men that is
Driving societal standards that force women.
judgmentalism goes all the
But
different
we
ways.
love Ben
And one of
Shapiro.
the ways it goes is from women to other women, actually.
I want her to
If
be
there is
my
one
best
thing
friend.
that I learned from my women and
no.
gender studies class that is on my mind 24/7, it's kin keeping. Kin keeping is the
What the
root
fuck is kin keeping?
of stress in most women's lives, and because they don't know the name.
I assume where this is gonna go is that it's the idea that you as a woman is supposed to maintain your bloodline type of. How did you get in here? Where did you come from? Did you see that? There's like a giant, like a mosquito eater.
For it, they are often called irrational. You might notice on a road trip, your mom's wondering, did everything get packed? Where is everybody? Has everyone eaten? What time are we getting there? When are we supposed to get there? What was I supposed to bring?
This person's like 18, dude. Like, okay, this is your, oh my god, the vitriol. Here, we'll move it over here. Then I can look really angrily at him.
And you might notice your dad saying, calm down, why are you being so irrational? Everything's gonna be fine. Stop worrying so much. And
I can't compete with the
it pains me
eyebrows,
to
though.
see this because this man doesn't see all the work that your mother has done because it doesn't have a name. He doesn't. Maybe you.
Oh, so this is like another term for this is also reproductive labor, which is a valid term and it does make sense, but like
Got rid of the old yee ass haircut you got.
Kin keeping. It's the unpaid labor that women are assigned to subconsciously as a gender. And
she's not wrong.
not only does this cause a lot of stress in women's lives, but it also breeds a lot of ignorance in men. Did your dad plan that
True.
vacation?
Sometimes, yeah.
True.
Did he even get
She's right. I don't know why Ben's like shitting on her. She's right.
the presents underneath the tree that say from dad on them?
Yeah.
Does he know when your dentist appointment is?
Yeah.
Does he know what size pants you wear?
No fucking way Ben Shapiro's taking anyone to the dentist.
Yeah,
If not, who did that?
it was me. I'm just saying. I know all
Prove it. Prove it, bitch. I'm just gonna do the same thing the way that conservatives apparently argue with me and just call him a liar.
those things. And my wife does a lot of stuff around the house. My wife does pack for the trips because she's very particular about how she packs for the trips. This idea that it's
Oh my god, I couldn't understand the concept of packing without that fucking B-roll there.
sort of like a gender stereotype that women pack for trips. Maybe the reason a lot of women pack for trips is because they have a particular way they pack for trips, and if the men do it
Well, I think everyone packs for trips. That's what you're focusing on?
wrong, then they get yelled at. I'm not going to say that's happened before.
What? They get yelled at?
Like a gender stereotype that women pack for trips. Maybe the reason a lot of women pack for trips is because they have a particular way they pack for trips, and if the men do it wrong, then they get
Oh,
yelled
the
at.
men get...
I'm not going to say that's
I don't give a shit. I think the only reason that would make any sense is like if they like leave stuff at... Like they leave stuff that they should have brought because it's annoying.
happened before. My wife is very detail-oriented. Now, is that because I'm being sexist that my wife is detail-oriented? No, she was detail-oriented before she ever met me. My wife's
I can't be sexist by saying that she's detail-oriented because she was detail-oriented before she met me. What? You're saying the only reason she's detail-oriented was because of you? What?
a
Brokey?
very detail-oriented person. Does
Alright.
that mean that she is kin-keeping? What?
Well, I've never heard the term kin caping, so this is probably her. Like, I mean, like, the fucking girl looks like she's really young. She's just like being a TikTok girl. I mean, you don't gotta make fun of her for just being like. Okay, so what I learned in my college class today on my women's studies, like, she probably does it on like all of her classes. I don't know. Like, all she's doing is like sharing what she learned.
I'm not blaming my wife for that. She's very, very careful about how
Yeah, I know, but you've never gotten her what? I get it.
she packs, and I do appreciate it. Also, when it comes time for the trip, I'm always looking at my watch because I know it's not gonna, like, we just have different priorities on this stuff. Now, the way that people negotiate these sorts of gaps, that's what we call relationships. That's where love comes in and commitment.
Or I will agree with him on that. You should, like, know what each other's, like, strengths and weaknesses are so you can, like, compensate, you know?
And negotiation, all this. But there's a notion that women are inherently victimized because dad doesn't see the work. Dad definitely sees the work mom does. And most of the time he appreciates it. And sometimes he doesn't. And the other thing works as well. Sometimes mom doesn't see all the work that dad does. These are just human relationships. Can we stop giving them idiotic labels, please?
Okay, well, nothing she said that it doesn't, that she doesn't see the other things. I mean, it's a TikTok. It's not like a long period of time. She's not writing an essay. Is he getting turned on here?
What?
You seemed a little bit too interested in that one. Okay, Ben.
What? You know what? I'm grateful to this woman.
What's a woman?
Because this is the outcome of full individualistic autonomy and authenticity, is it not? A complete reversion to the animal. There's actually a little bit of depth to this video.
It is kind of making me
the
need
depths
to
of the
pee.
puddles of urine that this woman is now emitting on
Got
the
him.
pavement. What I mean here is that, like, what distinguishes human beings from animals is the fact that we do have commitments to one another. And when she says, free yourself from society.
The amazingness about when Ben watches TikToks is that he's like just going out of his way to make them like to just completely like he's a smart person. He knows what the joke is. But he's like going out of his way to try and make it like not funny. That's like what he's like tactically doing.
Yep. I'm being what I want to be at the
It is
cost of
making me
everybody else
pee.
without any sort of societal standards. Think of a society filled with people who poo and
Oh my
pee
God,
in the street.
imagine
Well, I mean,
Ben
that's San
stand up.
Francisco, I suppose. We'll get to more of these crazy ladies in just 1 second.
No. We'll get to him now, bitch.
Sources. First, this is a male pick-me behavior. Oh, I understand there are men out there who are acting in abusive ways, but I'm not one of them. I'm
True.
one of the good guys. That's a total delusion, by the way. In a patriarchy, everyone has internalized misogyny,
Okay, I don't agree with the way she's saying it, but she is right.
sexism, and oppressive ways to treat women. That's why we all gotta unlearn patriarchal ways of behaving.
Everyone's
Number
evil.
2, the need to control women's voices.
Yeah, that's what we said, Ben. That's definitely what we said, Ben. No, she said we all have fucking internalized fucking misogyny and like racism and shit, dude. That's just think.
Notice how they are tone policing women far more than they're mad at those
That is true.
men who
She's
are
not
harassing
wrong.
and raping women, who are giving rest of the men a bad name.
Wait, hold on. Stop it right there. Stop it there. Or giving the rest of the men a bad name. You just said they can't give
He wanted to touch her boobs. That's why he did it like this.
the rest of the men a bad name.
Man.
You just said that's not possible.
Oh my God, those edits are so fucking cringe. Oh my God. Ben, I'll edit for you. I can do better than this. I know the edits are, oh my God, like they're worse than anything he actually says. You're Jewish, Ben. Get more talented people in Hollywood. That's the whole joke, right? That's what your fucking side of the aisle says.
Because all the men are complicit. All the men are the products of that. You can't say not all men.
You scared away
Right, 'cause what
all
she
of
says, she
your
starts off, you can't say not all
brethren?
men because it is all men. Because you've all
I'm making a joke about the right. Don't make it seem like I'm actually saying that.
internalized the patriarchy. Then she says, you are more angry at us than you are at the other men who are giving you a bad
Yes, that is true. A lot of people get a lot. I don't think he understands the concept. I know he does know what tone policing is. But like women are like always seem to be like, okay, you have to say, I mean, this is something that I do because I understand how it is perceived in the environment. Not that I do directly to people, but like you see me do stuff like this when like I've gone over like apologies or like women coming out with their like twitlongers, and it's like not that I'm directly saying that they should have changed the way that they're saying things because it's their fucking story, and it's like they should definitely be able to say it any way that they fucking want. But what I think that she's saying in that TikTok, it was cut a little bit, but was that like a lot of times like the way like it is sometimes more important in the way you say things, even if you are calling out or exposing. She didn't say that directly, but the idea of like the way you say it is more important than what you're saying and what you're like you have to put in so much extra effort to be taken seriously in terms of an accusation, which I mean generally like on its face makes a lot of sense that you should, but like it's like the reason why she's saying is because you don't get the passive charitability that like because you're working like your way up, you know, like you're walking up a hill when from what I am understanding what she's saying, but I could be wrong. That was so fucking loud.
Name, but you just said they can't give us a bad name. You didn't learn much at Harvard about like basic structures of logic.
Number 3, male
Ironic.
superiority complex. This is related to the male pick-me behavior. Oh, I understand there will be awful men out there like who will abuse and rape and harass you and oppress you, but I'm not.
I literally had this happen to me. This is not a joke. I had this happen to me. I just kind of got out of a relationship with somebody who was like, just like super toxic, cheated on me, like was like sexually abusing me, like a bunch of like all of that. And sorry, I'm trying to pin up my hair. And then some other guy was trying to like be nice to me like on Facebook, like trying to like talk to me about it, and then I was like, how the fuck do I keep being out of frame? Out of focusing. And then somebody was like, I was talking to them about it, and then I was like being like, again, this is why I just like default to honesty now. Not this isn't why, it's just I started doing it and I just kind of continued doing it about the way I feel about things, because it's like I don't really give a shit, because it was like, yeah, I was really, really upset about it. Like he like basically came in being like, oh no, I do understand like that. That was really fucked up that he did those things to you. Like it seems like he's kind of taking advantage of you. And then we had like a little bit of a conversation about like that. And then he like asked me out basically, and then I was just like, well, I'm not really interested, you know, because I'm going through like a lot right now. I'm not really ready to kind of move on. And he's like, oh really, why did you waste my time like talking to you? I'm like, you're the one who messaged me. And I'm like, you don't see the irony of what you're doing? Because like he like came into it like being like, oh, I'm so sympathetic to what you're saying, and then did the he did the exact self-report doing the exact same thing.
Not one of them. If you depend on me to protect you from male violence, you'll be good. That instills in women a fear of independence, that the real solution to the male violence is another man.
Oh, good luck with this. Seriously, good f***ing luck.
Is that a threat?
Luck with this one. Her argument is that if a man says there are a bunch of bad men out there and they will harm you, and that one way to protect against bad men harming you is to have a good man nearby to stop the bad man. And you're like, nope, I am fully independent. So, for most of human history, in nearly all societies, if you did not have a large male body protecting you, you were in serious and dire trouble. And this happens to be true nearly everywhere on Earth right now, outside of the civilized West, where you still have a bunch of able-bodied men to protect you. They are called the police. There's only one circumstance I'm aware of in which that is not true. And that is unless this lady's a Second Amendment advocate.
That's fine.
If she's a Second Amendment advocate, fair enough. She thinks women should pack and should be able to shoot guys who are threatening them.
Oh my god, the
I'm all for
edits.
that. I don't think she is. So what, is she going to throw her Harvard gender studies degree at a man who's truly evil? Is that the plan? She's going to take out that framed degree and just bash him with it? Boy, oh boy. Harvard is making people stupider.
Bina Shapiro. Come on, it was right there.
And did you know that women are 1.7 times more likely to suffer adverse side effects of medications because the clinical trials used to determine the proper dosage were male-dominated trials?
That is true.
Because let's completely ignore the fact that men and women process drugs differently and have different metabolisms.
She's like Jack.
So, yeah, super great. Have you ever heard of the pink tax? It's not actually a tax, but it's a statistically higher cost for female marketed products that are identical.
That's not directly true, but what she's saying is correct.
To male products. For example, female clothes that are identical to male clothes on average are 10% more expensive. And
there's a more radical ideology. There's a more radical ideology that that where the pink tax is referenced as It should be a social service provided for free.
To 13% more expensive. And this inflation of cost, on average, is estimated to cost women $1,300 a year for identical products just because they're marketed to women. These are just examples to show you how the world is designed to cater to men. So again, there's your male privilege.
I know some of these words. About the drug testing, she's not wrong, right? About the...
Oh, thank you, Ben. We're best of friends. Can I get some of your eyebrows? I need them desperately.
Drug testing, it is true that now all these pharmaceutical companies are starting to striate their testing by sex. Now, I will point out
his eyebrows are so...
that the same people who are claiming that the world is a patriarchy also claim that sex should not be a genetic determination.
What? Okay, so she's right, and he's just gonna fucking pivot off to something else.
Of anything. You should be able to walk into your doctor's office and say you're a member of the opposite sex and be treated as a member of your opposite sex if you say that you are one.
Pregnant people, pregnant people, pregnant people, pregnant.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Pregnant people is a fine term. I don't know why people are so hysterical about this. Like, why are conservatives so hysterical over, like these fucks know that language, like, changes, like, over time. Like, all the time. Like, Riz wasn't even, like, a phrase that people knew about until recently. Like let 'em cook wasn't even, like, a phrase that people use, like, until, like, recently. Like, language, that's what the beauty of language is. That's what I think is beautiful about language. I think that it's really cool that that's the case.
Pregnant people, pregnant people, pregnant people.
Pregnant people. As far as the cost.
Oh, God. I know that guy. He works for Daily Wire. I want to say Michael Tracy. I know it's not. I know it's not Michael Tracy. Fuck. Whatever.
On female clothing. Maybe the answer is because marketing costs for women are pretty high. Men don't shop for clothes in the same way that women do. Here's how a man shops for clothes.
Okay, but I was gonna say this. Do women buy more clothes, or are they more picky with their clothes? And I assume where he's going with this is that, like, guys just buy random shit. I mean, to be fair, I just buy shit on Amazon. I don't give a fuck.
Clothes typically. He walks into a store. He looks at a piece of clothing.
You go to a store? You fucking psychos go to stores to buy shit? Why? I just buy shit online. Dad by day, gamer by night. You think that somebody who's gonna buy a dad by day, gamer by night is gonna go to a physical store? How out of touch are you, Ben Shapiro? Oh my god, hire me as an editor. I'll fucking do it. It'll be funny.
He thinks about whether it might fit or not. He does not try it on.
This is how I shop with shop for clothes.
He buys
Except I don't go to a store.
He leaves. When you send your wife into Target, you should set up a tailgate outside because it's gonna be a while.
There's already a joke. Did you just steal that fucking tailgating at Target joke?
And women shop for things differently. And
women don't shop for things that differently.
Which is why there is more of a market for women's clothing, which is why they charge more for women's clothing. The same thing happens to be true for girls' toys.
So why should they have to pay more for said clothes? If it's harder to market to them, why does it make any sense that you are getting a higher price on said item of clothing? I feel like it's just probably because his entire point is that women's stupid. All online at 75% off for nothing. Yeah,
I have two girls and a boy. They shop for toys completely differently. The way that my
would you send them to the store by yourself?
Boy shops for toys is it a machine and does it have a battery? Does this thing have a button that does a cool thing? Service package. And so I walk into a store and I buy him a thing.
There's no way he does anything with his kids.
Thing that has a button that does a cool thing. For my daughters, it's like, but is it pretty? Is it the right doll? Is this?
No, I feel like that's how he shops for them. It's like, oh, is it pretty? Is it gonna like socially condition you the right way?
All the brand dolls.
She's crying.
They're like, no,
have the specific items that
hey,
they
take this. It makes a noise.
I love ignoring all the confounds when you look at overall stats like this. It's always fun.
Raising my arms when my views get low because I know men won't be able to resist commenting, which will boost the algorithm nicely. I mean, she's not wrong. Look at those fucking milkers too. She's probably one of those. She doesn't shave. It is very funny that guys find the idea of not shaving your armpits, like, insanely repulsive. Like, it's silly to me. They give you a birth certificate? Oh, God. It's a funny TikTok. She's being funny. I think that's not a bad, like, TikTok. Like, the idea is that men are gonna get hyper triggered over the fact that she has like unshaved arms. Like, she's being like very self-referential. Like, a lot of these TikToks are like that. Shaving armpits is disgusting. Yeah, let's change the norms for sure. How are you gonna keep warm in the winter? I have like a issue with like hair, just in general, like plucking it, and it might be because of these standards, but like, I feel like I have a little bit of a different issue. Meaning that, or like, and when I say that, I mean like, it's not necessarily a beauty standard. It's like an OCD thing. Removes the sweat, yeah. Who's that? Fire the editor. I can do a better job. I promise. Ben Shapiro. I can do a better job. By me literally not editing your video at all would be better. But I could do a better job.
Available for 40% off today.
Welcome to feminism.
Uh-oh, theater kid.
Look around.
Centuries of oppression, now we really must be down.
We had waves of liberation.
I was trying to
The
sing.
tide's not yet in. If you think our fight's over, boy, where do I begin?
I think those crazy eyes.
Welcome to feminism. Come and take
she was
Not a
fun.
good song.
Shall we start with the glass ceiling or harassment in the streets? The media.
She's just doing art, dude. Ben Shapiro, like, would fucking spit on any, like, artistic value, which is ironic because he was a writer. He's a failed writer. Ben Shapiro is basically the Hitler of, like, if, like, we're doing, like, art in terms of writing to the same way that, like, Hitler was super fucking mid at art, and Ben is also hyper mid at, writing.
Is biased even against us.
So then his decision was to just become an authoritarian asshole for money. La vie.
Chests. Have any of you heard of the Bechdel test?
This is not good.
Welcome to feminism.
This is a bad song.
You prefer
I like the first song we did.
fight for women's rights or deny shit occurs. We're scrappy.
I think I would be like an honor to be on this, to be featured. I should start making TikToks. I would be so excited if like Ben Shapiro made fun of me.
We're daring and bursting with rage.
Yeah, he's really bad at reacting.
Everybody got more engaged.
Cause he's a fucking boomer, dude. He doesn't like, even though he's not that. He's got gamer posture though. Let's go. I can relate. Like, we're wearing kind of the same thing. Ben has such bad posture. Oh my god. That's so bad. Just like mine.
Welcome to feminism.
How long does this go on?
Ben, come on. I can do better reacts than those.
Smaller crash test dummies.
That's why they hired
maternity leave. Our
Brett Cooper or whatever that
labor
is.
should have value too. And would focus on intersectionality because this is all they work in.
Yeah, she's trying to look weird on purpose. That's like the funny part of TikTok. You fucking boomer assholes.
That is awful. That's really bad.
When I'm getting
Bo Burnham would like spit on you if he knew you used that react.
is that
Not that
you
it really
need
matters.
some form of employable skill set. If theater is your pick, lady,
She seemed pretty talented. I don't know.
you are going. That is
Self-report.
Wow. I would not pay her 77 cents on the dollar to write a song. That is bad. That is some bad
I love
stuff
from
right
Vancouver.
there. So here's the thing about feminists. Sometimes feminists
What's
make
the thing about
actually
feminists?
not horrible points about the world.
No
there are
horrible
bad men
points.
out there.
Uh-huh.
They then proceed to take those decent points and beat them to death with a 9-iron, set them on fire, and fling them into the ocean.
I like how none of those like things had anything to do with each other. The first one, like, okay, so with the whole Ellie, like the spoiler, by the way, Last of Us 2 aspect, you could have kind of consistently done that with Last of Us 2 things. But they decided to use Vader for some reason.
And that's how you end up with this
And then
garbage.
something else.
This ain't it, girls. Can I say girls? This ain't it, women. Can I say women? This ain't
No, call us bitches. We're all bitches, honestly.
it. People of feminine gender. Can I say it? I don't know. I've run.
This calls bitches, bro. Fuck it. Oh my god. I don't think not the show, it's from the game. I assume it's not gonna come up. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and send you guys over to Zerka. Is that what America's like? Exactly, yes. Is there looking weak? I think it's looking strong. The reacts are bad. But yeah, I gotta wake up early tomorrow, unfortunately, because my job is being a piece of shit. So I have to go into the office to do the exact same job I did at home. You guys know what parsecing is? You can just go on your computer in the office to do the work that you're doing in the office, but you don't have to drive an hour to get there. It's just stream from the office. I've thought about it. I thought about like literally just starting my stream as soon as like I get off work. And just, like, drive home. You know, fuck it. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. I'm going to drive home and stream just, like, me in the car. Just, like, obviously you're not gonna know where I am, but I'm just gonna do that. Fuck it. Why not? I might not actually do that. I don't know. Either way, I'll be here between, I stream every day, so we'll be here between, I guess if I do it after work, it'll be at 6. But between, oh, god damn it, it's fucking annoying how much fucking time I've got to fucking wait. I don't know, you don't get arrested. Like, plenty, you can legally stream all the time. Like, I just gotta, like, get it propped up correctly. It's like there's anything wrong with that. We might not do that. I'm saying that I'm gonna do it, but I don't know how much I'm actually gonna do it. But anyways, I'll be here regardless between 7 to 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, maybe early, around 6. But we'll see. I'm going to go ahead and send you guys over to John Zerka. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Wait, John Zerka. I really need to pee, so I'm going to do this really quickly. Ooh. It is apparently intended for mature audiences. Gotta really pee. All right, sending over now. Thank you so much for being here.